essentially rebuild it back in
Yeah.
order for people to nowadays try and dig through and figure that out.
So now that's all the conversation around this being real. Doing our due diligence, we want to explore the idea of this being a hoax, because a lot of people subscribe to the idea that this is simply a hoax. And to substantiate that, it's worth remembering that many of the early stories of the Money Pit have no way to be confirmed and could easily have been fabricated, exaggerated, or completely made up, right? No documented history for quite some time, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, like, at the end of the day, there's not like one person profiting off of this, you know? A lot of people are losing money. So if there was like one person that owned the island that was making money off of it, I can see that. You know what I mean? Like maybe they built this here.
Yeah.
And then, you know, try to drum up a story or something like that. But like,
so you're saying there's no motive to have
like
created a hoax?
where's the motive? Everyone's just losing money on this.
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
I would say to counter that, you do have the History Channel show now, which is essentially monetizing the endeavor. But outside of that, I mean, you have 2 centuries worth of
there's a lot
people.
of
yeah
there's way too much time before they came in to monetize it.
It's a very good point. I mean, but despite that, you know, not a lot of verifiable research has been done on the island. Let's talk about the cipher stone that we talked about before, that we discovered in the Onslow Company expedition here. It went missing at some point, of course. The stone was used, get this, in a previous treasure hunter's fireplace until his death, then reportedly was kept in a shop window. It was translated by Kempton and subsequently lost thereafter. The only evidence of the stone are in written accounts. There's no photographs, there's no tracings of the stone, so you can't even there's no basic way. Basically, there's no way to see what the engravings were. This stone has completely disappeared into thin air, and the only evidence that it ever existed were people having written about it. To expand upon that, it also stands that Kempton's translation is unconfirmed, and recreations of the code are all based on memory, so that creates a lot of holes in that. And because of this, some people actually doubt whether this stone ever existed. And, you know, we've been jesting about Captain Kidd being a kid, but this whole time when you think about, for example, a child's lie, it all falls apart when you start looking a little closer, and this feels like one such lie, a poorly kept lie, right? That, yeah, this existed and this is what it said. Like, yeah, but it conveniently disappeared instantly after you translated it. Like, there's no history of this, there's no photos, tracings, anything. And so a lot of people doubt it.
I mean, I could definitely see that being something where, you know, people are just like, oh, okay, they made this up in order to just keep garnering attention for this hole. At the end of the day, though, the hole's still there. And it's not like it's a big hole with a lot to it.
Right.
So that's the one thing for me where I'm just like, look, I'm sure there's a bunch of stories that are made up, or things that they might have come across that is also made up. But the hole's still there. People are spending, different types of people over centuries, right, are spending serious money on this thing.
Absolutely. I actually want to respond to that, but before we get to that, it's worth mentioning that the True Road Company that dug out that gold chain, or a piece of it, that's also lost. That makes more sense because it seems small. It's also gold. Someone wants to be like, yoink.
Right, yeah, it's just a little gold chain.
Yeah. But as far as the water and the appearance of the tunnels, some or many theorize that there are just a lot of sinkholes on this island, that this is just part of the natural anatomy of this island. But I don't know, though. I still stand with you in the sense that every 10 feet, we have what looks like a clearly man-made structure, including coconut fibers at each spot. I don't know. Was this some weird well? Like a hyper water filtration system? Like maybe they wanted to make, this is my own theory now that I just came up with, but maybe they wanted to pull water from the well, and the well was all salty, can't drink salt water, and they were hoping that this would filter it? Because there's no real way.
I mean, they dug so far,
dug so far.
And then why every 10
On
feet?
an island.
Why? Yeah, why every 10 feet, too?
Well, if this, again, is why it's my own theory, but like if the coconut fibers were their early days ways of thinking that it would maybe filter out the salt, the wood and the fibers and the charcoal. We use charcoal to filter things now, activated charcoal. Putty, though, I don't know. I don't know. That's interesting. That's just a thought I had.
I can see what you're grasping at for sure. going back to the whole, I mean, like that's just like the natural formation of the island and natural sinkholes and whatnot. I mean, like at the end of the day, though, there's not natural wood planks down there,
Right.
right? So
Every
sure,
10 feet.
maybe over time the island started making these sinkholes that lead to the hole, but the hole is still the hole, right?
Yeah,
You can take
right.
away the water, you could take away the cipher, the hole's still the hole.
Right. I don't know. That part to
Very
me is definitely
deliberate
hard to
thing.
get over for sure. Now, with regards to the island's geography, the natural formation, Robert Dunfield came forward as a geologist interested in Oak Island. He carried out a scientific study on the island and included spectroscopic tests. I'm just going to quote him on the results. Quote, "We resolved the water problem completely beyond a shadow of a doubt. Water enters through the natural watercourse in Cape Windsor Formation. It would be impractical, if not impossible, to dig a flood tunnel 562 feet from the beach to the money pit. The Windsor would have flooded them out." End quote. Basically saying that all of these supposed tunnels that crisscross around the island underneath the ground would be impossible to do because obviously the ocean would have been penetrating that
Right, yeah.
tunnel instantly. If not through the actual tunnel, then through the rocky formation surrounding you. I mean, it's like when you're on the beach and you dig down a little bit, eventually water shows up.
Yep.
It's just because, it just moves through the sand.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's kind of what he's thinking. But to your point, it doesn't really explain some of the things seen in the money pit. In particular, it doesn't explain the drains that were discovered along with that bed of coconut fibers over there in Smith's Cove. That said, to counter that particular argument, researcher Dennis King theorized that they were used in the creation of table salt. So that maybe, and this might build upon my own personal kind of well theory, maybe they were just trying to pull up, without the impurities, clean seawater, and then they would boil that to bring off the water and to resolve it down to salt, right? If you boil seawater down to nothing, you distill it, I guess, you end up with salt and pure distilled water. So maybe this was some sort of weird, over-engineered way to do that. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, could be for sure. Yeah, the tunnels reaching out from the side, I was like, that just seems so difficult to do.
Right. It also seems, I don't know, maybe that's natural to islands like this. I mean, maybe if we dump dye we just dig down deep into some other island and do it, maybe we would also see that dyes would come out. I remember now, I think the dye was green, like a lime green.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
just
pretty cool.
so it'd stand out. But really, to close out this whole episode, that's kind of the evidence behind it being a hoax, or the theories behind it being a hoax. It is said that the real treasure, the real value behind the money pit is not necessarily the treasure itself, but how much money is spent on each endeavor over the hundreds of years trying to get after that treasure. That this money pit is essentially a money pit, not a treasure pit where you can find, but rather just a place that people go, spend egregious amounts of money to get to the bottom of, and then just rinse and repeat. Never
This
to
is
be
just
done.
cool as a story, but then also cool with the thought of we could wake up tomorrow and boom, someone got to the bottom of the money pit.
That'd be wild.
Yeah, right?
Oh, man.
It could be 30 years from now when the task force has gotten an absurd amount of funding and we are running things from our space station.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, hey, remember that money pit when we're looking down in the dirt, but now we're looking in the stars? They found something there.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I think about that often when we talk about mysteries like this. I'm like, someday, if we're cracking codes around the Zodiac now, within the last year or two, I just think about other mysteries that are still ongoing. Decades from now, when we're much older, and we think back fondly on this show, and we go, "Wow, update."
Yeah. And then you'd be like, we were so confused and lost in theories, and now there's the answer.
Do you think we'll know before we leave this earthly plane? Or do you think that this mystery will outlive us?
I think we will.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I would imagine with the growth of tech, right?
Yeah, I think with how fast tech has grown over the past couple decades,
Mm-hmm.
right? Even like the past century or so, like we would progress enough to be able to just go whoop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tube tech is going to catch up very quickly.
It will.
And I'm telling you, that's the way they're going to do it.
And the minds of the otters will unify.
Yes. That, or we're just going to have to get some sort of giant space laser, hack this thing like a pimple off the planet, send it into space so we can really turn this thing around and manipulate it, and then we'll get in there.
That's
Take the island out of the ocean so it can't be flooded anymore. Easy. We're talking 2100, 2150, somewhere around there. Easy human activity. No, dude, that's easy future tech.
That's the craziest thing I've heard all episode.
Yeah.
Why do people listen to us?
Well, thank you for doing it regardless, Task Force. Appreciate you. If you want to support the show, there's ways to do that at store.roosterteeth.com. I just went into a real salesy voice just then here at the closure of Oak Island. But yeah, store.roosterteeth.com. We have some Red Web merch out there. I believe February 15th, we have the Cryptid pin set, as well as a hoodie that we're still hoping will come in on time. That's where the plan is February 15th. But if you don't see the hoodie, it might be a small delay. Yeah. We'll let you know.
Join the task force.
Yeah.
Get yourself something nice and cozy.
Cozy up.
Maybe some cool pins.
Yes.
But it really does truly support us. And
100%.
More so than ever, thank you for allowing us to be us.
Oh, yes. Absolutely. Thank you. We wouldn't have the Baby Hands plush on the way.
Oh, yeah.
If it weren't for you all.
Looking so thick.
We got a Buff Scientist, kind of gym merch on the way.
Yeah.
But hey, outside of directly, buying some of our merch and representing the task force out in the field, there are also other ways. Word of mouth. You guys have been great about discussing these podcasts, coming to us on Twitter and other social media platforms, engaging, liking the content when that's applicable, sharing it with your friends so they can be part of the task force. All of that truly makes a world of difference. And actually, I have a little anecdote. I don't know if anybody in the task force knows this name, knows this person, but Travis McElroy reached out, became a fan of the show because of the task force sharing the podcast.
Hell yeah.
He's from, he's got a lot of podcasts under his belt, and we'll talk about one of the ones that he's actually working on here soon in a future episode.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Exciting stuff. But so keep an ear out. But yeah, it's stuff like that it has a tangible, as you like to say, effect on the show in such a positive way. So thank you. And with that said, Fredo, I'll see you back here next Monday for another mystery.
Bye, everybody.
Are you a fan of video games, social deception, and reality shows? Introducing Survive Block Island, a reality competition show set in the world of Minecraft. I'm Trevor Collins, and I'll be hosting 12 of the greatest minds in video game entertainment as they compete in perilous challenges designed to test their skills and friendships, and maybe their internet connections. Competitors will face challenges and eliminations. Winners will be granted safety, while weaker links will be voted off one by one. Ultimately, only one person will survive Block Island. Watch Survive Block Island, available now by going to bit.ly/surviveblockisland.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left.
From your glade.
That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
You know what almost makes me, it almost makes me sad? Is that I don't think in any time ever, L. Ron Hubbard ever got to sit and just watch Dawson's Creek.
No, he never did.
Just think, I wonder what it would be like for Katie Holmes to kiss me. You know what I mean? He's never, listened to Paula Cole.
No.
It's I remember that summer.
He's no James Vanderbeek, that's for sure. I love the Vanderbeek, by the way.
So you're just upset that L. Ron Hubbard never experienced 1997?
I'm just saying he never had a One Tree Hill moment.
Exactly. That was a great time.
He kissed a girl outside of the spring dance.
It was a great time for television shows. It was all scenic, sort of suburban things. One Tree Hill, Dawson's Creek.
Oh,
that's a good one. All right, we got L. Ron Hubbard Part 4, and then we're done with this guy. Cannot wait.
Oh, my God. But it has been a fascinating journey.
Oh, absolutely amazing.
So when we last left Ron, he was mulling the possibility of escaping to sea. But before he sailed away into the wild blue, Hubbard would release a policy letter that became the foundation of Scientology's most nefarious activities, keeping Scientology working.
Now, the only other person I know that escaped to sea was David Crosby. Who has a worse body, Crosby or Hubbard?
But he escaped to sea in like a Margaritaville kind of style escape to sea. Like he went to just like listen to nothing but that like sailing is where I'm going, and they just like drank rum straight and screamed at each other. They had a great time.
They tried to die, but they didn't, so they had to come back to land.
Well, KSW-1, as it's called in Scientology speak, is a 10-point plan concerning the exact application and preservation of the standard tech in Dianetics and Scientology, tech being the goofy terms and methods Scientologists use in their day-to-day.
And it normally happens in any nerd society. What we learned about Om Shinrikyo is that this is when Elrond decides to, like, Laffy wants to make it serious. And so when he's peaking on paranoia, or what we at this moment think is peaking on paranoia, because we're going to find out later on he goes far more insane. But he's like, we got to keep this ship together. They're attacking me from all sides, while they're working in their little compound in England. They are, at this point, it was just an innocent, like a bunch of nerds in jumpsuits, yelling at ashtrays and having a nice time, like making families, just like having it be peaceful, learning about themselves. But now he wants to make sure that everyone will stay loyal always. So he created KSW-1, which is going to be the thing that makes Scientology one of the most dangerous cults in the world. No, mostly because of the fact that they are a legal religion now. Yeah. So that makes it even more dangerous.
Well, now at this time they were under attack, though. Australia has banned them and things like that, right?
Australia has banned them. England is on their way to banning them. And when we say Scientology is dangerous, we don't mean physically dangerous. They're not like Om Shinrikyo physically dangerous. They are legally dangerous. They are mentally dangerous. These guys have the ability to destroy lives, and that's what they do. And that's the danger of Scientology.
Yeah, they're not like
I'm not worried.
No, I'm not worried in no way.
No.
But they're not like Scarecrow, like supervillain from Batman, dangerous. You know, they're not trying to poison the entire city or anything.
Well, KSW-1 is what gets them close to that.
Yeah. Now, when a person is introduced to KSW-1, it essentially means that person is moving from the realm of curiosity into the actual world of Scientology. It's the beginning of the all-or-nothing phase of the religion, and the rules are vague enough to justify just about any action.
Like the Constitution, in a way.
Basically. Which seems to be thrown out the window.
Yeah. Are you a strict KSW-1er?
Mm-hmm. Are you keeping Scientology working? That's just KSW for you. And that's my problem with both of you, fucking MJP, and I'm looking at you, BGK. All right, because I think you guys are suffering from severe comm lag because you've not been flying your roods hard enough. You're not clearing your roods.
I've been clearing my roods. I cleared my rood this morning.
I know for a fact you're not flying your roods because I can see it in the way when you're suffering classic MUs.
What?
You're not finalizing your TRs because
I finalized my TR, man. I promise you. I've been doing, but
don't work hard enough. You don't want it enough.
I've been drinking nothing but Yogi Get Regular tea. My roots are clear. I'm done.
I can just imagine your crudes. You're fucking horrible. I should call them crudes when they're on you. Flappy bottoms. But KSW is really very dangerous.
Yeah. Let's go through the 10 tenets of KSW. 1. Having the correct technology.
Which means spending money for the courses that you could get through Scientology. You're getting this. This is like your third level class. You have already been doing TRs. You've been sitting. You've been yelling at stuff. You've been staring at each other. You've been doing bull baiting. But now it's like, okay, all right. So that's a taste. Okay, so that's a little bit of what you need to know in order to be super strong.
Yeah, and by the way, this one of the things about Scientology that really works for them is repetition. Is every time you do a course, you have to essentially redo all the courses that came before, thereby maximizing the amount of time that you were doing Scientology, and thereby maximizing how much money you spend on Scientology. So after you're introduced to KSW, every single time you get to a new level, you have to redo KSW all over again.
Yeah, you have to do the whole course, everything you've ever learned. And then when they do the fun shit later on, is that when they keep rewriting it, when they say, oh, we've learned new information, now you've got to go back and do it again.
All right, number 2, knowing the technology.
That means passing all of your sec checks. You got to go through study tech properly. You have to clear all your words, no MUs.
3, knowing it is correct.
That means you get floating needle, you clear everything. And that's how you know solidly you have a solid clear, salient gaze that cannot be broken no matter how many people call you a shill or yell about your unitard. You cannot break even though you've spent a long time ironing your unitard and bundling the cuffs.
They all seem like the same thing to me, just reworded.
Yeah.
Shut up.
What are you talking about?
Am I being an
Why
SP?
you lose?
I don't just.
You're being a PTS, and I cannot be connected to you.
4, teaching correctly the correct technology.
That means becoming an expert auditor, and you've now passed the various, it's like the TR courses, then the HRC courses, and then the OT courses. Once you're in OT courses, that's when you're properly learning how to audit yourself, because now it's you yelling at yourself in a mirror, testing yourself on the E-meter until you get a floating needle.
So now I'm the ashtray?
5, applying the technology.
That means going out, running the tone scale on strangers that you see in the street, being able to jump over trash cans without using your hands.
Like extreme walking?
Extreme walking.
6, seeing that the technology is correctly applied. And that's when shit starts getting sinister.
Yes, because that's about ratting out your co-Scientologists. That's if you see people connected to PTSs, potential trouble sources, which is normally means they had a cold, which means you know somebody bad. So that's why you got a cold, because you allowed yourself to have a cold.
Mm-hmm.
You have to rat people out if they're not doing the work right, because that's when everybody becomes an informant.
So you snitch on people with sniffles? You're a sniffle snitch?
You're a sniffle snitch.
I don't. What's wrong with having the sniffles?
7, hammering out of existence incorrect technology.
This is where it gets a little like, what?
This is where?
Basically, the concept here is anything that's not Scientology can be completely and totally destroyed at will.
Anything and anybody that is not involved in Scientology. 8, knocking out incorrect applications.
That's squirreling. That's squirrel busting. Anybody who takes this stuff outside of Scientology, outside of the little rooms, and goes out and tries to teach it on the street, which I understand. We all want to yell at ashtrays.
Sure.
I mean, I smoked for 13 years. And I was like, I'm mad at what it did to me. Look at Marcus. Look at his teeth.
No, they look good. Well, now I understand the homeless in San Francisco, they weren't schizophrenic. They were Scientologists. And they were just screaming at cars to move slower.
9, closing the door on any possibility of incorrect technology.
Well, now we're getting repetitive.
Now
we are.
Well, then 10, closing the door on incorrect application. But that's the thing here, is that these little subtle differences, they make them just different enough where Elrond can get super pissed off if you confuse any of these terms, but we'll get into that part of it later on.
Yeah. What is the technology they're talking about?
Technology is the words that they use, the e-meter, all of that type. It's all the techniques. They just call it they call it the tech, the technology.
We call it tech because it makes it sound fancier.
Yeah.
Because you're trying to sell it to quote unquote very intelligent people, which is what we talk about with Om Shinrikyo too, is that these are very smart people. These are people, because you have to be very smart to believe that to get this far, to apply that much imagination and commitment, you had to have already been through or could go through medical school, because essentially you're looking at a medical school textbook filled with nonsense.
Yeah, you know what? I'm over calling these people smart. And with Shinrikyo, they just fell in love with a guy who could levitate because of explosive diarrhea. I mean, I think they're actually maybe they're book smart, but there has to be something dumb in their minds to follow this stuff.
I think they want to believe that there is some sort of answer out there. That's what we talked about in the second episode, is that they want there to be some sort of higher being, but they've convinced themselves that for some reason Christianity, that's a bunch of bullshit.
That's a bunch of bullshit.
That's all stupid. That's what stupid people do. But Scientology, that is for intelligent people. That is for people who have a good head on their shoulders.
I guess
This
so.
man who looks like a human alligator with a silk shirt on that I can kind of see his nipples through, he knows what's going on.
And there are plenty of people that got to this point and then got rid of it because
Right.
what was it? I think it was Penelope Cruz got to this point, and when they say like that to get rid of all incorrect technology, that also includes other religions. So they tell you that if you practice Scientology, you can only practice Scientology. You cannot practice any other religion besides Scientology. And Penelope Cruz is a committed Buddhist, and she was like, "Yeah, I can't be a Buddhist anymore. Well, then fuck you, Scientology."
I thought you were going to say Penelope Cruz loves Sublime, and they wouldn't let her listen to it anymore because that's Santeria.
That is not fandom. That is a religion. If you want to get into Sublime, you got to join the Church of Sublime. But this is also that's a big tenet of chaos magic. Well, it's called deprogramming. So he took that from Left Hand Magic. The idea of you have to, but the problem with chaos magic, it's to free you. Scientology, it's to limit you. It's to mean that you can do only this. It's chaos magic. You want to get rid of all connections to any other religions because then you're free to do whatever it is you want with your mind and believe whatever it is that you want. With Scientology, it's just that's all bullshit. This is the only thing that will save you. Give me your money. And this is what L. Ron wrote about in the big document of KSW. We're not playing some minor game in Scientology. It isn't cute or something to do for lack of something better. The whole agonized future of this planet, every man, woman, and child on it, and your own destiny for the next endless trillions of years depend on what you do here and now and in Scientology. This is a deadly, serious activity. And if we miss getting out of the trap now, we may never again have another chance. Remember, this is our chance to do so in all the endless trillions of years of the past. Don't muff it now because it seems unpleasant or unsocial to do 7, 8, 9, and 10. Do them and we'll win. No sporting championships, but maybe a pie eating contest.
Elron, I followed you there. Now, did you say don't muff it?
Well, listen to this other paragraph I found in KSW that's like, so this is a part of the idea of making Scientologists serious soldiers. The finest organizations in history have been tough, dedicated organizations. Not one namby-pamby bunch of panty-waist dilettantes have ever made anything. It's a tough universe. The social veneer makes it seem mild, but only the tigers survive. And even they had a hard time. We'll survive because we are tough and are dedicated. And when we do instruct somebody properly, he becomes more and more tiger. When we instruct half-mindedly and are afraid to offend, scared to enforce, we don't make students into good Scientologists, and that lets everybody down. When Mrs. Pattycake comes to us to be taught, turn that wondering doubt in her eye into a fixed, dedicated glare, and she'll win, and we'll all win. Humor her, and we all die a little. The proper instruction attitude is, you're here, so you're a Scientologist. Now we're going to make you into an expert auditor no matter what happens. We'd rather have you dead than incapable.
So it's like am I a namby-pamby? I don't want to muff this. Who's Mrs. Pattycake?
Miss Pattycake just wandering in there, from the character from Sushi Shortcake. Was it Strawberry Shortcake?
Strawberry Shortcake.
What knockoff strawberry shortcakes did you get? Sushi Shortcake?
Susie, Little Pie?
So
Pancake-shaped princess woman, get her in there, having her scream at ashtrays until she's malnourished.
Now you keep mentioning screaming ashtrays over and over. Like, explain to people what the screaming of ashtrays is.
What's God damn it. You don't know. You fucking idiots. You guys don't understand. Screaming at ashtrays is about communication. It's a part of your TRs. The whole point of Scientology, what they say, is that you're supposed to be able to communicate no matter what obstacles. Anybody who's coming at you, attacking you, a part of it, that's bull baiting, right? Bull baiting, getting insulted all the time so that you stop having reactions to people attacking you so that you have that dedicated glare that Laffy talks about all the time. Yelling at ashtrays is about commanding an ashtray. It's about intent. It's about using your intent to make somebody do anything. Because the idea is that when you hit tone 40, you could tell someone to jump off a bridge and they'll do it. But what it is screaming at an ashtray in a folding chair.
Yeah.
But
I think it's a good thing to use with toilet seats. You don't have to touch them. You just get up. Lift up.
Sit down, lid. Put the lid down. Thank you. Put the lid back up. Penis pee. Thank you.
Honey,
Penis, I need you to pee.
Honey, you pissed all over the toilet seat again.
My penis wasn't listening. I had a comm lag with my penis. Now, Marty Rathbun, the piece of shit from my Scientology movie, he came out and so he said that people have made fun of the ashtray drill, and this is what he says. This drill has been criticized and misunderstood as quote-unquote yelling out an ashtray. In fact, the student does speak toward an ashtray and then raise his voice at it, yes. But the purpose of the drill is to stop outside of the physical unit so as to distinguish and perceive intention as something separate from the intention's quote-unquote carrier wave, the voice. Having earlier experienced nonverbal transmission of intention while playing basketball, the concept was real to me. After several hours of communicating intention to a material object, I developed a keen perception of the intention I was able to project separate and apart from the carrier wave, the sound waves issuing from my mouth. See?
So you're yelling at the ashtray.
I have to say it again. Carrier wave.
Well, that's interesting. Marty is the guy who defected from that My Scientology movie with the Englishman as the host. But now, Henry, you don't like this guy. You think he's?
I think that he's a part of the problem. He was a part of their police force.
Yes,
he
was.
Put people in the hole. He punched people in the face.
Yes.
He's a villain. And then he only got out because they turned against him. Once he was declared an SP by David Miscavige, that's when he decided to leave. Because up until then, he was big boss baby. He was boss baby. And because you know what? You know what Scientology will say for definite? Cookies are for closers.
Never quote any. Alec Baldwin is he the biggest hack in Hollywood right now?
I believe so.
I don't want to talk about it.
So let's go back to 1967 when KSW was put into place. With these policies firmly enforced in Scientology, L. Ron set himself up as the only person in the world who can save you and yours, bought a few boats, dubbed himself the Commodore, and founded Sea Org.
Now, what cults like to do, what we've talked about many times, is that they isolate you. They keep you away from your family. And so think about this. All of this horse shit that we've just talked about in terms of the KSW and yelling at ashtrays, what a better way to make a bunch of people believe in that by keeping them captive on a boat that they can't get off of.
Yeah, with their passports locked in a safe.
Yep. I mean, it's like when you're on a cruise line and you have to laugh at the comedian, but you know he sucks. But you're just like, we're here.
Because you're all trapped in there. A cruise is just a floating overlook hotel. You're all trapped in there, and you've always been there.
A floating toilet is all they are.
Sea Org was and still is the elite of Scientology. It's where you go to learn all the highest levels, and during the late 60s and early 70s, it was the only place you could go to learn directly from L. Ron Hubbard.
Get the fresh gnocchis from Mario Batali himself.
1966, Hubbard, quote-unquote, resigned as president of the Church of Scientology, as the organization was, by then, in his words, established enough to be run without him at the helm. Sailing on the flagship Apollo, formerly the Royal Scotsman, Hubbard would do, quote-unquote, research and teach intensive courses, among other activities. Here's an example of one of those courses actually recorded on the flagship Apollo.
All right, now if the PC at that moment gave an aspect of relief and looked well, you would say, that's good. You understand? He has to be an OT3 or this sort of thing wouldn't be happening to him. You don't run this on people below that level, you kill them. So, he says, yes, oh, that's great. Oh, my God, what really... Oh. Good. And you say, all right, good, that's fine, thank you very much. And let him take it up himself. Now, he's going to go on the basis that they all blew, and I got news for you on a cluster. They don't always all blow. There are 15 of them left. It looks so spectacular to see such a mass and disintegrate and so many of them leave. But there might be some still around. Now, you have to finish running the engram out to that degree and run incident one on each separate one of them. And they go, blood, thump, gone. That cleans it up. Because the funny part of it is, let us say, he had a terrible throat. Oh, couldn't talk, see? And then you found this instance, you dated the thing, you got some substance of what it was all about, and all of a sudden you got this, gone, you know? You're still going to be left with a bit of a good. You're going to say, well, that's natural. No, it isn't natural. That's the 10 or 15 you left. That's the engram. The engram is
Hours
still
of-
remaining with those few. Do you follow?
He sounds like a Dick Tracy villain whose only weapon is just like burping buttons off his shirt, and then he just pegs people in the eye with them. I mean, what is he clearing his?
Gumshoe? Yeah, Gumshoe, think you can beat me? I turned my clothes into weapons. Blink, 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 blink.
Woo! What is that sound? Is that him just clearing his throat?
That is
or-
him being an engaging public speaker.
He's engaging.
He sounds like human phlegm.
Shane Morton actually blew my mind because I was like talking about reading these documents and listening to his speeches all the time.
Shane
And when he said
Morton
to me-
is the makeup artist on Pretty Face, right?
Yes, and he was the first person who ever gave me the biggest secret, right? Like he turned me on to David Icke back in the day, like maybe like 6 years ago now. And so he was like, I was talking about, I'm getting to reading all these Scientology documents and listening to him speak. And he's like, well, you have to never get into the rhythm of the way these guys talk. I was like, well, what are you talking about? It's like all holy books, Dianetics and Scientology books included, are written like echolalia. They're written like you're speaking in tongues, and it's a hypnotic rhythm. Like you're like stuck in this thing with him, like where you're listening to him talk nonsense, and all of a sudden you catch the rhythm like Gloria Stefan, and now
Yeah.
you're thinking like him. And
You're
you
right.
all sounded like batshit crazy people talking about fucking engrams and running clear and being and flying your roots.
Yeah, well, that's when I listened to Lauryn Hill, and by the end of it, I said, we got to kill white people. and then I'm like, oh my goodness, I am one, and then you gotta catch yourself there. I do love Lauryn Hill, though. She might not like us, but I like her.
Today's sponsor for Last Podcast on the Left is MeUndies. Elevate your underwear game to the next level with MeUndies. You perfected your wardrobe, but what about the stuff not everybody gets to see? If you've been settling for store-bought underwear 5-packs, I got something that will change your life for the better. MeUndies. I'm wearing them right now. What is MeUndies? Oh, just seriously soft, feel-good undies delivered right to your door. Designed in Los Angeles and made from sustainably sourced micromodal. That's a fabric that's 3 times softer than cotton. MeUndies, softer than soft. Luxe undies come in an ever-changing selection of classic colors, bold shades, and adventurous patterns, so you can tailor your undies to your personal style. And guess what? You can save time and money each month by opting for a monthly underwear subscription. But if you're not ready for a subscription, that's okay. You can still save because MeUndies is offering you 20% off your first pair when you use our special URL, MeUndies.com/LEFT. So go ahead, revamp your underwear drawer. You deserve it. Once again, that's MeUndies.com/LEFT for 20% off your first pair. MeUndies.com/LEFT. Now, concerning L. Ron Hubbard's research, Sea Org was also the birthplace of Scientology's infamous creation myth revealed at OT3. We all know this, but in case you don't, the extremely abridged version of the Scientology creation myth is that Xenu sent citizens from the Galactic Federation to Earth, then known as TGAC, to be dumped into volcanoes because of overcrowding, and the souls of those people still roam the Earth, and that's what body thetans are. But in order to really sell OT3, Hubbard took a page from his old Navy malingering days and faked injury once more. He told people that in doing the research necessary to break through the wall of fire, as he called it, he had broken his back, his knee, and an arm. Such was the importance of OT3.
And he would just come out of his captain's room limping. Like literally be like, broke my back last night fighting through the wall of fire.
Yeah.
Like it's all, and they're all like, oh. Meanwhile, covered in filth. Because it also, the Apollo used to be a gigantic fertilizer cargo ship.
It was a cattle cargo ship.
Oh, that smell lingers.
An Irish cattle cargo ship.
Woo!
They had to, so you're talking about how many, your shits? How would they smell like after like 2 nights of drinking Guinness and not eating? These fucking cows. That shit's so dark and thick. And they would, as punishment, well, technically, first it was punishment, then it turned into how dedicated are you? The first members of Sea Org, their first jobs were to get all of the shit out of the ship and clean the whole thing.
See,
and that was a part of their servitude.
I'm out of there. I'm out of there. Immediately out of there. Sea Org
You're
sounds
not
kind
a
of fun.
good-
You're
You're
a
not
shit
a
show.
good first mate.
I'm a
You're not a
horrible
good
first mate. I'm also too big for a ship.
Now, while Hubbard was saying he was traveling the sea to give these courses and do research, in reality, he was being run out of every country he had tried to set up shop in and figured doing everything from the sea would allow him to continue undisturbed. He would, in fact, stay firmly in control of Scientology from the Apollo through a series of networks and coded messages to Scientology bases the world over. Now, the first volunteers for Sea Org came from St. Hill in England. All were required to sign a billion-year contract, meaning that the person would serve Scientology even in the next life and the life after that, and so on and so forth for the next billion years. But some people who came to Sea Org, a lot of them came there because they were very excited to. They said that they felt like the elite, they felt like the Marines going to war. But some people were actually sent to Sea Org as punishment.
Hey, Marcus, you know a billionaire contract? Yeah, I signed one of those with my cable company.
Oh God!
Oh my God. Anyway, I'll be working this cruise ship all weekend long. Technically, you are my prisoners, and you will have to laugh at 45 minutes of cable company bits.
Mary, we spent $2,000 to be on this Royal Caribbean cruise. When does laughing turn into screaming?
Have the shrimp. Have you tried the shrimp?
There's a pool on the ship in the ocean. I'm losing my mind. I feel like I'm in the movie Inception.
Billionaire contract. Yeah, I signed one of those with my cable company.
Wow. Also, I was going to say billionaire contract is what the cast from Big Bang Theory was forced to sign this year. So, well.
Is there another comedian aboard? Do I have to kill the other comedian?
I'm just a janitor, hoping to make someone laugh and not always just accuse me of sexual assault on their family.
Oh, bad janitor.
Sea Org actually started off as what sounded like a bit of a lark. In addition to the courses, L. Ron was also sailing under the flag of the Explorers Club once more, claiming he was undertaking the Hubbard Geological Survey Expedition.
Well, again, in a way, in flipping it, he told everybody in England, we're going to go and take over the world via boats. You guys can hang out, and not say, hey, I'm under criminal investigation. Also, they're looking into my taxes. Also, my family's falling apart. Also, I have an intense amphetamine addiction. I'm leaving. I'm running away.
How are they going to take over the world with a poo-poo ship? There's not even any weapons. Doesn't make any sense.
How did two planes nearly destroy the United?
They ran into a building. You can't even do that on a ship.
Yeah.
Now, what the Hubbard Geological Survey Expedition actually meant was that Elron and Sea Org were to sail from port to port looking for gold that Elron had hidden around the world in his past lives, for it was only now, in this life, that he finally had the resources to go and get it all.
He's like a grandmother who hides all of her money around the house and then has Alzheimer's, and then you have to go find it as a child so you can afford the home you have to put her in.
I love the no memory bank.
Oh, it's fun.
It's so much fun. You don't know. Those like kids. It's like when I lived with Eddie when he was dealing weed, and he'd hide money all throughout the house, and he'd just like open up a random book and be like, "Oh, look at this is money. I gotta start reading more because I hide all this money in the books."
So, in other words, these people were finally joining the great adventurer on one of his journeys, and many were willing to pay any price or endure any punishment in order to come along for the ride. Now, Hubbard would draw fun little maps for Sea Org members, Doc, and tell them to go get it. But, of course, no treasure was ever found for one reason or another, mostly because a lot of the places he was sending them were well-explored ruins that were clearly marked in guidebooks of the areas.
Now, here, look here. You're going to go out here on a pontoon boat. I know for a fact I have gold. You're going to see. Now, this is going to sound comical. It is a rock that looks like a butt. You're laughing, everyone is laughing, but this is deadly serious. It looks like a butt, and it's got a lot of times it's covered in birds, and it's fun to see because it's a big butt. Again, you're laughing at me. You're gonna find this butt rock, and again you're going to laugh at this. There's a hole in the center of the butt rock, and what I'm gonna need you to do is pull all the mounds and mounds of dirt out of that. There's mounds and mounds of it. And there's gold somewhere in there. You're going to have to stick your head in it.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, Elron. I actually saw a Rick Steves episode. He travels all around the world. You know Rick Steves?
Nope.
One of the most successful travelers of all time. He actually found the butt rock. So I feel like it's a famous thing.
Yeah, he found it.
The boat rock. Yeah, with the whole. He even made jokes about it.
No PC should ever find a butt rock without my permission. He'll go legally insane.
Now, Elrond would also gather all the Scientologists around at night and tell them stories about his past lives, usually involving him doing something super awesome. He once told them a story about how he was a race car driver in the Merkab civilization millions of years ago in a time much like 1950s America, except they had space travel. Hubbard.
Interesting.
Yeah, they said that he said everything was exactly like it was in the 1950s America in the Markab civilization. Everyone wore fedoras, everyone drove cars with big fins. Only difference, space travel.
Ah, I see.
Now, Hubbard said he was a race car driver called the Green Dragon who set a speed record before being killed in an accident. Then he came back as the Red Devil and beat the record again before being killed in an accident.
Yeah, but if you beat the speed record but you die at the end of it, I don't think that counts.
No, he died.
does.
Afterwards? He died in an unrelated accident.
Oh, okay,
after beating the
Yeah.
speed record. Then
It's about being a daredevil. You always die of an accident if you're living as a daredevil.
I guess so.
absolutely. Then he came back as the Blue Streak and beat the record again before being killed in an unrelated accident.
So
Just naming his own dookies or something. What is happening here?
He then realized in his next life that he was just breaking his own records over and over again, and so he decided to not be a race car driver any longer.
And the thing about breaking your own record is, yeah, you're a winner, but you're also a loser.
Yeah.
So that sucks.
Yeah, I know.
He's
That's
kind-
why I stopped.
he's kind of like America. He's so sick of winning.
I've
He
heard,
got bored with winning.
no, I've heard that. We're winning a lot now.
But the good times were only a small fraction of what happened in Sea Org, partly because Hubbard was an unpredictable monster, and partly because nobody knew what the fuck they were doing out there.
They had no clue how to sail a boat.
No.
Right.
And so what he would do is he would bring everybody together and say, like, you're all here on this boat for a reason. Somewhere in your past lives, you knew how to run things on a boat. And now what we're going to do now is run our lives. We're going to run our past lives back so we can find the exact past life that knew how to run the boat. And we're going to ask that past life how to run the boat.
Yeah, he just walk up to a random person and say, "You're the captain now." And the person that was the captain, she's like, "Oh, but I don't know. I'm not a captain. I'm a fucking kindergarten teacher." And what he would do is he would take them down to the some secluded room, shove an e-meter in their face, give them the cans, and do auditing on her until she finally found a spot in her mind somewhere that had some sort of sailing knowledge. It's like, "Oh yeah, I remember I was a captain once." He's like, "Okay, good. Now you're the captain."
Well, you know what?
Now you're the captain.
I like that, actually. Just throw them out there. Make them. They'll learn. They
Yeah.
have to learn. Yeah.
That is good delegation. And honestly, if he had ran the borders that I was working at in Tallahassee, he could have turned that ship around. You know what I mean? But also, remember, this is all based on the lies that he ran a ship in the Navy. Like, he was in charge of a submarine for maybe, what, was like 6 weeks?
Well, it
before they
wasn't a
took it-
submarine. It was a sub hunter.
He just...
And he also did set sail kind of when he was in college. I mean, he tried to make it to Cuba. He just made it to Florida. But he did have some sailing knowledge.
He's now running a
Yeah.
massive tanker.
A 3,000-ton ship, yes.
It's different than a pontoon boat with 20 college kids on it. He had a captain that knew what he was doing. So he's just saying shit. And again, like, this is also very culty, like, specifically, where he's telling people to do things impossibly just to see their dedication to him.
Mm-hmm.
So mostly just like, if you're just not willing to go all the way, I'd rather have you dead than incapable.
And because these people were so inexperienced, there were almost constant accidents. And every time there was an accident, Hubbard lost his fucking mind. After one incident in which the Apollo was almost swept into the rocks, Hubbard placed the entire ship under a condition of liability. Now, if you remember from our last episode, a condition of liability came with the tying of a dirty gray rag around a person's arm. In this case, Hubbard had the crew tie a dirty gray tarp around the ship's smokestack because
So
everybody was
dumb.
in trouble.
So dumb. But it's also, you couldn't bathe. So you had to wear your own clothes and not bathe and not clean yourself, and then you wear the dirty rag. And then when they put the rag on the ship, he didn't allow anyone to clean the ship, which also include emptying the tank, like the shit tanks, and like putting up like, so the whole thing became this like covered in flies, like it used to be. It became a cattle fucking ship again.
Yeah, it sounds like a ship going into Ellis Island or something. But why is? I mean, if I'm the ship, I'll be like, why are you punishing me? You know?
They did. You know how? Want to know how far they took it? They even tied a dirty gray rag around Mary Sue's corgi's collar.
Oh, leave the corgi alone! I didn't know there was a corgi aboard.
Too.
That kind of changes everything. The fact there's one corgi aboard. Oh, but that corgi did nothing wrong. Oh my god. Oh, that's fun.
No.
You just imagine one little corgi, and then they wrap the thing, and you're like, I didn't do nothing. I'm a corgi.
He just takes his paws and puts his paws on the E-meter, being like, you're captain of the ship now. Okay.
No.
Corgi, the captain of the Sea Org ship.
I don't know if I've ever seen you so tickled, man.
Well, it's just so cute. I didn't know there's a corgi aboard this whole time. You know, you tell me that they got the little feet. You know, they got the long bodies and the nose there. Cute dogs. Yeah.
So when accidents kept happening, Hubbard started introducing new punishments. For example, an offender could be locked up in a dark locker for who knows how long. Their only food served in a bucket. Or they could be assigned to chip paint in the bilge tanks for 24 to 48 hours without a break, depending on the severity of the condition.
Horrible.
They also got in the habit of just throwing people overboard when they pissed them off, which became a daily ritual on the Apollo.
It tickles me so much. It's like the saddest thing. I know it's bad, but I know that I would have laughed if I saw people just get thrown overboard and be like, oh my god.
What was it? Was
Pirates of Caribbean?
Yeah, did they plank it? Did they make them do the whole walk the plank type
They
thing?
just tossed them.
Now, they died then.
No.
They did not die.
Nobody died. No.
Really?
Yeah, because they walked up, they called it the gangplank or something like that. They always came back. No one died as far as we know. So what they would do is that the names of the people to be thrown overboard were posted on the orders of the day, and at 6 o'clock, the master-at-arms would gather everyone on deck. Then, presided by Hubbard, Mary Sue, and their kids, someone, sometimes Hubbard's teenage daughter Diana, would read off a list of crimes and chant,
"We cast your sins and errors to the waves and hope you will arise a better Thetan."
Then, the person would be tossed out to sea.
I just can't stop thinking about the corgi looking at the list. We're like, oh, I'm not the raiders. I can't swim. Sorry, corgi, you gotta go.
The corgi's name was Vixie.
Oh, Vixie the corgi, what a good dog.
Well, of course, it wasn't just young, strong people on this ship. There were people that should not have been tossed overboard. There was this one sickly woman, almost 60 years old, named Tulia Salmon. She was thrown into the ocean, sobbing and screaming, because she knew she probably wouldn't make it out alive. She did.
That's good.
But Hubbard was later heard by a Sea Org member making jokes about it for weeks.
You see how she splashed? You figured that with her last name being Salmon, she would have took to the water much easier. You know what I'm saying?
It's a freshwater fish.
Freshwater fish, it just didn't properly fly its roots. It's got to fly its roots, and then a freshwater fish can be a saltwater.
Oh, I see.
But
I know that for a fact. I used to be a saltwater man.
That sounds disgusting.
But Hubbard wasn't just throwing people overboard because they were fucking up in their sailor duties. He would also do it if people failed at KSW, namely doing the tech wrong. Here's an example of how angry Hubbard could get about fucking up.
There are a number of laws and actions which go along with assessment. There's an entirely different subject, just as different as pulling up the anchor and splicing lines. A different subject. Different, completely, utterly. They are even years apart in development, called listing and nulling. This is something listed by the PC. Listed by the PC. PC says it. It is from a question. The auditor asks the question. The PC then gives him items which the auditor then writes down from the PC. This is called listing and nulling. Listing and nulling. Nulling, listing, not assessment.
There's something about the way that that's recorded where I feel like we have to go fight the Japanese now. Like every time I hear that, I'm just like, when are we going to drop the bombs, Mr. Truman?
Yeah, that's what he would do. Like, that entire clip is about like 7 minutes long, and what he's talking about is he's talking about the difference between assessment and auditing. Assessment is looking at someone and trying to figure out, using the tone scale, where they are on the tone scale so you can audit them. So he would have these little differences between levels, and anytime someone would get it wrong, he would absolutely lose his mind, because this isn't, it's all about control.
Right.
It's all about you. I will tell you exactly how to do things, the exact way you're doing things, right and wrong. It's kind of, again, reminds me of David Berg. There's a lot of David Berg in him, and the idea of that, like, he obviously that's where he gets his sexual thrills, where he likes the little minutia. Because then once you create a world of these tiny little rules, and you have a bunch of dedicated, now essentially slaves on the ship that react to your every whim. Like, you can just pull that line and make the puppet dance anytime you want, and that's got to be very thrilling. I don't think about it.
No, don't do it. But the Children of God cult, obviously David Berg, there wasn't the rampant sexual abuse in Scientology here on this ship.
There's very little sex in Scientology.
So it's not.
Very
I
little.
actually think it's not as bad as Children of God in a lot of ways.
No,
that cult was disgusting.
No. Scientology, sex doesn't really come into it.
Interesting.
It's very strange. Yeah.
No, it's all about money.
Yeah.
It's money. Everything is about money. Everything. It all came from L. Ron Hubbard's obsession with money.
I'm
Money
just
and
saying,
power.
guys, we've been doing this podcast for many years. It's just refreshing. It's refreshing to have a cult
It is
where
refreshing to not-
sexual abuse isn't rampant.
And as a further method of control, Hubbard developed an oversensitive sense of smell, flying off the handle if a scent wasn't to his liking. He even employed a woman with a sensitive nose as
Oh,
his sniffer dog.
There's a corgi. Use the corgi.
Train the corgi.
He'd use her to root out the offending orders. So he'd walk into a room, say, "I smell mildew," and then he would make this woman come in and sniff around the room until finally they found a little bit of mildew that could be removed, and finally Hubbard could use the room. But, of course, it was all bullshit, because years later, he would end up going to Salvation Army stores to get disguises, and it never bothered him one bit that he was wearing all these musty second-hand shirts and jackets.
It's like a horror movie villain. This when you hear the sniff, you know she's close.
Well,
I can smell the future.
Well, with L. Ron Hubbard, it really was kind of a horror movie for these people, because they would see these little ticks, because you never knew when he was not going to when he was going to fly off the handle and when he was going to let something slide. And they would see these like small little ticks where they all knew, like, oh, fuck, it's coming. Today's other sponsor for Last Podcast on the Left is Hunt a Killer. By now, you've heard about Hunt a Killer. It's the murder mystery subscription box service that delivers new clues to your doorstep every month. Hunt a Killer puts your true crime sleuthing skills to the test, and you don't even have to leave your house. The stories unfold with an ongoing creepy correspondence. Things like letters, articles, objects, and tools, all from a Hannibal Lecter type killer curator. All you have to do is apply for membership at huntakiller.com. They only let a few hundred new members in a month, so don't wait too long. They have different subscription plans to choose from, and Hunt a Killer also makes an incredible gift. There's nothing out there like this. So to help support our show, they've offered a 10% discount for our listeners. Use the code LEFT and get 10% off. So head on over to huntakiller.com and register now. Come join the hunt. Now, compared to the punishments that cults like Om Shinrikyo would inflict on people who screwed up, namely straight up murder, all this actually seems pretty tame. You know, throwing people overboard, all right.
Kind of fun.
Yeah, making people chip paint, yeah, it really sucks. But that is why Scientology is still going to this day. Scientology never went too far with their own members. There are no bodies on Scientology's rap sheet.
And unlike Shinrikyo, they never gave an end date, right?
No. No.
Yeah, so it was
In fact, it was the exact opposite.
Right.
It was eternity.
Yeah.
That's why they signed a billion-year contract. It never.
yes.
Yeah, the whole point of Scientology is that it never ends. It's the exact
But
opposite as
it's
all
got
these other cults.
It's got a mini deadline built in, because the idea is that you're supposed to reach the top of the bridge, right? You're supposed to get to OT8 at some point, but then you just keep making the bridge longer and then or you rebuild the bridge. You just go and be like, well, now we figured out shit, so we're gonna do it again. So that's how you keep somebody forever, and also give them the carrot to chase after. I honestly, though, this may be a controversial opinion, but I feel that Laffy, the reason why he didn't kill anybody was not because he didn't want to, is that he was a pussy. I honestly think that there's a difference. Is Shoko Asahara from Onshinrikyo was a fucking gangster. You know what I mean? Like, he was a cult leader, but he was also a fucking hardcore gangster that was about, like, we're doing this the hard way. We're bringing about the end of the world, so that's what we're going to do. Where L. Ron Hubbard, all he wanted was money. It was kind of like Charles Manson. Honestly, I feel another similarity to him, where I don't think if the other people had not gotten so dark, he never would have killed. He would have just let them out in the desert, and everyone would have just kept fucking. That's all he wanted to do. Where L. Ron Hubbard just wants your money.
It would have been a great sitcom, Manson and Hubbard. They're living together, but they don't get along all the time.
Funny thing is that Manson was a Scientologist for a short period of time.
Was he? Of course he was. Honestly, if it was too crazy for Charles Manson, that just tells you do not get involved with Scientology.
No, Charles Manson was just broke.
Oh, he couldn't afford the books.
And also, when the Manson murders happened, I think the Scientologists were docked in Spain when the Manson murders happened, and some Spanish newspapers started blaming the Scientologists for the Manson murders. They started spreading the rumor that the Scientologists were somehow involved in the Charles Manson murders.
No, it was the Doom Buggy cult led by Charles Manson.
But even though there are no murders on Scientology's rap sheet, that's not to say there is no blood on their hands. In 1971, a 23-year-old named Susan Meester joined the crew of the Apollo, having been introduced to Scientology by friends in San Francisco. She wrote letters to her family telling them they should, quote, get into Scientology. One letter she wrote said, I just had an auditing session. I feel great. My life is expanding, and it's all Scientology. Hurry up, hurry. Be a friend to yourselves. Get into this stuff now. It's more precious than gold.
So you're saying you feel great, huh? Double great?
Yeah, every time I've heard someone say that they feel great, they normally really do feel great.
Oh, yeah.
You know why? Because they're on methamphetamine.
Methamphetamine, not wearing shoes, and they have underwear on their head.
But they feel great.
Great.
But when her
will not detain me. You will not arrest me.
That's one of the best videos ever.
But when her next letter came, the tone had changed. It said, I can't tell you exactly where we are. We have enemies who do not wish to see us succeed in restoring freedom and self-determination to this planet's people. If these people were to find out where we were located, they would attempt to destroy us.
That's so a far distance from being great, that's for sure.
Couple of months.
Yeah, it seems like you're paranoid.
Yeah.
Which you can't say in a letter. No. I feel paranoid because everybody's trying to get me.
The triple P.
And these are only a few months apart.
Right.
I mean, it switches fast. Because
she must have been a fun date.
I don't know.
Because Hubbard was telling his crew members that they were being attacked by something called the Tenyaka Memorial, which was an underground Nazi movement intent on world domination, working in conjunction with the World Federation of Mental Health.
Now, to be fair, if that's true, that is scary.
That would be scary.
That would be very scary.
If it was true.
But you imagine if you believe that to be true, I would write a sort of nerve-wracked letter.
Yeah. Well,
he was very motivated.
Yeah, not just that. He was also telling them that if the authorities were to capture him, then he would be unable to continue his work, Scientology would not spread the world over, and there would be social and economic chaos, if not outright nuclear war. So it was that these people thought that if they fucked up, they would possibly be personally responsible for the end of the world, which is a fair amount of pressure to put on a person.
Yeah.
And so 10 days after Susan Meester sent the paranoid letter, she put a pistol to her head and pulled the trigger in her Sea Org cabin. And Scientology responded by spreading rumors that she was a former drug addict who had attempted suicide previously and that compromising photos of her had been found, none of which were true.
And what I found is really sad is that they put the corgi to work to cleaning up the blood.
Oh, my goodness. And it's got that little thing around its neck, the dirty rag.
Also, this is a part of the introspection rundown, which you're going to find out is another very insidious practices of Scientology, which is they take people that are actually mentally ill,
Yeah.
and there's a couple of suicides that we'll see past L. Ron Hubbard, like normally in the later years of Scientology, where they're people that have lost their minds because of the introspection rundown, which is basically they put you isolated in a room while you're essentially having either some sort of like borderline or bipolar breakdown, and they're thinking they can Scientology your way out of it. But you can't because it's a
No.
fucking illness.
Yeah.
Well, it does seem like a cult that has a philosophy that is kind of conducive to suicide because there is an afterlife. Again, that billionaire contract. Yeah, I signed one of those with my cable company. So it does seem like it wouldn't, like, some cults are like there is nothing else or whatever it might be.
But with this one, there is, if you commit suicide, then you're going to come back. You're going to come back
Yes.
and come back and come. Yeah, you're going to come back so you can try all over again.
Right.
Yeah. And like, if I would have tried using Scientology or some introspective bullshit like this with my paranoid brand of bipolar disorder, yeah, I would have lost my fucking mind. I'm not going to be able to talk my way out of thinking that the people on the subway can read my thoughts because a metal tube conducts telepathy better.
Well, people on the subway can't read anything.
Honestly, MJP, you're pretty close to the truth on that. So I don't want to feed the paranoia, but they can read your thoughts, and
they don't read
they
his-
are coming for you.
Well, it's
they
damn
have
good
everything on you.
They don't
Well,
read
I
his
walk to work now, so that's good.
He screams his thoughts. They don't read his thoughts. He screams them.
Ah, I'm hungry.
I think
I'm
he's.
gonna get coffee later with my girlfriend.
Are you going to get coffee later with your girlfriend?
Yes!
With,
You reading my goddamn mind?
I mean, you're screaming at me.
Oh, I'm laughing to cover the fact that I shouldn't be laughing. Did I say that?
So this woman, yeah, she killed herself. A lot of other people killed themselves because death was preferable to being kicked out of Scientology in this life.
Well, and that goes with the negative, with the thetons, all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
What is it? Negative.
Well, that-
it's better to be dead than be a negative or something.
On
I'd
the
rather have
tone
you
scale.
dead than incapable.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what you're talking about, but the paranoia is real here, right? He kicked out of country after country. They got kicked out of Rhodesia. They got kicked out of Australia. They got kicked out of Greece. They're literally pinging in a triangle formation between various islands in the middle of the Atlantic. They have nowhere to go. He's telling everybody that he can't, that no one will have them, and everybody's persecuting them. But what he's really trying to do, and he started it in Rhodesia, and then he tried to do it in Australia and then Greece, is that L. Ron Hubbard was obsessed with the idea of a Scientology country. He wanted to get an entire country to be all Scientologists in which he was king. And so he would go to various countries and do these pitches being like, we'll be your national religion. We'll come in. We'll fix everybody.
Yeah.
We'll train your soldiers. We'll train your bureaucrats. We'll train your fucking chefs. We'll train everybody. We'll make them better. You just got to give me a cabinet position. And then L. Ron was like, I'll slowly work my way up to president and then take over the whole thing. And for some reason, these countries were like, not into it.
I can't believe that. Shocking.
Yeah, England hated L. Ron Hubbard so much that during a dangerous storm, the Apollo was turned away at port. The Scientologists were calling him like, we have our families and children aboard. We need to dock. And England was like, nah, we'd rather you die.
Well, I just
Sorry. Sorry about that. While sitting out drinking our tea, I'm letting my Adam's apple cut this cheese here for my lovely bride, who happens to be my cousin.
Yeah, England had declared Hubbard an undesirable alien and said that he could never step foot in their country ever again.
Oh.
So these people are being turned away at port. Hubbard is being kicked out of countries, but to the people on Sea Org, this only fueled their loyalty. This only endeared them closer to him, and there was nobody on board the Apollo more loyal to L. Ron Hubbard than the messengers.
Ooh.
These poor girls. I guess not poor girls, because they did great. These girls lived a great life on Sea Org.
Actually, the messengers came out on top of Scientology better than anybody else.
All right.
So in 1968, Hubbard formed the Commodore's Messenger Organization, which started off as a group of girls from the ages of 11 to 13 who were in charge of delivering verbal commands to staff and students aboard the Apollo. The first four messages were, I think, two of them were 11, one was 12, and one was 13. And then later on, it went up into, 15, 16-year-olds. These girls were soon trained to deliver messages in Hubbard's exact words and tone of voice, and it wasn't long before these pubescent girls were acting with the authority of the leader of one of the world's most powerful cults.
That's kind of fun if you're an 11-year-old girl.
It's very fun if you're an 11-year-old girl.
Screaming a bunch of dudes.
It's Babysitter's Club if they were dictators.
Yeah, that's kind of fun.
They also served as Hubbard's personal assistants, working in 6-hour shifts around the clock, awaiting his every order, dressing him, even following him around the ship with an ashtray to catch his cigarette ash, because L. Ron Hubbard was like a 2-pack-a-day chain smoker.
I don't know about the whole dressing him part. That's my least favorite part of the day.
He didn't. I don't think he even popped a bone, though, because this wasn't about sex.
No, I know. I just don't want to dress L. Ron Hubbard ever.
They washed and combed his hair. They massaged his back. They smeared cream that he thought made him look more youthful on his face. And they did all this dressed in halter tops and hot pants.
Oh,
So maybe there's something a little sexual in it, but I don't know what. I don't know what layer.
Yeah, I mean, these girls, even the ones that defected and said, and came out and said, like, this guy is terrible. He's a tyrant. He's a monster. They all said no sexual impropriety whatsoever.
Good
but
to hear.
They also said that L. Ron Hubbard never really fucked his wife either, because L. Ron Hubbard was probably impotent.
Ooh.
Completely impotent.
Yeah.
Also, when you're on that much speed, he's on speed. He's covered in creams. Like, he can't have sex. He's not interested in having sex. He sees himself in a mirror. But I honestly, every morning, you comb this weird man who looks like one of the Goombas from the Super Mario Brothers movie.
Oh, yes.
You're carrying he's got that sideways teeth. You cover him in cream that he says makes himself look beautiful.
Yeah.
And he obviously looks like a very scary, soft-bodied clown.
Yeah, now
And he's in front of a line of girls dressed in halter tops, and he's like, "Do I look beautiful?" Like, he's just.
Well, you definitely you look a little wet. So
Thank you.
That's a compliment.
I used to be a saltwater man. Now I'm a freshwater man. So I have to say, wet as the Dickens. That's a term I've just. Dickens are always wet.
Well, I'm happy we didn't muff it up.
Now, scientists did try to do a little half-hearted flirty fishing at some of the protocols where they docked, but the men of Corfu described Scientologist women as, quote, cock teases, who told them they could only sleep with Scientologists they were married to.
Oh, my.
That was the whole thing, is that you could, there was no premarital sex, and it wasn't like Children of God, where it started off as no premarital sex, and then it just kind of blossomed out from there. They kept to that.
Well, it doesn't sound like there's a lot of marital sex either, to be honest.
Not a whole lot of
everybody's
sex at all.
exhausted. Everybody's exhausted. They would talk about that, about how, like, you also did that on purpose. In Sea Org, you can get married, but then it would sort of be like, it seemed on accident, but it always worked out like this, where then they would be put on opposite schedules. So the husband and the wife one would be working night shifts and the other would be working morning shifts, and they would never see each other.
Yeah.
That's a part of the reason why a lot of them defect, is because they fall in love on Sea Org, because your emotions got to go somewhere. You're next to people all the time. You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna have a work wife, and then all of a sudden you just can't see them, and they're doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you try to have children on Sea Org, if a woman gets pregnant, then they would pretty much take the child away and have the kid raised in like a Scientology group home. Or they would make them get abortions, even though L. Ron Hubbard was supposedly 1,000% against abortions, if you'll remember from the Dianetics episode.
Well,
That's probably one of their biggest crimes, are like the thousands of forced abortions that they did. Just it was insane.
That's not right. Well, you can always, he seems like a kind of guy who would be staunchly pro-life, covered in creams,
Covered in creams.
pampered by 11-year-olds.
Yeah, and speaking of the 11-year-olds, that group of sea cheerleaders became the most powerful people on the Apollo, and the only people that Hubbard felt like he could trust. And one of those messengers once asked Hubbard why he chose young girls as his most trusted confidants, and he said he got the idea from Hitler. With young people, you had a blank slate. You could write anything you wanted on it, and it would be your writing.
Yes, and there's no one more trustworthy with a secret than a teenage girl. They will not talk to their friends about it. In no way will they at some point plot your inevitable doom.
Yeah, he had this is the Hitler youth.
Nothing is more sweet and sympathetic than a 12-year-old girl.
Absolutely. No way they're the devil incarnate going through a whole series of changes.
And as far as why girls were chosen specifically, Hubbard said it was because he thought women were more loyal than men.
I can
That's
believe
very
that to be
interesting.
true.
Yeah, and also he kind of went through this. There was a guy during this whole time. There was a guy named John McMaster that was like one of the first official clears of the England group that started going around and doing talks about Scientology and what it's done for him. And he came a little bit of a celebrity himself. And he was L. Ron's like right hand man for a while in the UK. But eventually, Laffey got upset that he was getting all this attention,
Right.
and basically cleared him, took all of his certs. He pulled his certs, which means you're not clear anymore, and then made him clear out shit at the bottom of the horse stables on board of the Apollo. And then that's when John McMaster in his private journal started calling Laffey fatty. Being like, fatty put me on more shit shoveling duty today. And it's like so funny. But he hated men. By the end, it started he hated women. By the end, he just like any male around him, he just assumed wanted his spot, which is completely true.
Competition, that makes sense.
Yeah.
For him, yes, because he's an insecure, tubby man at
Very
the end
much
of the
so.
day.
Naturally, Hubbard's intensely close relationship to a gaggle of teenage girls caused some rifts between them and Hubbard's family, particularly Hubbard's own teenage daughter, Diana. See, Diana.
Now, Diana was a hardcore administrator, though.
Yeah.
Diana was cold and calculated. They called her Princess Diana. They said that she was the scary one of his kids.
Yeah, there was she was the scary one. Like there were some others that were the shitty ones, and then we'll get to the Quentin here in a second. But Diana had pissed off Hubbard somehow, and so Hubbard gave one of his girls a message to be delivered. But this time he added,
Go spit in Diana's face.
so the 13-year-old girl hauled off, burst into Diana's office, who was 18 at the time, spat in her face just as commanded, and started screaming at Diana in her father's voice.
You're muffing it up. I'm muffing it up on your namby-pamby pantyways. Muffing it up. You didn't
Mike.
fly your runes.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Assessing and knowing.
Yeah, there were these 15-year-old girls, 13 to 15, they would do impressions of L. Ron Hubbard, and they would scream at the top of their lungs. They would get the tone of his voice and his exact words. They were people, everyone was terrified of them. So you're on this gigantic boat out to sea for years, and constantly the people that you are most afraid of are a bunch of 15-year-old girls in halter tops, and you are a grown man.
And they're covered in Vaseline like Burt Reynolds in either striptease or showgirls. I can't remember which one.
It's striptease. Feels good, but
honestly,
it feels good between his toes.
It does. It does. But if you could dress all those girls as Sailor Moon, there are Japanese businessmen that would pay to also be on that boat, and many just like weird men in Des Moines.
Now, the other Hubbard children weren't happy either, especially Quentin, who was a teenager in the early 70s. See, Quentin was described by many of the crew members as quote-unquote swishy. And
What the heck does that mean?
And as we know from the last episode, as well as the life of John Travolta,
Uh-oh.
if there's one thing L. Ron Hubbard doesn't tolerate, it's swishiness, a.k.a. homosexuality.
Well, that's not right.
And this would all come to a head with the Apollo stars, which we'll get into later. But despite the unhappiness, the Hubbards lived pretty good in comparison to the rest of the crew. L. Ron and Mary Sue had staterooms in addition to a suite on the promenade deck, off limits to students and crew. They had a personal steward, as did all the Hubbard children, who all had their own cabins. By contrast, the rank and file lived in cramped, roach-infested dorms fitted with 3-tiered bunks. So in 1972, things started to go awry for Hubbard. Word reached him that while he was docked in Morocco, that France was seeking to extradite him on charges of fraud. So Hubbard naturally fled, as he would do again and again over the years. And where else would a cult leader flee from the French government but right here in Queens, New York?
Oh.
Hey, forget about it. Oh, bonjour. Now as he goes down, he gets nice mozzarella and some nice prosciutto. It's a nice antipasta.
That's not Little Italy. You're from Queens. That's not what...
I wish I could talk. Oh God! Oh.
It's not. All right.
So Hubbard and an assistant got an apartment not too far away from where we're recording right now. And for the first few weeks, Hubbard did nothing but watch TV, taking in everything after being gone from the United States for almost a decade.
He never watched any television. He had no clue what was happening. So he's getting all of this pop culture for the first time. Like he's literally being like, oh, look at this. This is amazing. And then also would sit at night and make his assistants stay up with him. And he'd start these monologues while sitting in the apartment. And the first thing he started doing was saying, like, I wish I could have found that gold. I wish I could have found that gold in my past lives. And now he's starting to believe his lies. He's starting to believe that he did have past lives. He was hiding gold. He was serious about it, which doesn't make any sense. He then also told everyone in the room that he wrote The Prince and that Machiavelli stole it from him.
Mm-hmm.
And like getting mad, like screaming about it. And he'd say his eyes would roll back in his head. And he was essentially sort of going into trance.
Yeah.
The Prince?
Yeah, The Prince by Machiavelli, yeah.
It's a movie or a TV show?
It's a book, Ben.
Is it like the Munsters? Is it like the Munsters, or is it like
Why you gotta do this to me, Kissel?
So L. Ron Hubbard wrote it, huh?
Yeah, no.
No.
Well, I heard L. Ron Hubbard wrote it.
He did not.
Well, I heard he did. So.
Yeah. Well, he spent so much time watching TV because he tended to draw a fair amount of attention when he went outside. His hair was long, orange, and bushy, and he was in the habit of wearing a big hat with the brim upturned, a combo that made him look like Bozo the Clown. And as he was so accustomed to being revered by almost every person in sight, it was quite a surprise to Hubbard when he walked outside, only to be met time and time again by the jeers of a group of Queens neighborhood kids.
Hey, Tommy, come here. Hey, come here. Come look at this guy. Hey, you look like a homeless clown, you piece of shit. Ha ha. Hey, give me $1. Give me a goddamn dollar. We got. Hey, Tommy, look. Oh, hey, look at that there, Billy. I think a guy's wearing our shoes. Hey, yeah, it looks like he's wearing our shoes.
I'm not wearing your shoes. These are my shoes. I bought them from the thrift store.
Yeah, but it seems like maybe you're wearing our shoes. Take off our shoes. Take off our damn shoes.
No, I will not. No, you have not flying your roods. You haven't been flying your roods.
Take off your goddamn shoes. Got a knife?
Every 9-year-old in Queens.
Just running. That would have been so much fun as a 9-year-old having a good old-fashioned adult victim.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
Now, after spending the better part of a year in Queens eating fish sticks and burgers while waiting out the French, Hubbard returned to his ship and told his faithful crew members that he had merely been inspecting American orgs and not hiding out from a government trying to duck fraud charges.
No way.
Now, this fraud investigation may have been the catalyst for the launching of Operation Snow White. In 1973, Scientologists began infiltrating the governmental bureaucracies in 130 countries around the world, particularly the United States, and particularly the IRS. Operation Snow White was an attempt to either copy or steal documents that didn't shine a favorable light on Scientology or L. Ron Hubbard. It was all operated by the Guardian's office, who were in charge of protecting Scientology, and at the head of the operation was Mary Sue Hubbard. At least officially, it was Mary Sue Hubbard.
Mary Sue Hubbard does sound like a talking teacup.
And she looked like a talking teacup.
Now, the two main agents in the IRS were Gerald Wolfe, codenamed Silver, and Michael Meisner, who for 2 years stole governmental documents related to Scientology until their plans were foiled by a cleaning lady in 1975, but we'll get into that later.
Think about this. They got into our government. They flipped people that work for us by going after their personal, like what we're going to see now is Scientology, what they do, right? They've got PIs to dig up bullshit on these people and flip them.
Classic.
Now, in 1974, Hubbard was involved in a terrible motorcycle accident in which he broke his arm and several of his ribs, but it turns out that when faced with an actual injury, Hubbard was a bit of an asshole.
Huh.
Well, they said this was a problem, right? Is that there were people there that were trying to go back through his auditing sessions, because technically, if you have an accident, that means you're close to a PTS. You are next to some sort of, you're a potential trouble source, because if you've had a big accident and you've been connected to an SP, that's the only way somebody who's clear has a physical accident. So there was a lot of inner turmoil at the time, being like, well, he needs to be re-audited. And they're like, well, he's L. Ron Hubbard. We can't re-audit L. Ron Hubbard. And they're like, well, technically, according to rules, we're not supposed to let him go. And so there's a weird, of course, dissonance of watching the guy that's supposed to be better than God have a motorcycle accident.
I do like the idea because he envisioned himself like James Dean on the motorcycle
Yes.
going through the winds with wind blowing in his hair, but he's just a fat guy who's just like, whoa!
Yeah, and so
Crashes.
they said that for weeks and weeks and weeks, he just sat in a red velvet chair screaming. They said he was like a disagreeable old man. He just became a pain in the ass to everybody. But the messengers, they stepped up. And by the time Hubbard got back on his feet, the girls were in firm control over the Apollo. And Hubbard's mood had changed for the worse. This is when he instituted the Rehabilitation Project Force, aka the RPF. People assigned to the RPF wore black boiler suits, were segregated from the rest of the crew, and slept in an unventilated cargo hold on dirty mattresses, their only food being what was left over from the crew meal.
Now, do we have any idea what the Corgi is up to at this point?
We have no idea what's happening with the
idea.
Corgi.
Honestly, it's being groomed. The Corgi's living a charmed life. It never went to the RPF.
Good.
It's completely fine. Also, you're going to look at, this is what they view all people, all SPs, anybody not in Scientology should be treated like.
Yeah.
They believe that anybody who's an SP should be living like that. They should be sleeping on dirty mattresses in an old fucking burnt out cargo ship.
But worst of all, the messengers now had the authority to send whoever they wanted to RPF, sometimes on a total whim. Therefore, the messengers became even more feared on the Apollo than L. Ron Hubbard himself.
Wait, these 11-year-old girls?
About 15 at this point.
15. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're also in charge. That's also the people that buy stuff, so they're also in charge of our television. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
all commercials and stuff are built towards 11-year-old girls.
But as Hubbard and the messengers were treating their people with more and more contempt, he was at the same time trying to reach out to the people at the port cities where the Apollo would land, and so was born the Apollo Stars.
Because he said he had spent that year in Queens, and he decided that watching a whole bunch of TV for a couple of weeks and made him an expert in pop music and modern dance. And he had said, and I love this, he had made important discoveries about the nature of rock music and the need for a strong, heavy beat. Something like that, or something like.
That is good. Yeah.
Now, giving credit where credit is due, and that's to the musicians, not Hubbard, who billed himself as a quote-unquote producer. The music is actually pretty good.
Kind of good.
Like, I like it. Like,
All
here,
right.
It's got some bossa nova to it.
I mean, yeah, it's like jazz fusion. Take a listen.
Manically shoveling shit in the basement.
So hungry.
It is.
Oh, that flute.
It is good. It's very upbeat considering such sad circumstances that so many of these people lived in.
Well, you have to put on the smile. You have to put on the gaze. That is
Strong,
all.
heavy beat, man.
Yeah, that's off the Apollo Stars album Power of Source, which was reportedly ordered to be played constantly day and night outside the cashier's office in St. Hill, which I could actually see getting all pretty damn fast. I can't listen to jazz fusion for 8 hours a day. And they
No.
said that there was constantly disciplinary reports being written up at St. Hill because people would listen to it all the time, and they'd eventually get sick of it, pick up the record, and throw it down the street or break it in half.
That's understandable.
It's like,
I can't do it anymore.
Can't walk like that. Can't be that fast all the time.
So at every port of call that would have them, the Apollo Stars would unload along with a dance troupe who were dressed about as ridiculously as you could imagine. They wore powder blue French military caps with a gold braided peak and a cloak of the same color lined with scarlet silk.
Now, this, of course, Quentin Hubbard needed to be in on this because he saw this. He was like, finally, my chance. All he literally wanted to do was dance.
Yeah.
He wanted to dance and fly planes. It's all he wanted to do. And then so finally he showed up. And like Quentin Hubbard, again, he's the boss's kid. So everybody's kind of afraid of him. But he really is just like, twisted his hips around. They're like, we've never seen anybody move like that before. It's kind of like when the librarian takes the glasses off. They're all like,
Ooh.
whoa.
Well, everyone
and of
described
course-
Quentin as like a pretty good kid. Like everyone liked Quentin. Quentin was not. He wasn't like a little monster like some of the younger kids were.
Right.
He wasn't a cold authoritarian like Diana was. He was just like some kid who he wanted to dance.
He just had two polar opposite passions of flying and dancing.
Yes.
Yep, and he started to rehearse with the Apollo dancers when L. Ron put a damn fast stop to all that, saying he had other plans for him. And Quentin was so devastated by this that he staged a half-hearted suicide attempt in which he swallowed a bottle of pills and almost died. When Hubbard got the message about what had happened, he said that as soon as his son was well enough to leave sick bay, he would be assigned to RPK duty.
Ooh, and that's not good duty.
No, that's when you
Okay.
get. No, that's not good duty.
That's not good. You don't want to do the RPK. That's not fun.
No, RPK is the one where you have to dress in the black boiler suit and sleep in an unventilated room.
Oh, that's not a good time.
That's a bad
No.
time.
Huh.
It's a bad time. It's different. It's technically a step up from your apartment.
Yeah.
But that's just also how you treat your apartment and yourself and the way that you live.
No one's forcing you to do that.
My
No.
apartment? That's a very nice apartment. I got WWE Network.
That's true.
Now, one group of people who took particular exception to the jazz fusion stylings of the Apollo stars were the Portuguese. When the Apollo arrived at a Portuguese port, a rumor quickly spread that the ship was full of CIA operatives.
It's a big dirty barge hanging outside with just sequin dancers dancing on the hull of it
Yeah.
with this bossa nova music coming out of it. And they're all like,
Jazz fusion.
this seems suspicious. I don't know what it is. It seems like they're hiding in plain sight.
Yeah, so a group of Portuguese went down to where the ship was docked and started chanting, CIA! CIA! And then so the Apollo responded by confusingly chanting it back, like CIA!
CIA!
They love us. They like us. They really like
Yeah.
us.
So the Portuguese followed that by throwing first rocks at the ship and then bottles. So the Scientologists started picking up the rocks that landed on the deck and throwing them back at the crowd, particularly at the guy who was standing on the quay side waggling his dick at the ship. And after
Blues
one crew
Brothers
member got her jaw broken by a big rock, the Scientologists brought out the hoses, at which point the Portuguese authorities broke up the whole fiasco and the Scientologists set sail once more.
So that was an interesting time at port, huh?
That was a real weird day.
Cool.
But
God, you couldn't even dance your way into Portugal.
no.
Oh.
But in 1975, Hubbard suffered a minor stroke and his seafaring days were over. The Sea Org bullshit. This had gone on for almost 10 years.
Wow.
Yes.
It was finally time for Hubbard to return to America, set up shop in Clearwater, Florida.
Ooh.
Oh, my other hometown.
Yeah.
That's it. After a stroke, you go right to Clearwater. Everyone
Always.
knows that.
That's how it's been. That he started that trend.
So L. Ron Hubbard arrived in Clearwater, Florida in October 1975 wearing a green jumpsuit and purchased the 11-story Fort Harrison Hotel for $2.3 million, as well as the old Bank of Clearwater building for more than $500,000, all in cash, to establish the headquarters of Scientology in America.
Remember, he's also a known wanted criminal. The FBI is researching him. All of this technically has to be done in secret or way, way, way on the down low.
Yeah, he's not a wanted criminal. He's more like wanted for questioning.
Yes.
Yeah. There's no
real
charges.
Curious about him.
Yeah, they're real curious. There's no charges against him at this
Sure.
point or anything like that, but they definitely want to have a word or two with him. So Hubbard then moved in along with his wife 5 miles down the road under great secrecy, as it wasn't in Hubbard's best interest to let anyone know he was back in America, but the secret soon got out. While Hubbard was being fit for a new suit, the tailor mentioned he was a sci-fi fan, so Hubbard, he couldn't help but let it slip that he was, in fact, the L. Ron Hubbard, who the tailor ended up being a huge fan of.
Did you write that book? What was it? Tommy Tames the Town or something?
Johnny the Town Tamer?
Yeah, sir. Did you
Yeah.
write Johnny the Town Tamer?
Yes, I did, and I won't tell you. I was gonna write a sequel to it. The Town That Tamed Johnny. And it was going to be about a group of men that run a town that make love to Johnny
Wow.
until he's tame enough to be the town's boyfriend.
All right, well, sir, your final measurements are you're about a 48 waist and a 26 leg.
Strange, right?
Yeah,
Strange.
very odd. Anyway.
That is, don't even make that up because that is technically my dimensions. I have a 36 waist. I have a 27-inch inseam. I'm built like a Humpty Dumpty.
Well, that's okay.
So the tailor, after finding out that he had just fit the L. Ron Hubbard fursuit, he went home and told his wife about it, who told all her friends that a famous author had moved up the street, and before Hubbard knew it, a reporter had come knocking at his front door. So Hubbard, freaked out, fled once more, landing in Washington, D.C. Thing was, D.C. probably wasn't the best place for the Hubbards to be, as Operation Snow White was in full effect.
Ooh.
By the beginning of 1975, the Guardian's office had people in the IRS, the DEA, and the Coast Guard. Wolf, again, codenamed Silver,
Yes.
and Meisner were working as clerk typists and had at that point stolen more than 30,000 pages of documents related to the church and the Hubbards.
Now, do we know why Meisner never got a nickname?
I don't
this guy
know.
is Silver Wolf. It's like pretty
You know
awesome.
he wanted one too. But
Yeah.
that's how you make one. That's how you divide a group of people. You give one a cool nickname. You don't give a nickname to the other one, and then he's always wondering why it wasn't I had given a nickname, and also what do I got to do to earn a nickname?
Right. You're just a Meisner.
Yeah. So one night when Wolf and Meisner were supposed to infiltrate an office, a quick in-and-out job, they arrived to find that a cleaning crew was still finishing up inside. While they were waiting, someone noticed these two suspicious guys just hanging around outside of this office. They shouldn't have been around. The FBI was called, so the two went on the run. They were finally onto them. Today's last sponsor on Last Podcast on the Left is Audible. Do you love books but find that you never have time to read them? Either you're on your commute or you're traveling or you got chores to do. With Audible, you can finally read all those books that you've been meaning to get around to. Their app is free and works on iPhones, iPad, Android, and Windows Phone. You can also download and listen on your Kindle Fire and over 500 MP3 players. With Audible, you own your books, so you can access your books anytime and anywhere right from your smartphone. Audible also has the great listen guarantee. If you decide you don't like the book you chose, no worries. You can exchange any book you aren't happy with for another title anytime. No questions asked. Speaking of books you haven't gotten around to, if you have never read In Cold Blood, I would highly recommend it. It's by Truman Capote. It's my favorite book ever, and I'd imagine it would be great on this platform. So if you can't make more time, but you can make the most of it, turn your commute, your chores, your walk, your travel, your workout into something more with a free trial at Audible. Go to audible.com/LEFT to start now. Now, the Hubbards then moved to Palm Springs, where a predictable tragedy struck. Mary Sue got a call that Quentin had been found dead in Las Vegas alongside the perimeter fence of McCarran Airport. Quentin had run a vacuum cleaner tube from the exhaust tailpipe of his van into his passenger side window and left the engine running, and cops reported that it appeared as if Quentin had been living out of his van for some time. And a friend of his said that Quentin had wanted to get out of Scientology for years, but knew that as soon as he did, he would become an enemy of the church, just as Nibs had. And just like any cult member who grew up in the church, he just didn't know how to survive outside of it. And it wasn't like Hubbard didn't know his son was in trouble. He did. After Quentin's death, a messenger found a stack of unanswered letters from Quentin in which the kid was worried that the Marcabs, remember the 1950s civilization with the space travel? He was worried that the Marcabs were about to come down from space to check on his quote-unquote development, and it probably wasn't a coincidence then that Quentin was said to have had a homosexual experience shortly before his suicide. So instead of worrying that he was going to go to hell, Quentin instead was worried that an alien wearing a fedora was about to come fry him with radioactive material.
Ooh, what's
I'm
worse?
scared of
Yeah.
that too. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm scared of that as well. That's scary.
Yeah. And the final indignation came when they scattered Quentin's ashes. A pilot was ordered to fly out over the Pacific to scatter them, but when he tried, the ashes blew back into the plane, and the pilot said he was still picking little bits of Quentin out of his upholstery for months.
Like what happened
so-
in the Big Lebowski?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, he just wanted to fly.
Yeah.
It's just such a perfect example of like a sad life lived sadly.
Yeah.
Like it's just like the end. You literally just ended up as a mistake.
Yeah.
A bunch of people like fucking up, dropping your ashes.
And how old was Quentin?
He was, I think, 19.
Oh, he was a child still.
Yeah.
Very young when this
Oh,
happened.
yeah, he was like 19 or 20. Yeah,
Oh,
he was
my.
just some poor kid who happened to be gay, stuck on a boat with his psychopath homophobic father.
Oh.
And he had finally gotten off, finally got off, but all this shit had been so ingrained in him over the
course.
years. You know, it's a lot like Ricky Rodriguez with
Yeah.
the Children
Yes.
of God, except Quentin just couldn't, he just did it himself.
All of the kids could barely read.
Yeah.
Diana could barely read. They said she wrote like a child, even though she was like 18 years old. They did not get a formal education. They were taught just Scientology principles since the time they were born, and they never learned anything else. So it's like they were completely ill-equipped to be normal human beings.
So naturally, the mood changed around Palm Springs following Quentin's death. Suddenly, Mary Sue's corgi dogs were declared clear.
Oh, but they had to be cleared.
Yeah,
but
the
the problem is that they declare them clear. That means that anybody who had barked at had committed a crime against the Hubbards.
Yeah, and some people
Yeah.
would come into the Hubbard house and the corgis would bark at him, and they'd freak out because they're like, "What did I do? I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything wrong."
Oh.
They truly, the members believed that the corgis were clear. L. Ron
Yeah.
Hubbard said, "Our corgis are clear," so all their followers were like, "Yeah, the corgis are clear."
Yeah, and if that corgi does bark at you, what'd you do?
What'd you do?
So that means there's a little thetan inside the corgi?
Yeah, thetans are in everything.
Huh.
I can't wait to have dogs.
I know.
I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna be like, whenever the dog barks at anyone, being like, "You are a criminal, aren't you? My dog can see your soul."
Absolutely.
And things were getting tense with Hubbard's daughter as well. She had begun dating guys outside of Scientology, a.k.a. WOGs, as they called them, and would describe in detail her dates and sex life during auditing, knowing her father would read her folder.
Oh,
Awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's awesome. That doesn't sound very fun.
Then
No.
on July 8th, 1977, the FBI raided the Church of Scientology and carried off 48,149 documents. Meisner, after 8 months on the run, had blown the org and confessed to the FBI, detailing Operation Snow White, which turned out to be one of the largest infiltrations of the U.S. government ever, with up to 5,000 covert agents working on the project.
We're out there
It's
chasing
completely
communists. We should have been chasing Scientologists.
Yeah. They didn't know. I mean, and they said that it was ridiculously easy to do. All the people that testified afterwards, they were like, "Yeah, your security is shit." You know how easy it was? They put bugs into people's offices. They were able to steal documents and just make copies of them. They knew everything that the government knew about them. And who went down for it but Mary Sue, because the documents the FBI seized from the office named her as the head of it in order to take heat off of L. Ron Hubbard, because L. Ron Hubbard's name was never mentioned in any of the official documents, but it was extremely obvious that he was the head of the entire operation.
It's always the stooges that fall.
Yeah.
Always the stooges.
Yeah, because they had no evidence on him. All the evidence pointed towards Mary Sue, so they had no choice but to go for her.
Because she signed all the documents, right? Because she was signed them for him. And so they now had to split up. They've been together for 25 years. They split up. L. Ron Hubbard goes on the road. Mary Sue was sitting in a hotel room. They're saying, well, we need to keep some distance between you guys to make sure that no heat comes back on L. Ron. And she's like, he's going to come and he is going to get me out of this. He's going to fix all this. He's going to explain to them what we're doing is for the good of just left her hanging.
He left her hanging,
Shocking.
and he moved to a grapefruit farm and started making movies.
Oh, that's kind of fun.
Him and his messengers. He spent day and night writing scripts for film he thought he could use for recruiting. He took to wearing a cowboy hat, suspenders, and a bandana to make him look more like a movie director.
I thought you were going to say a corgi. That's exactly what I think.
dress like my dog. Or do the dogs dress like me?
Who knows?
The movies with names like Revolt in the Stars and The Unfathomable Man were reportedly terribly written, terribly acted, and terribly shot, and they were also disgustingly gory. Well, they were filming one scene of a bombing of an FBI office. Wink, wink. A little bit of wishful thinking there.
Uh-oh.
Hubbard covered his actors in so much Karo syrup and food coloring that they had to cut their clothes off at the end of the day. Yeah, Henry, that's
fun.
what that was the murder fist recipe, right? The Karo syrup and food coloring.
Yep, and then you put a little bit of laundry detergent in it so you can get out of your clothes, and it never does. And you reek of corn syrup for the rest of the night.
That's fun.
Yeah. Also, what an act of chaos magic it is to make a movie about the FBI office blowing up, dressing it apart, doing the whole thing. Again, it's going back to weird black magic ritual where he is trying to make it happen.
Yeah, he's trying to make the reality. Now, while this little side trick, this may seem meaningless, like just a little bit of trivia, but this is where one of Scientology's most infamous members would ingratiate himself into Hubbard's good graces, for it is on the grapefruit farm that messenger David Miscavige would get his start.
Now, this is this is a lesson in right place, right time, because he had other advisors and shit, but people that have been with him for years, for decades, that were his close people. But David Miscavige just went the very end.
Yeah,
he was a scary one.
Yeah, at the very end, because Miscavige's parents were Scientologists. They had joined in like 1970 or something like that. And Miscavige, when he was a teenager, just pop. He was right there. Mm-hmm. He wormed his way into the messengers, and he was right next to L. Ron Hubbard the whole time at the end of L. Ron Hubbard's life. And all this time, Hubbard could not give less of a fuck about Mary Sue. When letters arrived with bad news saying, for example, that she was facing a maximum penalty of 17 years, the messengers would cut out the offending passages with razor blades to keep Hubbard, quote, on his lines. And on October 26th, Mary Sue and 9 others pleaded guilty on 1 count each of the indictment in a plea deal. Mary Sue received a sentence of 5 years, one of which she actually served. Soon after, an appellate court ordered the seal to be lifted on all the documents the FBI had gathered at Scientology headquarters for the case. The papers had a field day, and Hubbard, exposed once more, fled for a final time. He disappeared with 2 messengers named Pat and Annie Broker and was never seen again.
This is so classic. He abandoned his family. Now he abandons Mary Sue. I mean, this guy is a true sociopath with zero concern for others.
His wife never saw him again. His children never saw him again. He never appeared in public again. Over the next 6 years, the messengers, led by Miscavige, would institute a purge of high-level Scientology staff, all supposedly working under the orders of L. Ron, whose location only the messengers knew. And so these people outside, they had no choice. The messengers were saying, like, yeah, L. Ron's still alive. Yeah, this is what he said to do. He said to put me in charge. And they're playing these huge chess games the entire time.
Because they're sitting on $1 million. It's all about money and power.
Yeah.
You're looking at these, they have millions of dollars in the bank. They have slaves everywhere. And so whoever gets the keys to the kingdom gets to be God.
And Miscavige is like American Psycho.
Yeah.
You know, just a raging lunatic.
Yeah, little 5'1" guy that has no conscience whatsoever.
Right.
Just like me, my little grippers.
Yeah, that is true.
Now, the last words anyone heard from L. Ron Hubbard was on January 19th, 1986. That was my 3rd birthday.
Oh, humble brag. Humble brag.
On that day, Hubbard announced in Flag Order number 3879 that he was promoting himself to the rank of admiral. He was promoting the brokers who helped him escape the last time to loyal officers. 5 days later, L. Ron Hubbard supposedly had a brain hemorrhage and died. Continuing the line of bullshit, even after death, Miscavige gathered 1,800 Scientologists to the Hollywood Palladium and told them that Hubbard had finished his earthly research 2 weeks earlier, but in order to continue reaching new levels of OT, he had needed to discard his body to move to the next step. A few months later, Miscavige declared that Flag Order number 3879 was a fraud written by the brokers, who he said had never really had any interaction with L. Ron. Miscavige placed the brokers under standard justice handling, and with them out of the way, Miscavige took complete and total control of the Church of Scientology, an organization he still runs to this day.
He's like the little prince from Shrek.
Yes. What I will say is the only solace I have in any of the story is that Laffy never got to enjoy being God.
No.
No matter what happened, he was always running, looking over his shoulder.
that's
It's very
true.
similar to H.H. Holmes.
Mhm.
So he got a little bit of a thrill over of lying and getting himself in trouble and getting out of trouble. Like that that was giving him something. But he never got to like it. He never got to he was
Right.
always on city ground.
Well, he got his followers. That's the thing, is that like he always had a really good time with his followers, but he was also constantly being hounded by people who saw through his bullshit. I could say we can draw a little bit of parallels to that. You know,
Absolutely.
to what's happening
Yep.
right now.
I would not wish-
it is. You can draw so many parallels between L. Ron Hubbard and Trump. It's fucking ridiculous.
It's crazy. It's hard to not bring it up all the time.
I know it's hard to not constantly bring it up, but yeah, his followers, like he's having a great time with them. They are into it, hook, line, and sinker. But everybody else is like, what the fuck are these people thinking?
Right.
What is wrong with these people?
Oh, he had to be stressed out the entire time. I wouldn't wish
Constantly.
that life on.
I could
certainly would
only
never want to do that.
Imagine if L. Ron Hubbard had Twitter.
Oh
I,
my goodness.
Honestly, I think I could handle it.
If L.
I
Ron
think
Hubbard
I
had
would
Twitter,
be, honestly,
No, you
I think I'd be an excellent dictator.
running from no.
Oh,
he was
that's-
never a dictator. Dictators don't have to run from the law. They make the law. They are the law. He
Yeah,
was
but you
never
gotta start
powerful.
by-
Everyone
You
would
have
be a
to
wonderful
outrun
dictator.
the law, and then you get to make your own law. You have to
I don't think you
outrun
know
and
how
beat the
countries
law.
work. I think you would be a horrible dictator because you'd be so mean to everybody.
No, I listen. I'm empathetic. I understand you have to
You're
keep
not
people
empathetic.
happy. Yeah, you keep the peasants happy, and you keep your closest officers afraid of death. But that's the idea: is you have the peasants on your side, just in case they try to overflow you. Your inner group tries to overthrow you. They rise up to protect you.
That's what Kim
See?
Jong-un does in North Korea, and they're about to blow up the whole world.
power resides where people believe it resides.
Oh my God!
See?
Whatever. Is that like some
See?
Hans Christian Andersen poem or
Eyes on
something?
Actually, it's from
Eyes
Game
on
of
the
Thrones.
crown.
But
Whatever. All right. Well, that's it.
Wow.
that's it. Yeah, we're fucking done.
Holy hell! L. Ron Hubbard in Scientology was never heard of again. Wait, that's not true. That's not what happened.
Yeah, I mean that's the
Thank God
story
that's
about.
over.
That's the story. I mean, and that's the funny thing about it is that that's just the story of L. Ron Hubbard.
Right.
When David Miscavige takes over, the entire church changes. And in fact,
Oh, my
David
goodness.
Miscavige's father has come out and said, "Boy, that kid really fucked up." He said his father has come out and said that like my son has perverted Scientology. He has perverted the workings and the teachings of L. Ron Hubbard.
Oh, he perverted this homophobic, disgusting, racist cult.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Just to
Terrible.
remember that David Miscavige is actually not the bad one. He got taught to do it, and he's just doing it.
I think he's
like
the bad
teacher
one.
taught-
He's the bad one.
Teacher taught him how to do it. They taught him what he needed to do in order to win. And you know what winners do? Winners win. And
Well,
so he
I
just
don't know.
I mean, no, Miscavige took it way further. Miscavige, he was the one that introduced the whole. He's the one that introduced all of these, like, and he's the one. I mean, yeah, he did learn a lot from Hubbard, but he kicked it up to the next level. Like,
Yes.
he's the one who turned Scientology into like the truly dangerous organization that it really was during the '90s, before the internet came about and people started
Right.
looking at like, oh fuck, this Scientology thing is really dumb and really dangerous.
And much like L. Ron Hubbard, Miscavige always looks wet, which is just true. He always looks wet.
He
I
does.
have no idea.
gotta look wet. Because then it shows slippery, hard to grip.
That's right.
Defense technique.
Thank you so much for listening, everyone. And let's see here. Do we want to talk about the Patreon?
Yeah,
or-
if you guys feel like we deserve a little bit of cash for what we do, go to patreon.com/lastpodcast on the left and donate to our cause here.
Yep.
If you donate just $1, you get advanced ticket sales. We've got some more shows that we're gonna announce here very soon. We also want to officially announce that we are going to be at the Indianapolis Crime Con. Which is why that's why we're coming to Indianapolis for a live show in the first place. We are going to be appearing at the Indianapolis Crime Con. That's happening June 9th to the 11th. They have so many awesome people there. They're going to have F. Lee Bailey, my favorite. Harold Schechter is going to be there.
Harold Schechter's gonna be
Awesome.
there.
Yeah, they've got John Ronson. They've got one of the prosecutors from Making a Murderer is going to be
Cool.
there.
oh, wait, the prosecutor.
the prosecutor, yeah.
Ooh, I've got some words with you, my friend.
Oh, and he's got some words for you.
And we'll say it, oh, don't you know? I don't think you acted very politely to that boy with the mental problems, you know.
Yeah.
So excited for that. So
Yeah,
excited
and
for
go to-
420
Yeah, if you want to go to CrimeCon, go to crimecon.com. You can get your tickets there.
Excited for that. Excited for 420 in Denver.
Yes.
Legalize it. I can't wait.
It's
to
been
check it out.
legalized.
419 in Denver, 420 in Colorado Springs.
It's all the
Home
same.
of
It's all Denver.
Focus on the Family, by the way. So we will be talking about James Dobson, that raging lunatic who is worse and more homophobic than L. Ron Hubbard.
Oh, absolutely.
And if you want to read more about this, there is Barefaced Messiah by John Sweeney is fantastic. A Piece of Blue Sky is another really good expose on L. Ron Hubbard. There's another good website called TonyOrtega.org called Up the Bridge that basically describes the step-by-steps of actually what people do in Scientology. It is a really great resource to really understand what it is that these fucking maniacs do. And again, remember, groupthink is horseshit. If anybody's telling you what to think or isolating you from your family, they are wrong. They're doing it. You are in a cult. You're in a cult.
If anybody says that they have all the answers and they are the one that is going to save you, they are going to destroy you. They do not care about you. They only care about themselves. Cult
L. Ron
leaders.
Hubbard is a piece of shit. You can't if it starts at piece of shit, it can't go another good.
Absolutely
Yeah,
not.
if they are a bad person, you cannot divorce their actual character from what they are telling you. If they are telling you they have answers, then you cannot divorce their character from that.
Be yourself.
Absolutely. Be your own God.
Be your own God. That's all we can do in this world. I'm going to say thank you guys so much for supporting all the shows here on CCR. Abe Lincoln's Top Hat, Roundtable of Gentlemen, Page 7, Movie Signs with the Mads, Wizard and the Bruiser, everything else here on CCR. Just check it out, please. You'll love it. And that's very exciting. Thank you so much for we got a bunch of T-shirts as well, so go to the merch page and
Cape Company
pick up
Radio
those.
Merch.com.
And wear them to a job interview. There's no way you're not going to get hired.
No way. All right. Please also watch Your Pretty Face is Going to Hell. It comes back out April 2nd on Adult Swim at 11:30. This Sunday it starts. It's going to be fucking. I'm really excited about this next batch of episodes. Watch our live stream on AdultSwim.com every Tuesdays, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and follow us on Twitter. I'm at Henry Loves You. At Marcus Parks, at Ben Kissel, and then on Instagram at Marcus Parks, at Dr. Fantasy, that's me, at Ben Kissel 1, that's Ben Kissel, and then follow us, last podcast left, at LP on the left on all the bullshit.
Yeah, and follow me on Spotify.
There it is. Hail yourselves.
Hail Satan.
Hail Geen.
Hail name.
And go read Barefaced Messiah. Seriously, it's amazing.
Yeah, do that. Do it. It's good.
Because we only covered a small sliver of this story. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Magustalations.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
We're stoned to death with those coconuts.
Oh my God,
very
such
sad.
sweet, sticky, icky herb nerve they must have.
Yeah, dude.
Woo!
You're smoking some wonderful bubonic stuff right now.
Oh my God, I am in weed heaven right now.
All right. Are we going to go?
I seriously am in weed heaven right now. I love it.
You look great. The weed is really doing a lot for your chins. All right, that's Marcus and I'm Ben, and then we got a stoned guy in the clouds to my left.
Hey man, my name's fucking Rodney fucking Dinko Danko, man.
What do you mean?
I got this fucking primo indica, man. It's
made
gonna
you-
fucking make your nipples feel like they're little fucking memory foam beds. Fucking smoke my nerve, man. That's it. That's as far as I can go.
I think that's pretty great. What was so good with the weed? The weed's so good it made you change your name.
I'm just gonna say that I have I have a connection.
All right.
It's been Christmas time. Let's just first. Can I first just before I even get into this? Can I just do a big old fashioned Christmas and go fuck itself right in this big fat dumbass?
I heard
Sure.
you had a very bad Christmas.
Christmas just blows to begin with.
I had a
All
great
right.
Christmas.
And of course, today we'll be discussing the origins of the birth story of Jesus Christ.
We're
And gonna
talking.
go into
What you meant to say is we're opening up the file on the Jesus myth.
the Jesus myth. Yeah.
Jesus, as the Arabic wizard we all know him and love him to be, is not real and never once was real. And
Yes.
we will show you some of the proof on today's episode.
Well, the Jesus myth, 'tis the season.
But we know. I just meant a very important weed man.
Good.
A man who knows weed.
And how
very
does he know
intimately.
weed so well?
I cannot say specifically.
Top secret.
I would just say that this man is an expert on weed. Got me this stuff that is. most weed's grown in a closet by idiots.
Sad.
Yeah.
You know,
Shoebox
the
weed.
stuff we normally smoke
That's
is just
right.
like made by
60-watt light bulbs, no love.
I got,
Sometimes somebody, a drunk friend's pissing in it, on
Yeah.
occasion.
Oh, God knows.
Not
yeah.
good.
How many times I've taken the weed out of your bag while you have it and you're not around, and I take it out and I fucking swish it around in my mouth. I get it wet
And
with
then
my
you put it
spit, and I
back
put
in
it
the
back,
bag.
and
Yeah, I
it
know
dries
it.
out.
No.
I do that all the time.
No, I've
But
experienced some very
this is
bizarre
weed
weed.
that is grown by the sun. It is small batch, organic.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about just the glint of the crystals in the sun rays.
It's the whole
like
food version of weed.
when fucking right before Geronimo jumped out of the plane. What did he do? Why is his name? What was his deal?
He was an Indian chief, a
It doesn't
great
matter if he
warrior.
had a plane. Matter.
I'm
It's
not
all
sure.
Stupid.
If,
It's all
okay.
fake.
Well, I mean, Geronimo was. Real.
Geronimo wasn't real.
It's possible he was.
Was
He was real. He was absolutely real.
None of these people were real.
I mean,
Even Santa Claus and Native Americans.
That's the herbal weed talking right now.
No.
Okay.
Because the only thing this weed does is give you truth and beauty and light. And so it was grown in small batches.
That's right.
It's like a fucking farmer's market weed.
That's right.
It's like the thick milk you can buy at Union Square.
Oh yeah, that disgusting shit.
Man, I had some not too long ago, 3 months ago. I bought a glass of it. They buy it on the glass, which is, stupid.
How thick is this milk?
It's like... I hate to say, you know how when you mix it's like hot chocolate but cold milk. It's thick. It's got a crust on it.
Yeah.
It's got a head to it.
Boy, you're
Yeah,
really not
like a
selling this to me.
No.
A
What
muddy
I'm saying,
substance.
The guy was just like, "Hey, you want some pure milk?" And I
No,
was
absolutely
like, what?
not.
And he's like, "This is milk that literally is like this milk. It came from the cow's udder. We squirted it into a."
Oh, you're just a
bucket."
lazy farmer.
No, yeah, exactly. I didn't even get to fix it. He's like, "This is how milk was supposed to be drank.
Definitely
this
not.
Is how milk. This is how the calves drink it." And I was like, "Yeah."
I mean, he
Fucking serve
told
it
you
up.
this is how the calves drink it. Did you alert him to the fact that you're a human being?
No. You could tell by my gait that I was half cow.
Ah, interesting.
And
He
I
saw the
sucked that
centaur
down,
in
and
you.
I suck it down. I was like, thick.
Ugh.
And then it was very thick. I call it milk times 2.
Good.
It's like if milk was more milk
yeah.
than normal.
It's extra milky.
And I sucked it down, and I got very sick to the stomach.
That's great.
Because humans are not supposed to drink that. He was right.
Yeah, calves are
Right.
supposed to drink it.
Yeah. And even then, they
And-
shouldn't drink as much of it that I
But
as
you
he
just
did.
you just
'Cause you
slammed
only
it
get a
right
little
down
at a
one
time.
shot.
Yeah, I choked it down.
Okay, good. And then
I was
did
on
you
the way. I was working. I was walking around.
Did you smile at him like that was thank you? Another
Yeah,
satisfied
and I
fat
blew
customer.
a horrible milk snot bubble out of my mouth.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, not bad at all. Well, I'm very happy you have this good weed, and I recommend that everybody goes out there and tries to find the organic herb because it sounds far superior to this garbage that
It's
we're
the only
smoking
thing
on
you
now.
need in your life.
Right. Speaking of things that people need in their life, they need the birth of Jesus to have existed.
Today's episode, of course, is being reminded. It 'tis the season, right?
Yeah.
You know, when people always say, like, what's the meaning of the season of Christmas? Some people want to say,
Jesus.
It's Jesus.
Yeah.
And Jesus' love is giving. But the first thing, number one, is what kind of love do we get from, let's say, Spider-Man, right?
Protection.
let's just say Spider-Man was the reason for the season.
I gained inspiration from Spider-Man.
Spider-Man.
Inspired. He
It's
really-
the same
he
thing.
made me a better person. I do not
Spider-Man
steal.
is fake. Jesus Christ is fake. And Christmas is fake.
Well, Christmas is very real.
Yeah,
Don't tell
I just
the,
celebrated Christmas. It's
folks
We
at
should
Walmart
just
thing.
start calling it iPod Day,
That would be a better name for it.
Apple
More
Product
accurate.
Day.
Yeah, Steve
I think-
Jobs Day.
Yeah. Get your Apple products and go home and quit and fucking eat out of the trough, you lazy fucking American, as we fight 3 wars and fucking we can't adopt
bringing
Russian
wars into
babies anymore. I'm just saying,
What are you talking about?
life is chaos all around us, and we sit around choking down fucking eggnog, which is
don't
pancake
have
batter
to.
laced with booze, and then
can
fucking open our fucking our worship altars to capitalism, which is our fucking Christmas trees.
You haven't spoken for a month. Is that what's happening? Is this the first time you're revealing your inner thought?
I've been thinking about this for 5 days.
Yeah, this is
Staring
scary.
at the Christmas tree at 4 o'clock in the morning.
I do not want to get snow captive in some bizarre mountain with you, some bizarre mountain cabin. It will be very, very
I have
scary.
a lot of bile in me right now.
Yes, you
It's,
do.
I hate Christmas. Bah humbug. Anyone
Oh.
who celebrates Christmas be buried with a sprig of holly in their heart.
Oh my goodness, a sprig of holly, Henry. That's ridiculously rude to say to somebody.
Boiled in their own pudding.
You have turned
I have to
into a
memorize that
demon
whole
creature.
Scrooge speech.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
good speech.
It is a good Scrooge speech. Marcus, can we just talk about the Immaculate Conception very quickly here? This is the biblical version of it.
Yes, today we shall be reading from the book of Luke, chapter 1, verses 26 through 38.
Yeah.
Now let us get some appropriate music. In the 6th month, the angel Gabriel was sent from God to a town of Galilee called Nazareth.
Ooh, Gabriel, ooh.
To a virgin betrothed to a man named Joseph
I've never done anything like this before.
of the house of David, and the virgin's name was Mary.
So you wanna, I don't know, I have all this math homework to do.
You don't act like no virgin.
What are you talking about? I never been with anybody. Shh, my boyfriend's coming over.
And coming to her, he said, "Hail, favored one, the Lord is with you."
My pussy's so wet.
But she was
I can
greatly
feel that
troubled
with my
at
fingers.
what was said and pondered what sort of greeting this might be. Then
You trying to finger bang me? You trying to finger bang my pussy?
Then the angel said to her, "Shh, do not be afraid, Mary, for you have found favor with God.
Oh man, I'm getting hard right now. What is this, a penthouse letter?
Behold, you will conceive in your womb and bear a son, and you shall name him Jesus.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna fucking squirt.
He will
That's
be
'cause my
great
angel dick's
and will
inside
be
of you.
called Son of the Most High."
Hell yeah, that's me, man.
And
Are you Jesus?
Man, I smoked so much weed yesterday.
And the Lord God will give him the throne of David his father, and he will rule over the house of Jacob forever. Of his kingdom there will be no
Squirt in
end.
my hair. Squirt in my hair, Gabe.
You're going to want to clean that out.
But Mary said to the
What's it? I don't mean like I hate the fucking dudes in pornos. They're so bad.
But Mary said to the angel,
Yeah.
Suck that.
"How can this be, since I have no relations with a man?"
Oh yeah.
You just did, baby.
And the
Yeah.
angel
They're both dressed up like the people from Scooby Doo.
And the angel said to her in reply, "The Holy Spirit will come upon you,
Yeah, come upon your fucking small of your back.
and the power of the Most High
Doggy style.
will overshadow you.
No, shave my pussy hairs for me.
Already did.
Therefore, the child to be born will be called Holy, the Son of God.
Hell yeah.
And behold, Elizabeth, your relative, has also conceived
Like Queen Elizabeth E. Lizard birth, according to David Icke.
a son in her old age, and this is the 6th month for her, who is called barren, for nothing will be impossible for God."
Hell yeah. It's
I
fucking
have
soaked
been
in jism.
fucking-
Mary said, "Behold, I am the handmaid of the Lord. May it be done to me
I'm gonna pay a woman to say
according
that someday."
to your word." Then the angel departed.
Get the fuck out of here, bitch.
Get out of here, you bitch. Here's your $400. And then it cuts to the Bang Bros thing where it's just like her sitting on the curb and them driving away with all the money.
Yeah, it's amazing. Works every goddamn time.
Works
you just
every time.
You convince these virgins
Have you
you're
met
an
my
angel.
friend, Mr. Marcus?
Yes.
Well, that's
Yeah.
amazing to get fucked by an angel.
Oh, yeah. It's the closest thing to fucking
It's
seal.
fake.
It's not fake. The Immaculate Conception, very possibly fake. But there are some other theories out there about.
Let's first start with just straight up. If anyone's seen a great documentary called Zeitgeist,
Zeitgeist.
I
It
saw
goes
it
a little bit-
long ago.
Absolutely. It goes into the intricacies of, with the religious basis of why we let 9/11 happen in order to get us into wars.
What were some of those?
Well, all this stuff. It's out there. We'll have to do a 9/11 podcast. I
Yeah.
guess at some point, but at the same time, it's been covered 1,000 times.
been trampled
We
ground,
didn't.
yeah.
I don't think we did it. I don't think we let 9/11 happen. Right?
I don't think so.
I don't think so, but we
It's
very
possible.
well could have.
Yeah.
Because we also did the Gulf of Tonkin
Uh-huh.
mission. We've
And,
done a lot of shit like
and
that.
the Spanish-American War.
Exactly. Zeitgeist brings both of those things up.
Okay.
But they talk about the Jesus story, as is a lot of things that are written in ancient literature or allegorical. Jesus never lived. Jesus was not a man. Jesus was a shade of an ancient story that's begun since recorded history. It started with Nimrod and Semiramis and their
this is all
virgin
in-
birth of their son Tammuz.
And this is the Zeitgeist version of it?
Well, that's a mixture of Zeitgeist and David Icke. Did I not ever mention? Someone told me the other day that I can't mention lizards anymore.
I think it was me.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Nikki said I can't do this anymore.
Yeah.
No, you can mention lizards. I think it's the most fascinating of all conversations. I mean, lizard people,
It's
they
all
exist.
I talk about.
Yeah,
That's
it is.
fine.
I think we're on a good 25 episode streak. Literally half of our run of the show of you mentioning lizards at least once.
Well, it's a pretty important idea.
It is. It is. But getting back here.
So what Zeitgeist talks about is, again, like a lot of things, it started off as a story of explaining the sun and the sky. You know, it's like, I think there's a lot to the fact that, you know, maybe magic isn't real and humans are just kind of elevated monkeys. And there was like a time when we were coming up, is that we were monkeys. We're sitting around desperately trying not to rape each other anymore.
Yeah.
We look up in the sky, you see the sun. That's God right there. Boom. There's the sun. When the sun comes out, I'm warm. You know, it makes the wolves go to sleep.
makes all the
You
sense
know,
in the
it
world.
makes like the corn's growing. You got that's the sun right there.
Well, I mean, it truly is the only thing that gives us life.
It's the only thing that's real, technically, that could be called a god.
It's a reasonable thing to worship, I think, the sun.
yeah.
Because it's right there, and it's shiny, and it's big, and it's beautiful, you know, and you stare at it, it hurts you
Right.
to look at it. Burns your skin, except if you want to talk about we were probably all black then.
Yeah.
Sure.
So we weren't burned. We have the luxury of being white now because of our invention of umbrellas. long time ago.
No, I didn't hear about this
the
evolutionary
use of wool
step.
to cover our bodies.
Is that right?
And umbrellas, yes.
So really, the thing that
That's where
spawned the
white
white
people come
race
from.
in
Gloves.
evolution is gloves, umbrellas, and
Shoes.
and wool.
yeah, parasols.
Parasols.
Heavy
Interesting.
cake makeup
Oh, okay.
for vaudeville.
Yeah.
Another thing that started because of white people.
Interesting. Another great
Very
white
interesting.
invention.
But basically saying that, you know, early humans were fascinated with the sky, you know, and also they're fascinated with, like, you know, the fact that there's an order to the sky, that the same things happen all the time. Constellations come around. It helps you judge the seasons. You know, you realize that the Earth works on cycles, and so they started to spread those cycles to all of nature. You
Yeah,
know,
like a
as you
woman.
would.
Yeah, back in the days when the
Yes.
only thing we had to do was just sit and stare at the sky.
Absolutely.
All
So
night
eventually-
long.
The first reality
So
show.
eventually, you're sitting there and you're staring at the sky, and these you know, the constellations come up all the time, and you start making up stories about them. Because when it comes down to it, it's just like, I just raped you. We
Right.
ate a bunch of the cantaloupes that we had searched for all day.
Oh, that was nice, though. You fed her after you raped her.
Absolutely, of course, you
Okay.
have to, because then she needs the strength to be raped again, right?
Right,
We
right.
we smoked some of the bush that we found.
And how was that, Bush?
Fucking sticky nicky.
Some of the best, huh?
You know, save some for Henry.
Yeah, that's,
You
that's
know?
what they call
that
it.
one caveman Henry who's sitting there going like, just like
no.
fucking drawing pictures of girls screaming, and like a very early picture of the Mike Myers mask.
Well, he
which is
draws
found
what he
in
knows.
prehistoric Staten Island, where the Zabrowskis are from.
Sure.
They're smoking their fucking sweet ganja leaf.
That's right.
Fucking drinking the old grape puddles. You know, where the grapes fell from the vines. and
It's
there's
more
puddles of
licking it up
Yeah,
there, yeah.
they just kind of rub it on their face and like, me feel good.
Yeah,
you
me
know?
feel better now.
And you start making stories about the sky. And basically, if you look at it, and so this same story has happened again and again. You know, Queen is virgin, is approached by a deity, given a child that is now the savior of mankind. It happens constantly. It was the story of Horus. It was a story of Tammuz, that we talked about. A guy named
it's also-
Mithra.
It's the story of every brother who knocked up his sister's wife and was like, you better come up with a good goddamn story out of this.
Constantly.
Yeah.
Right? So in the night sky, what we're talking about here is the winter solstice. The position of the sun in the sky goes farther and farther south as the year goes. And there's a point every year that they basically talked about as around the end of December, December 25th, where you can watch the sun stop moving south, right, for 3 or 4 days. Again, the resurrection under a constellation called the Crux, this cross in the sky, right? And then it begins to rise again, which is the winter solstice. The days grow longer. You know, the night grows shorter. Goes back again, right?
I feel like it forgot its keys or something.
Yeah, yeah. And the idea is that you take the Jesus as the sun, God's son, Son. Jesus Christ.
Man,
Yeah.
you are
Yeah,
tense
yeah.
right now.
Yeah, I'm not being intense.
No, yes, you are.
Right? The East star in the sky was Sirius.
Okay.
Right? Sirius was the brightest star in the sky, and that's how you could tell. That's where they judged where they were at all times.
Okay, I think I know where you're going. Sirius Black, Harry Potter, Hollywood. Hollywood equals money, money equals
Jew Zionist movements.
Yeah! Intriguing. Wow. We just
Unpredictable.
indeed solved a whole bunch of different things.
And then next to Sirius, during the end of the year, Orion's belt, 3 stars, 3 kings. Right? Again,
Sure.
3s showing up all the time in all biblical literature.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, the Trinity.
They line up with Sirius, right? In the night sky, and they both happen to point to where the sun rises on the end of December, about December 25th.
Okay.
Right? So basically what it is, it serves as an astrological marker. Whereas like every year it's like this is how you know where the sun will be and when basically spring will start and
This
then
is
summer
when
will
humans
begin.
started to make their first calendars and things like that.
Exactly. And that part of that is that what they realized with the Jesus story is that like what the Mayans tried to do badly
Yeah.
was just judge the long calendar, which is
Way
like
to blow it,
ages.
Mayans.
Come on, guys.
Let's
get a watch.
You know what's amazing? We were on Earth the only time, in the history of our 6 billion year Earth or whatever we've been on this time, we got to see the Mayans be wrong.
Yeah.
We're the only group of people. There's a very small group.
I'll tell you what they
6 billion of
weren't.
us
They
that-
weren't wrong about churros. Love it.
Oh, they nailed the churro.
soak them in coffee.
That's right.
Yeah. And basketball. That's a
Yeah.
lot of fun to watch.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I wish we would go back to the Mayan
No,
tradition
no,
of
white
murdering
people
the
made
team.
basketball.
No, but the
No.
Mayans were originally, they played
It
a
was a
form
death
of
sport.
basketball.
I thought we did
Yeah.
lacrosse. I thought the Mayans did lacrosse.
No. They did death sport basketball.
Cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
much cooler basketball.
Yeah,
Either way,
absolutely.
so we're here. We got December 25th, sun is rising.
So
3
when
kings.
what they're saying also that Jesus served as, it's like his quote unquote birth, which is fake, started like they said it as the beginning of the age of Pisces, which is, they said it's like why there's so much like fish imagery, which is the constellation that was in the sky above that, like when that time period began, and basically like has been moving farther and farther off of our horizon as we go. In the year 2150, in that same place when the 3 stars meet and Sirius meets and shows that the sun's coming up, that's when in 2150 it's going to be the constellation Aquarius will appear in the sky, and that's when people believe we will turn psychic, we will start taking our clothes off and making love to each
This is
other,
the
like
age of
hair.
Aquarius.
Yeah.
And that's the premise for that song in the 60s.
But all it does serve as a long calendar of eras. It's like right now we're in the age of age of Pisces. Before that we were in the age of Aries. Before that we were in the age of Taurus, and then we're moving towards the age of Aquarius.
I want to get to that age of cock, the old rooster age. That'll be fun.
Oh yeah, age of rooster dicks.
Yeah. The age
Loving
of-
that. Yeah. Age of
Rooster-
hamburger parties.
Oh, my.
Man, I want to go to one.
I know you
That's
do.
what I'm doing for my fucking 29th.
Nice.
Hamburger bar.
Bar.
Yeah, my house.
Oh, yeah.
Just put out toppings and burgers.
Oh, yeah, no.
Make your own burger party.
That's great. No, let's
Yeah,
bring you.
Yeah. I mean, I can do that at home.
No.
Bring
Do
you
it for my birthday. Get
29th
hammered and
birthday.
make your own burger.
Yeah, I just feel like that was the exact, thing that was on the tables in the hospital room that you were born in. They were just like, make sure you get a burger bar for Henry. He's gonna be hungry. If he's anything like Dad,
But yes,
born into a burger bar.
Oh man, Jesus is so fake. And this is again, we've turned this idea. You could put anything on it. You could have made him Spider-Man. You could have made him, a fucking R&B hit soul singer.
I mean, I think he could sing a little bit. It's some good talent.
I mean, he didn't was
So-
real.
So, what's David Icke's take on this?
Well, David
birth
Icke
of
has
Jesus?
he says the same thing. Like basically, Jesus' story was an allegory for a bunch of different same historical quote unquote figures. But all that was a another story for the weird arcane ancient religion that the Illuminati now worships, which is involving Nimrod and Semiramis, and those were the original bloodline of the reptilians.
So
who
was
put
there
us here.
a monkey version of the Illuminati?
What do you mean?
Like that started this whole myth? Because the myth has been going on, has been around now for so long. I mean, what is the? Was it? It was all. It began. It was created by the Illuminati to control the people, right?
Yes.
And so when it,
Because you have allegorical knowledge. The idea is that
but it
you would
began
create
back in
tales.
monkey days, right?
Sort of. No, not that one. I mean,
Okay.
David Icke strings a lot of stuff together
Sure.
that makes no sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like he's been talking about like, there were monkey people, but there was also a very sophisticated race of white people from Mars that were also
aliens.
here.
So we are the aliens.
We are the aliens.
Okay.
Yes.
And did we help the monkeys not become monkeys anymore, and we evolved them?
I mean, yes,
Theoretically.
absolutely, because they
Oh,
had
okay.
to dig for gold in order to fuel our spaceships.
It all goes back to the movie Blood Diamond, doesn't it?
Pretty much
Very
every
sad.
single time.
It's tragic.
It's David Icke's theory is troubling.
All right. Well,
Because
what's
it
the most
just-
troubling thing about
The only
it?
problem is that it just kind of ties the Jesus thing into it that just doesn't make any sense. It just every single, it's like I just read through a whole passage on the David Icke book. By the way, spent 2 hours trying to read it on the plane on the way back from Florida to New
Yeah.
York. I got through 12 pages
12 pages? Not bad,
12
Henry.
pages.
That's good,
after
though.
a period of time. I thought I was going to die.
I just read Daredevil the whole time on my plane trip. I had a great time.
Yeah, I can't be entertained anymore.
So what's the most controversial thing about David Icke's theory?
Well, it just lumps it into it just lumps another historical figure into his idea. He wrote this another thing. He was like talking about Joan of Arc was also fake. Joan of Arc is also fake, and that she was an excuse in order to put the French reptilian bloodline into the English royalty. But then at the same time, I'm still thinking about this. He's just talking about all these like weird manipulations of like this thing called the black nobility, which is like a certain like all these dukes and people coming out of Belgium and all this shit. They were reptilian bloodline and how they worked their way in all these different like royal families, and then after a while you're just like, they're 50-foot lizards. They just need to show up.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
if they want to be bosses of the world, they just pop up and be like,
Yeah.
hey guys, we fucking own you now. We're 50-foot
We're just
lizards.
huge, right?
Yeah, we're huge lizards.
I mean, you ever see The Fifth Element? Just be massive.
Just be
a massive
big
alien.
lizard. I'll
We will
listen to
follow you. Yeah.
I'll work for you.
What is our choices? Well, we kill you or you listen to us, and we still might kill you. Well, this is fantastic.
But the one thing thing he does pick up is this idea that Jesus of Nazareth, and Nazareth is a thing that's brought up in the Bible all the time. But what Nazareth
band as well.
The Nazarenes were actually
Love hurts, love strong.
and now you're messing with the son of a bitch. That's a good song.
Yeah. It
I
is a
fucking
great-
get pumped up. to that.
Yeah. By the underrated Nazareth.
They really
They
are.
hold
Yeah.
up and they rock hard.
But basically saying the Nazarenes were not. It's not a place. Nazareth was never a place. It was a society. And the Nazarenes were one of the secret knowledge societies, like the secret knowledge schools that helped hold the secret of the reptilian agenda.
And this was all during Jesus' birth time?
Yes, and that there were people, talking about like part of the main reptilian bloodlines were the people that founded Rome, Romulus, and his grandfather, right?
Yeah.
Reptilian bloodline. They made Rome. And what they would do is during the time
The name
of
like
Jesus,
Romulus. I
It was
believe
Romulus. Yeah, it's a powerful name.
Yeah.
And that they would leave, once the whole Bible stuff started happening, the great grandson of Romulus went to Africa, pretended to be Peter the Apostle, and told all these stories about Jesus, all these different gospel stories, all of which were horseshit. In order
Yeah.
to keep because the Catholic religion and Christian religion was the umbrella religion that they decided to hold all of the esoteric knowledge in for the future generations. And that it started with the Egyptian religions and then moved into Christianity as the new we're gonna fool people with our shadow religion.
See, here's what I'm starting to realize about the lizard people, the reptilians. They seem like they're a serial killer that wants to get caught.
Yes.
Like they keep sending in clues here and there because once David Icke, it's like Nazareth was a secret society in which, if it's a secret society, then why
do
do
we
they
know
name
about it?
Why do they name him Jesus of Nazareth?
Because it's fake. Because he's making that up. They weren't a secret society. You just look at all this stuff. He's like, it's David Icke sits alone in his house, no family. He can't. No one can love a man
I
like
think
David
he has a
Icke.
woman come over, every now and again and fluff him and service him.
He just it's like shove the head of the iguana up my ass.
Are you sure, Mr. Wright?
and then take its tail and put it around, put it in my pay ho.
He's just trying to become a reptile.
I do believe. We could have been put here by aliens.
Maybe.
It's a very rational
but
idea.
This story is getting a little complicated.
It is. So we got David Icke, we got the Zeitgeist. What's the third version?
Oh, a very interesting theory, actually, talking about if you look at the Gospels, the four Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, right? and the order by which they come.
By the way,
Basically,
do we want to go back real quick to read a little bit more about the biblical version?
Sure.
Just to try to level out the playing field a little bit, because we obviously have David Ikes and Mr. Zabrowski. Who
it's really hard to make sense.
It doesn't make any sense.
Well, again, I want to say, like as we've done many times on this podcast, this is only dipping your toe into a concept that is just fucking books and books and books deep. I sat and tried to listen to all this. And the problem is like I'm reading and reading and reading, still just filled with rage for my own personal Christmas. So it's like it's just became my vendetta. I got on the train today, furious, coming to the podcast, being like, "Fuck Christmas, fuck Jesus, I'm gonna fucking nail him to a cross." And then what it comes down to is you can't come at a comedy podcast with that mentality.
But you did.
I did.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm still being funny about it.
Yeah, yeah,
Well, you're
yeah.
always
I mean,
funny.
I came in here horribly angry.
We were so mad, but not
about very different things, but still horribly angry.
just so I may not be making myself totally clear because I just wish I could take Jesus off the cross.
And then what would
know?
you do with him?
Spank him.
Then you want to spank Jesus?
Spiggity spanky.
He was just hung on a cross for 3 days. You want to spank him?
Fucking, I want to get a big, fun gay dude to suck his dick.
Oh, he would love
Oh,
it.
like
Yeah.
Thomas, you want to get Thomas Dale to suck
Yeah,
his dick?
Thomas Dale would be perfect.
Jesus.
Oh my God, you would be the best secret gay lover to Jesus. Oh my God, that's what he was supposed to do.
Well, there are a lot of theories that hold some water about Jesus' homosexuality. He wasn't necessarily surrounded by ladies.
Yo, bro, it didn't matter because how can a ghost be gay? Was Spider-Man gay? I don't
Probably,
know.
though.
Who
Oh,
gives
come
a
on.
shit?
No,
Because
Spider-Man
it's
has
the
Mary Jane.
Oh, my God. Have they ever
And
touched?
Gwen Stacy. They were married.
All right, let's get to the Bible story here.
fake. It's all cartoons and nonsense.
All right, let's set some mood music here. And it came to pass in those days that there went out a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed. And this taxing was first made
Barack Obama.
That's right. Think about it.
Fiscal cliff.
when
Think about
Cyrenius
that.
was governor of Syria. And all went to be taxed, everyone into his own city. And Joseph also went up from Galilee, out of the city of Nazareth, into Judea.
Joseph, played by Bruce Willis.
Oh, nice.
Unto the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house and lineage of
And
David.
Bethlehem means house of bread, right? Which again just means
Where you want to live.
a constellation in the sky. It's fine. It's fine. Let's talk about it.
And so it was that, while they were there, the days were accomplished that she should be delivered. And she brought forth her firstborn son, and wrapped him in swaddling clothes, and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the inn. And there were in the same country
You gotta
shepherds.
use that
Expedia.com.
They should have done Airbnb. That's what they should have done.
Shepherds abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night. And lo, the angel of the Lord came upon them.
Is this Terminator 2?
Yeah. Well, I already fucked that girl.
And the glory of the Lord shone round about them, and they were sore afraid.
Uh-oh.
And the angel said unto them, Fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy.
Why
which
are you
shall
yelling?
be-
I'm an
which
angel.
shall be to all people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. And this shall be a sign unto you. Ye shall find the babe wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in a manger. And suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly host, praising God and saying, Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men.
You're out of the group.
And it came to pass, as the angels were gone away from them into heaven, the shepherds said one to another, Let us now go even unto Bethlehem, and see this thing which is come to pass, which the Lord hath made known unto us.
It's Lilo.
And they
Oh,
came with
hello.
haste, and found Mary and Joseph and the babe lying in the manger.
I seem to have shat myself while I was giving birth to Jesus.
All tore up and things.
And when they had seen it, they made known abroad the saying which was told them concerning this child. And all they had heard, it wondered at those things which were told them by the shepherds. But Mary kept all those things and pondered
Like
them
women
in
do.
her heart. And the shepherds returned, glorifying and praising God for all the things that they had heard and seen, as it was told unto them.
So what's the deal with Bethlehem?
Good timing with the bombs in the end.
Well, I mean, the Terminator main title is one of my favorite scores.
Oh, absolutely.
yeah,
I love it.
Is that Danny Elfman?
No, that's John Williams.
You know,
Yeah.
usually Danny Elfman does a great one too.
Well,
He
yeah,
really
but his
does.
got like slide whistles in it and Adam's family. Adam's family quotes laced through it.
So the birth of Jesus takes place in Bethlehem. What's going on here?
Bethlehem again. Bethlehem means house of bread, which is the name for the Big Dipper constellation. Was also the name for a long time, House of Bread. So again, that just corresponds to things that were in the sky around December 25th during ancient times.
Do you think the Big Dipper is ever going to be called like the Big Deep Fryer in the sky, like the thing, like the big old French fry holder in the sky?
President Ham Wilson gets his way
What's Ham Wilson? What platform is he running on?
on the fucking Ham platform. That's just all he's doing. He's just walking around just like, well, y'all better get a fucking tub of mayo because my inauguration is nigh.
Yep, Ham is just his nickname. Real name Luther.
Luther Wilson.
Luther Ham Wilson.
Ham Wilson.
How'd you get the name Ham, Luther?
We haven't had a president with a good nickname in a long
No,
time.
not since Give 'em Hell Harry.
Give him hell, Harry Truman.
Yeah, nuke the Japs Harry.
Yeah, well, that was your nickname. That was the Zabrowski family nickname for him.
You had to. I was reading a thing last night talking about how like they fought so aggressively and they
Yeah.
did so many like
dear
crazy
God.
things. It's like we had to nuke them.
No,
we had to humble them.
Jesus Christ.
We went too far.
Well,
We
No,
really
I
went.
mean, they-
you
it
could
was-
argue that we ended the war about 5 years before it was going to be over. So we saved lives.
We saved lives.
That's
in
the
many
military
ways.
line
We
anyway.
just
Yeah.
destroyed farms. Who gives a fucking
I mean,
shit?
millions of people died.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that died.
Jesus.
I
I
mean,
know.
like,
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm the place and time. Different place and time. If I was president at the time, it had to be like, do we drop these nuclear bombs in Japan? I'd be like, well, fucking, that would be righteous to look at.
Right.
Fetch me my presidential bowl.
Yeah.
Videotape the whole thing. Just, oh man, that would have been cool as fuck to see.
Yeah, no, it's a different fantasy than what a good president would have. So we got
President Henry Pizza Zabrowski.
I just voted for him because he promised free
I
pizza.
named
but
myself
that-
after my favorite round food.
Henry, pizza, Zabrowski.
It's not even your favorite food. It's your favorite round food. I got a favorite long food too. It's a
I had a
hoagie.
hard time not being Henry Bagel Zabrowski.
Henry everything bagel with lox and cream cheese and maybe some cheese.
Zabrowski, oh! Is it hot in here? Oh my God, I'm dizzy. I must have gotten up too fast.
Yeah, the CIA is just like me. We made the wrong choice.
But
So we got the third option
The
here,
third
too.
option is actually the one that interests me the most. Of like these basically talking about when the Gospels came out, all in staggered times after quote unquote the age of Jesus. Again, not real. Right, that these were people that, according to the apostolic like belief system of the Catholic Church, is that this was stuff that was from eyewitnesses. People were there who saw. Then you kind of found out that basically what it was written by guys who said that they knew the guys. They were just like
heard about the guy.
Yeah, the Gospel of Mark was written by a guy like I knew Mark. Yeah, Mark.
Well, wasn't that written like 200
Yeah.
200 AD?
But that was the one that was the simplest written. There's a lot of different like there's many arguments about like which was the first gospel, and because
Yeah.
there are elements to some where it's like Matthew, Mark, and Luke have incredible similar elements. There's a lot of people talking about how like they may have all been based off of one of the other
Sure.
gospels, or there was another thing talking about a Q document that they call like que, which is like French for
How do they say it?
Que, and then the and that Q that just means that like they just don't know what that thing was because the Luke and John ones have similar elements and the other two don't, so they think there may have been an earlier document that they just stole from.
Yeah,
That's
isn't-
another thing you learn is that they just stole shit. No one wrote original stuff.
Yeah.
Shakespeare again. That's why I don't understand. David Icke has a lot to say about Shakespeare.
Oh, I'd imagine he does.
So fucking
he has a lot to say about everything.
He's just so ridiculous. But it's like he's just like, and where in his right mind would a poor man named William Shakespeare ever come up with some of the brilliant plot lines of his many plays? I would submit he did not. And it was like, but everyone just ripped each other off. They were just
Yeah.
stories that had happened
Yeah.
for years and years.
And isn't Mark like kind of the dick gospel, like the one that has all the shitty rules in it?
No. Mark is the basic one.
Okay.
Mark is the one that just Mark is the basic one that just basically said Jesus came out, he performed these miracles, and then it's kind of anti-Jew. Where
Yeah.
It's just like the end of it, it's just basically saying this is, and the Jews murdered him, and the Jews forsake him.
I mean,
and
it
they were the
just
reason why.
sounds like, minus the anti-Jew thing, what the best friend of David Blaine is going to be saying in 50 years.
Yeah,
You know?
he was a real asshole.
I'll tell you one
And
thing.
fucking God forbid if you didn't get in his latte.
He electrocuted you. Know?
Yeah, he made you float everywhere.
So we got this. What's your favorite?
But basically,
theory?
let's talk about this idea of the Gospels kind of stole from each other, and also they were obviously in sort of competition. They were never supposed to be one book. It was supposed to be one Gospel was chosen to be the Bible.
Okay.
And all the rest of them could go fuck themselves. But what the smart people did later on was take all of them, put them together, and then you could see the many
Compendium.
contradictions in the stories. And basically, what you find out is there's one line of thought that the Jesus story is an allegory for how the Jewish people believed that they were being constantly punished by God because they didn't know how to properly worship Him. Because the Jews have been persecuted by cultures forever. Since the beginning of being Jewish, they have been ruled by other people, never themselves. And so the idea is that, like, even when the opportunity came to meet the Savior, it's like when Jesus was on earth, the true Son of God, that the Jews met him, they betrayed him, and then they murdered him.
Yeah.
And that even then, when presented with the true Savior, all they could do was say no.
And then
so
God
they,
was very stressed out, and he's like, "How'd you fail at this?"
Yeah,
know,
you were
things
not
like that.
supposed to fail at this, blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah. And that what these Gospels served as
And then
a
God-
showing of, like, look at all the things that Jesus did that we ignored and then betrayed.
And that was also the thing with Mary and Jesus. They were supposed to be, like, they were said to be a new Adam and Eve, and that Adam and Eve failed God's test, and Jesus
And
and
Adam and
Mary-
Eve is another version of the Nimrod, Semiramis, Tammuz story.
Yeah, and that Jesus and Mary were the ones that passed the test.
Because original documents made Cain the virgin son of Eve.
Really?
That was another thing too. Is that was one of the original stories, and there's a lot of talk about, like, the Gnostic Bible, which comes from Noah's perspective.
And then there's also the story of Lilith, like the first, but it's the
And then
first
the Dead
draft.
Sea Scrolls talk about all the weird, again, about the Jesus myth. Well, the Dead Sea Scrolls is where Nephilim come from, which is angels. You want to say a Nephilim, like Gabriel, raped a woman in a field and made a man. So maybe at
You
some
want to
point,
spice up the language
yeah,
a little bit.
Nephilim equals Anunnaki equals the what are they called? Daemons equals
Daemons.
yes.
Daemons.
I forget what else was the Indian version, which is again the reptilian race that put us here, and that
Geronimo.
and the Grail, the Holy Grail. It's not a cup.
No?
That's not a bloodline. There's a lot of people say it's a Barovian Jesus bloodline. It's not. It's fake.
all right.
Jesus wasn't real too. Just never had a son or brother or anything. Because it's not real. You just tell me what, right?
And he has not-
Anunnaki.
And he has not been drinking, folks.
Not
Totally
And it
sober
is-
here.
Yeah, Anunnaki's bloodline. All right, and it was Napoleon was Chinese. That's what was weird.
What?
Yeah, Jesus was black. Napoleon
Well,
was
I believe
Chinese.
Jesus was
Joan
black.
of Arc was John of Arc was a dude dressed up as a lady. All right, Statue of Liberty is a rocket ship.
Well, I believe that's true.
The White
yeah.
House is a fucking chocolate factory.
Well, sure. I
There's
could see
so
that.
much fucking real shit out there. I got a subscription to Coast for Christmas.
You did.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
I bought it for myself.
I got a
So
subscription.
you did not get it for Christmas.
I bought it for
You
myself
just happened to buy it December 24th and December 25th.
to celebrate Christmas.
Yeah, I got a
Please.
subscription to Texas Monthly.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
What's that? Is that just like free smells of barbecue packets?
Kinda. I
Yeah,
mean, you just,
like,
it's just
here's
kind
a
of
bag of dirt. Hey, you better get yourself some horrible shoes. Come on,
Yeah.
Texas.
it's just a great magazine about all the cool things happening in Texas.
It's wonderful.
Yep. Jebediah Wilson writes that great column, How to Dress. How to dress every morning.
Yeah, my girlfriend got it for
How
me.
to
It was very
beat your
sweet.
wife so her fucking friends will shut up about it.
That's right.
Yeah.
Don't
That's
let 'em
hard to
see.
do.
Absolutely,
It's
you
very
gotta
hard
do
to do.
body shots.
It's all
body
about the
shots.
body shots.
Tell her put on some Spanx.
All right, Henry. So this whole thing has been completely insane.
I'm sorry. This was disorganized.
Yeah.
No, it's
I just
organized.
started to.
But I will say it was probably the most organized of our disorganized episodes.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
think
would
that's a
say
good
yes.
thing,
It was definitely more organized than our Alien Agenda episode.
Yeah.
I still think that's probably our most confusing one.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This, I'm just going to start putting up some of the articles. I'm going to put the supplementary material on the Facebook page.
Good idea.
Feel free to read them. Don't believe in Jesus Christ. You're a fool if you do.
Well, you know.
Well, unless
I
it
mean,
makes you do
guys,
nice
some of
things.
our maybe a Christian people.
Who?
I don't know.
I don't
Who
know.
could possibly listen to this podcast
Well, this has been very interesting. It's been enlightening about the
Yeah.
Christian faith.
It's very interesting. It would have nice. I tell you what, man. It would have been nice if Jesus was around. He seemed like a groovy guy.
He really did.
He seemed like a thing. Like he
He would
said,
probably
really,
smoke that sweet weed with
But
you.
guess what, man? Human beings are fucking animals who can barely keep from murdering each other, and we can't let a nice guy be around because we would chop his dick off. All right, we would
Especially in like fucking
and eat it
in
like a
80
guy
No,
did.
we wouldn't eat it.
and the fucking like turn of the like fucking
That was
00
a horrible
AD.
time to be alive.
Jesus Christ, a nice guy. They would have chopped him up and eaten his dick.
The only
Sort of
people
what
who
they
were
did.
doing good were the Native Americans, and you didn't hear about them for a long time because you didn't hear about them until white people found them. And woe was the day when white people found Native Americans because those poor
Not
people
their
were
best
having
day.
such a good time. All right, and then white people showed up,
Well,
and
gave
we
them smallpox.
suck at it.
Yeah.
We suck at having a good time. We can do anything right.
Well, giving a whole, I mean, well, we won't talk about it.
Well, we suck at good times and original ideas, except for vaudeville. That was ours.
Vaudeville, we did it.
Vaudeville and the bomb and
I would
more.
also say pizza. We did pizza, vaudeville, pizza. We did the bloomin' onion. God, I love a bloomin' onion.
I did
Barbecue-
actually have this.
barbecue was white people. Well,
I did.
black people.
I did have this argument with my girlfriend one day. It's like, no, white people have done great shit. She's like, name them. I'm like, well, pizza.
Pizza.
Yeah.
Italian.
Again, vaudeville.
Vaudeville. Cars.
Yeah, cars. We made
yeah,
cars
that's
into a
true.
hobby.
Yeah.
You know, we did that. You know,
The
We-
printing press.
Silicon Valley's mostly white
Sure.
people.
Yeah.
You know, you got
Hats. Hats were popular
those,
with the white
those
people.
roller coasters that are just dead drops.
Sure.
You know,
Yeah.
those are good ones. We
Yeah.
We probably did
Death
that.
drops.
Probably.
Funnel cakes. That's
Well,
a
I
big
don't know
white
if we got
person
the
thing.
funnel cakes.
You don't
Gypsies.
think so?
I think gypsies had
yeah.
the funnel cakes.
Cheese.
Oh, yeah. We'll take
yeah.
cheese.
Fetid, rotten shark.
Yeah.
That you fucking bury in a hole and eat 6 months later.
I'm actually going to give that to the Asians.
we
All right, Henry, what do you got to choose? If you have to choose one of these, you got the. Do we have any more from the Bible, man?
Nope, that's all we
got
got.
that.
That's all the
Myth,
Bible
you got
has to offer us.
We got the Zeitgeist, you got David Icke, and we got the third theory here. Which one do you think is the most accurate and the most true?
Oh, the Zeitgeist one is definitely
Yeah.
the most true. I honestly think that every single mythical story that exists comes from human's original fascination with the sky and our visible God, the sun, and then everything else
with
just
that.
kind of comes from eating mushrooms and smoking weed.
Playing
Yeah.
make believe.
Yeah.
And our brains not being hooked up correctly for the first, 20,000 years that
Exactly,
we were alive.
because our consciousness was so we were more hive mind. I do believe that when we were coming up, we were psychic. Neanderthals could speak with each other mentally because the same way animals do in terms of like using physical like gestures,
subtle
and, very
gestures,
subtle
yeah.
and smells,
Body language.
Yes, and that things were very different. Our consciousness was different. So they are even talking about the Greeks thought the ocean was red. They saw colors differently. You know, it's just like what they used to. The way all those original statues were decorated were crazy colors, and like they were never white. It was like humans had a very different concept of the world, and it took a long time before us for us to get to this very boring, shitty way that we look at it now.
Yeah, we used to hallucinate on a daily basis, just all on our own.
Yeah, and now we got to fucking I got to fucking call Sly Dave over, and he's got to hang out for 20 minutes.
I know
And
all
he's
about
sitting
it.
there telling me about his fucking jam band, and he's got a new sound hookup for his fucking television. And I'm just like, just drop your mushrooms and get out of here, Sly Dave, because I got shit to do. I got to take these mushrooms and go see 2001 at Nighthawk.
All right, everybody, that's the show. That's Marcus, and I'm Ben. Thank you for clarifying all that we ever needed to know about the Christmas myth.
Happy winter solstice. I hope that you enjoy your fetid ham. Please
What
smoke
is a fetid ham?
and smoke your holly ram. That's what I'm gonna call the weed that you should smoke on Christmas. Holly rum. Smoke it. Holly rum. Holly
All right,
rum.
smoke
Please,
it.
fucking steel drum.
All right, I guess Magustalations.
Megustalations.
Megustalations.
Hi, me.
Heil Geen.
All right.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
Oh, my creaky bones. Oh, I didn't do my yoga this morning.
Oh yeah, how often
So
do
I'm
you
feeling
yoga?
off. Yeah, about once every fucking 29 years.
But this is just
I missed it.
yes.
I missed the boat. You know,
Yeah.
I was supposed to do it yesterday to be the first time, and I didn't do it.
All right, we're good to go. All right, that's Marcus Parks. I'm Ben Kissel, and then we got this guy. He's like doing some weird stretches over here to my left. He,
and
looks
then
like he
we
hasn't
placed
stretched.
my penis on yoga.
Penis yoga.
I can touch. What I love is my favorite move. It's called making the letter A. And what you do is you bend all the way over to your hard penis. Well,
has to be hard.
You have to be hard to make the cross section for the A.
Well, how do you
and
bend
you
it?
touch your forehead to the tip of your hard penis.
Oh, I see.
You bend
yeah.
yourself forward.
So it's
and
a
then you
huge
stick your
A.
arms out. Yeah. Because I got a middle section of my back because I'm half centipede.
Interesting.
It's not true, man.
No,
it's
that's
not
that's
true.
That's
it was
a lie.
Character. It was a dumb character to begin with, and it didn't pan out to a better character to end with.
I like penis yoga, Henry Zabrowski.
I'm fine with him. You know,
Yeah.
we all got to sweat. We all got to work out.
Mainly
don't.
your penis. No,
You know?
definitely not.
I'm mildly disappointed.
You're not happy with it, Marcus? Penis yoga, Henry Zabrowski?
What
not
am I
so
going to
bad.
do?
I mean,
you know, and it comes down to it, we're all spitting out fucking gold.
Oh, yeah, constantly.
24/7.
Nonstop.
Sometimes it's just not going to be that. Can't
Right.
all be Detective Popcorns, all right? I got
That's
that in
right.
my pocket.
That's
Sometimes
right.
it'll be fool's gold.
He actually does have popcorn in his pocket, which is kind of sad.
Yum, 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 yum.
That is
Oh,
very,
it's all
very
flat and wet for my butt sweat. Yay!
You would need a pretty large donk, though, to make the A. To actually make the A. So
Oh
it is
yeah,
a
no,
flaw
not
to
my
them.
snub nose fucking member I've got going on here. My Polish, Scottish fucking gnarled knot I got down
Yeah.
underneath.
So if your penis was a gun, you're describing it as a snub nose.
That's why I have my collection of many toys.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with a Colt 45, and I'm gonna give you, Marcus, an AK-47.
Hey, thank you,
Not
sir.
bad.
So it's 100 episodes.
100 episodes.
episodes.
The Ticker Tack Parade has begun.
I remember back in my day when you called an appetizer an appy, and it was okay for everybody to hate the Japanese.
Oh yeah, that was about 100 episodes.
Years old.
Actually, I think that was about 3 episodes ago, if I remember correctly. But that's kind of interesting.
So what we've decided to do
Anyway.
for it's our centennial is begin a new round of special episodes we'll do called like Big Hitter.
Big hitters, the Babe Ruths
Can
of
we get,
murder
like, a
and macabre.
Baseball sound effect like a
That's a good one, Marcus.
oh, and be like, hey.
You hit my wife in the face with the baseball. Something like that.
That is great.
Perfect.
See, who says we can't paint a picture?
No one says that.
So we're gonna go through our some of the bigger names in serial killer
That's
history
right.
that we haven't covered, mainly because of either own personal bitterness,
Sure.
or because of we just never got there. And today's the public enemy number one.
That's right.
The guy
We were-
who invented the modern idea of the serial killer,
Yeah, I mean, we were speaking about penises earlier.
the lady
of course.
killer himself. It's
Ted Bundy.
Bundy.
Theodore Bundy. It's crazy. He really does. Wild, even.
So handsome. I want to get to the chorus. Here we go. Sexy boy. I'm not your boy,
I could hear him playing this song. I could see him playing this song in the car while he
This is how we got the girls in the
kidnaps a
car in the
random
first place.
victim.
Because he
Yeah.
roll up playing it. There's is that Shawn Michaels?
That's
He's like,
amazing.
"Nah, just me, old funny, friendly Ted."
That's right.
And man, he was handsome.
God,
He was a handsome devil. He was a charming man, a very
Fuck
intelligent guy, and to some degree. Yeah. Well,
A young Republican.
that's the thing about him. Ted Bundy, the women that he killed, I don't necessarily have the most amount of sympathy for the victims, simply because those were women that would never even remotely come close to looking at guys like us. And they would walk past us.
Hey, speak for
and-
yourself, man.
No, I'll speak for all 3 of us. I'm fairly certain I know what I'm saying here. And they would snub their nose at us, and they would say something rude. Oh, hey, tall guy. Hey, fat guy. Hey, weird boy playing with bones.
Okay, you make a point on that one.
Yeah,
So
sometimes
I-
you got to even the playing ground. Sometimes you can get out there and you got to make it even, which is why we're funny.
That's right. Well, we're forced into it,
Forced into it.
So, of course, Ted Bundy, where do we want to start when it comes to the massacres
Well,
that
we
Mr.
got to get back
Bundy...
in the way back machine and go
That's
back to
right.
Ted Bundy was just a swaddling babe
Yeah.
in a manger somewhere deep in Bethlehem.
Well,
Oh,
somewhere.
are you
in-
saying he was Jesus?
One star shone in the sky, and three just dirty desert men
Yes.
just crawled through the sand. They brought a tiny Arab boy incense.
Frankincense.
Well, it wasn't
then-
so much Bethlehem as it was the Elizabeth Lund Home for Unwed Mothers.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, you could make an argument then that perhaps he was a golden child, somebody born, without a father, much like Jesus.
I mean, there is
I guess
much
Jesus had a dad, but-
there is much speculation that his father was in fact his maternal grandfather.
See, that is
Well, isn't that
that is a
something?
fakery. That's a fakery of a mockishism.
his mother should have gone with that virgin birth line. It
What are
certainly
you gonna
worked for
do when
Mary.
Grandpa's out there, he's whittling the prettiest horse for your birthday.
Looking
You
great.
know what I mean? You look out there, he's got
Absolutely.
those fine overalls. He doesn't need to wear a shirt.
Small
he's
trickle.
making a letter A out in the field. You know what I'm
I
saying?
see.
Well,
Definitely.
mostly he was out in the field screaming about how much he hated the blacks, the Italians, the Catholics, and the Jews.
Well, because they were liberated, he had to go out in the field and work. I'm sure he was just like, I remember a time.
The field is where you can express all of your most controversial opinions.
Yes,
'Cause
controversial
you can just
indeed.
yell at, you yell at corn and stuff.
Yeah, that corn ain't talking.
And then he'd go inside, beat his wife and the family dog, and then go out in the neighborhood, grab some cats by the tails, and then swing them around his head.
And then grab his daughter and make some serial killer eggs.
I think Crazy Man Bundy's at it again. Hey, kids, come on out of here and look at the game.
Well, this was
he
in a
would
Bundy.
actually speak aloud to unseen presences as well. This was not a Bundy, no. This was a Cowl.
He was born Tedward. Is it Tedward?
Tedward?
Theodore Cowell.
Yeah.
And then he wasn't later on until he was adopted by a man named James Bundy.
No, Johnny Culpepper Bundy.
Johnny Culpepper Bundy.
Oh, yes, Johnny Culpepper Bundy, the
Yeah.
greatest of all the Bundys.
Yeah, he was a hospital cook.
Oh,
yeah.
No, and they
Interesting.
kind of had like a nice relationship. So if you wanted to, let's fill in some more details about his childhood.
So
Let's do a
Ted
little
Bundy
bit more.
wasn't a Bundy. Ted Bundy, so he was an adopted boy.
He was, yeah. His stepfather Johnny Bundy adopted him formally after he married his mother. But Bundy was for up until 1969, he was under the impression that his grandfather was actually his father,
Okay.
and that his mother was his sister.
Which is also the same set of circumstances that Jack Nicholson grew up in, which is really like that's the truth. And then
We call that the old 50s switcheroo.
But I've watched so many documentaries where like we'll find out is that when he finds it out, everyone's just like, and that was what turned the switch to make a man into a killer. And it's
Or
like,
an
I don't
amazing
think so.
actor,
well, it was one of two switches, but we'll get to that.
He's got a
later.
bunch of
So,
switches.
okay, so Jack Nicholson thought his grandfather was his father and his mother was his sister, and he turned out to be one of the most successful actors of all time.
Yeah, and finger banger extraordinaire.
Exceptionally good, and now it's all kind of weird with his old man fingers all
He's got
pudgy and
those
stuff.
2-inch wide knuckles now.
Yeah, I don't know what happens to old men when you age, but your fingers just expand. Like I guess it's sort of like how your feet do.
My grandfather's hands, meaty paws, would be the only way I would be able
just-
to
yeah.
describe those hands.
Just riffling through while your young mother's asleep, and his big meaty paws are in there grabbing at her fresh white rump. You know, making a Bundy.
Oh, definitely
Making a little Bundy. Every time I have sex from now on, I'm going to say, let's make a Bundy. It also sounds like taking a huge dump, doesn't it? Let's go in there and make a nice little Bundy.
Well, Bundy exhibited disturbing behaviors from a very young age. At the age of 3, his aunt tells a story in which she awoke from a nap to find little Ted had placed a circle of knives around her, and he was staring at her while giggling.
Like she was a little pork roast or something. That's kind of fun. Yeah.
And
Weird. But then no one said anything to me. When I was like 4 or 5, I took all my sister's Barbies. I would remove the clothes from them, rip off the heads, and bury them with their feet sticking out of the dirt in the backyard.
Oh, look at Henry's doing Henry gardening.
Just me,
Isn't that
just like
kinda
no
fun?
mirth in my face at all, just
Yeah.
burying naked Barbie dolls, and I was just saying, hey, I'm making a fun garden, is what I said
It
to my
does
mother.
sound like a relatively fun garden. It sounds sort of similar to that great horror movie Motel Hell, if you've ever seen that. You check
movie.
in, but then you turn into the garden.
Yeah.
They bury you, and then they eat you.
That's a long tagline.
Yeah, it's a really long one. It was the whole VHS cover.
Well, psychiatrist who analyzed Ted's behavior as a child after interviews with friends and family, he said that he was, quote, not like other children. He looked and acted like them, but he was haunted by something else.
He was
fear,
more
a
attractive.
doubt.
Well, that was everyone has said that they couldn't understand as he was growing up is that he was always cute as the fucking button, and everybody loved him, and he was great, but he was like a hollow child that couldn't make any friends.
Right.
He was super shy, he stuttered, and he couldn't connect with anybody. And then they're saying even as a child, he kind of had a a predilection for this idea of that he was going to grow up to be super important. That's
Right.
what he wanted. He wanted to be special.
And that's the thing with a lot of these serial killers and a lot of politicians as well.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not going to say comedians.
No, we don't desire power or anything. We just want to spread joy and laughter to the world, not a negative, dark side inside of us. All right.
The psychologist also said that something inhabited his mind with the subtlety of a cat. That will be important later with the theory that I have about Ted Bundy.
How subtle are cats?
Cats can be subtle.
I guess so.
I don't know how many times I'm sitting in bed just eating out of a jar of peanut butter and a cat just kind of crawls into the window and starts licking on my balls.
Oh, yeah, that is subtle.
How many times has it got to be this
Yeah.
way?
Well, you put the peanut butter on your balls and you call the cat over.
I'm
but
sitting in a
that's
bucket
okay.
of tuna.
You know, that's half your fault, Henry. Half your fault.
Well, Bundy, growing up when he was in high school, he said that he was very awkward with relationships. He didn't understand interpersonal relationships at all. But his classmates said that he was well-known and well-liked, a medium-sized fish in a large pond.
Well,
but this is also when Bundy found his lifelong love of snow skiing.
He loved
that
snow
something?
skiing.
He loved it. It was
Wow.
it was his favorite thing to do in the entire world was snow skiing.
All right, well, that makes sense, I
Is
suppose.
that why he
seems
ended
like
up
a skier.
going to the University of Washington, was to be up in the mountains? Because I know that that's where he stored all of his bodies, we find later on.
Yeah. Over up on Mount Taylor.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But in a psychologist reading watching another documentary and basically saying that it's just a predilection of people that are born super good looking. They just people will like them.
Yeah.
No matter what it is that they do, you're
Yeah.
just gonna like them. They get a little farther in life. They get they
yeah,
get
they
that
make more
promotion.
money.
If you don't get absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Well, he, of course, loved snow skiing, but in high school, he was arrested twice on suspicion of burglary and auto theft. He used
That's
to
fine.
steal equipment and forge lift tickets. So he exhibits that early behavior and lifelong behavior that a lot of serial killers have of petty theft.
A lot of petty theft because it's just anything to give like a fuck you to police or like show everybody how fucking clever you are. And,
Right.
But the one thing is, was there any examples of him killing cats? Or
There
like
was-
doing any animal mutilations?
Not documented, no.
And no pee-pee, no bed pee-pee.
No, but he did not have the triad, as they call it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The triad of fight, and he didn't start fires either. So he's 0 for 3 on the serial killer triad.
I guess he was rebelling against his grandfather by not killing the cats and spinning them around by their tail.
Again, it's a standard. We've heard this theory before, where he believed that he was going to grow up to be something important, and
Yeah.
then he wasn't necessarily very good at any specific
Well, he
thing.
could have if he would have just waited for a little while. He was doing relatively well with his
His
life.
dick was too
You know.
ringing hard
Yeah,
for him
constantly.
to do anything else.
I mean, he just wanted to fuck so many corpses. It's tough to focus on,
That's the thing, is the corpse fucking. Literally, on the same documentary, a guy was just like, if he had just spent a little less time focusing on mayhem and murder, he may have been a good politician.
He would have been a great politician.
We'll get to the corpse fucking later on.
And then they would just give you corpses to fuck. I mean, that's the thing.
Absolutely.
The Kennedys have a whole freezer full of corpses.
Because all
Thaw it
you're
out and
doing
fuck
is
it.
you're popping the fucking door open for the fucking reptilians to come through any
That's
one
right.
of 12
Got
vial
you another
vortices.
corpse, yeah.
So if you just let yourself get into the fucking Illuminati, Bundy,
Right.
like you could have had all of the vicious shit, all
They
the
would've
kids
given you
you
whatever
want
you
to
want.
fuck, all the blood you want to drink. It's in Burlingham Palace. What's the name of that fucking
We'll
place?
give it Burlingham Palace. Yeah, sure.
I think
Burning Man Palace.
Burning Man Palace. That's a whole different kind of place.
In 1967, he attended the University of Washington, where he met his first and only true love. We don't know her real name, but she's most commonly known as Stephanie Brooks. Stephanie Brooks, he had never loved a woman more in his entire life.
But as much as he could love somebody.
As much as he could love someone, he became obsessed with her, which
well,
I think
no, I
is
think
an
that he
important
definitely did
distinction.
love her.
No, he loved the fact that she was rich and beautiful and powerful.
Are
She
you
came
telling
from
me
a
that-
political family?
Well, yeah, but that's what love is, right? Love is a rational thing, and he looked at it. He added it all up, and he's like, that equals love.
if you're a serial killer,
No, I'm saying, but this is the thing about Bundy, and this is what
it's not just factors.
it
It's
is
not
factors.
Just factors. Sometimes
Well,
it's
then why-
factors.
you don't fall in love with a homeless woman that's begging for change on the street. You don't just like meet her eyes. I mean, and be like,
I don't
just
know.
need that woman.
I've read some Reddit threads where people did that.
They were make believe. No, but he does feel empathy, and that was the thing about Bundy. He actually has extreme empathy, and but it just got perverted. So that's why he was able to come so hard when he was hurting these women, because he's like, "Oh, I know you're in pain," and he enjoyed the fact that he knew that they were in pain.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Well, yeah,
so I'm
I mean,
saying he
that's
could
just
love.
he's a sexual sadist.
Yeah.
He could only come if women were screaming or dead.
Yeah, which is kind of bizarre. It's pretty opposite things, aren't they?
So this starts at this woman. She dumps him. Of course, she doesn't. She doesn't. She says he's not, quote, husband material. So she dumps him because
it's the same thing.
Kind of. I mean, at this time, he's kind of a fuck up. He doesn't really go to class. He's not ambitious. He doesn't have any direction.
At this time, he's kind of a fuck up.
Because when he got to college, he discovered that he's like, oh, I'm good looking. He kind of got his fucking, his groove back.
Yeah,
like Stella would have.
Sure.
And so he got his fucking groove. He figured that I can flirt with chicks. I can do with the stuff. And he's like, I get a lot of chicks if I act like, I'm like super politically active and all this stuff. But then you find out that you get remotely past a 15-minute conversation with this young Cary Grant, you find out that he doesn't believe in a goddamn thing. He doesn't care.
It's the exact same. It's the equivalent of someone going to college, finding out that
half the Occupy movement,
finding out that people really enjoy Kurt Cobain, buying a guitar, and sort of learning how to play Pennyroyal Tea.
Yeah, why is there male goths?
Right.
No one no one's wearing those platform
exactly.
boots.
For 6 months, the girl's like, wow, I think he might make it as a musician, and then she realizes he's all bullshit and is going to be a total failure, and then she qualifies that by saying, oh, he's not husband material. When in reality, no, it's because his dick is probably too small and you don't think he's going to make any money.
The problem is he can't fuck you unless you're screaming, unless he's choking you.
Yeah.
And you have to pretend like you're dying.
Well, you just got to find the right lady.
Well, after this, he begins. This I find fascinating. He begins a 6-year-long game with this woman. But in the middle of that, in 1971, he starts working, and this is a fascinating detail with Bundy. He starts working at Seattle's Suicide Hotline Crisis Center.
Yes.
Because he loves to hear people in pain.
He does. And then a part
this
of
is
his
phone sex.
But it's also I feel like there's something to the psychopath that loves this idea of I'm doing something that makes me feel altruistic. It makes me look altruistic. So then it's almost be like, no, but I spent so many years working at the suicide hotline.
Can I just say that's exactly what people did when they voted for Bill de Blasio? Can I just say that? Okay, thank you.
Okay,
I'm
no,
done
you
with
can't.
I'm done with it. I'm done with it. Anyway, continue on.
God, just kill. It's podcast killing material. All right, so this is a audio clip from Ann Rule.
Yes.
Who was a famous crime author that ended up actually was working next the fucking desk to desk with Ted Bundy while he was working the call center at the crisis center.
Ted, I think you're actually driving people to kill themselves. Yeah, I thought that's what this was all about.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, yeah.
All right, here's the clip.
Ann Rule, now a best-selling author, was a volunteer at the Crisis Clinic, a suicide helpline, when she met the attractive, charismatic young Bundy.
Ted and I would work as a team. Ted was wonderful on the phone. He sounded caring. He was interested in people. I can still picture him hunched over the desk with a phone to his head.
Kind of making the A.
And many times we saved lives, which seems very ironic to me now.
Except
Did you say erotic?
Erotic.
But I got the sweet Ted, and who would walk me out to my car at 2 in the morning when my shift was over. And he'd say, Ann, please lock the doors. I don't want anything bad to happen to you on the way home. Well, I just been locked up with probably the most dangerous man in the western states. Never had a clue.
Yeah, I mean, then the big tell is that when you lock the door, then he pulls on the door. He's like, see, you can't even get in. Come on.
Yeah.
Can't even get in. It's like, God, fuck that. Fuck.
I mean, I don't know what this...
Like, Ted gets so excited about my safety.
Yeah. He always makes sure the doors are really, really locked.
Come on. Yeah, fucker, yeah.
I would assume just by the voice of this lady, she's a bit elderly and not necessarily the most attractive.
Well, I mean, she's pretty elderly. I think back in the day she was attractive. But the thing about Bundy, never killed anyone he knew. He was a stranger killer.
He was a stranger killer, and the other thing is, too, is that I don't think she was that attractive when she was younger, or she would have been on the list, because every single one of Ted Bundy's 35 victims, or supposed victims, they're all stinky hot.
Yeah,
and they were all blonde, weren't they?
Not only that, but the big detail is hair parted right down the middle.
Brunette. Hair parted down the middle, just like
his ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
He is right now in the middle of a 6-year-long game to get her back. This is the time he re-enrolls in University of Washington. He starts becoming a psychology major, which he uses those skills later on.
He literally went and got the training it took to fool people better.
Yeah.
This is Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
This is Michael Jordan. Can't jump from the fucking. He can't jump from the free throw line anymore. So he's got to get that fucking fadeaway.
Yeah,
That's right. That's right.
it's also in this time in 1972 when he first gets involved in politics, and really this is his only involvement in politics.
But he did it specifically as a part of the long game.
Yeah, as a part of the long game, he becomes involved in Governor Dan Evans' re-election campaign. He posed as a college student. He shadowed the opponent of the governor, and just so he could get the stump speeches. So he would sit there, he would write down notes, he would analyze them, and he would take them back to Davis and say, "This is how you beat the guy." Davis, he described Bundy as, quote, "smart, aggressive, and a believer in the system."
Oh, absolutely.
That's perfect. Like John Wayne Gacy. John Wayne Gacy was also involved in politics, and like
John Wayne
Mr.
Gacy was
Berkowitz,
heavily involved in
and
politics.
like
so
Mr.
much.
Berkowitz with the obviously the son of Sam with the hair fetish.
The long brown hair. It's kind of,
yeah.
but that's also like the thing that helps with that is the 1970s. Everybody had the same fucking hairstyle.
Yeah,
it was my mom. My mom was dealing with that during the Son of Sam terror raid in Queens because
right,
she
had to
the
cut
long
her
brown
hair, right?
Yeah, they had to hide your hair. Girls were putting their hair up in hats and shit like that.
Yeah,
but his basically, because what happens after she dumped him, it flew him into. That's when he went back home.
Yeah.
They said after she dumped him, he went back home. He looked through the records, found out the truth about his family history, and he said that's where it switched. But then there's also a rape murder that's pinned to him that happened during this time period.
Oh, yeah.
Which was I forget her name.
It was let's see here, in Seattle in 1971. I don't know exactly what her
But
name
he
is.
found her.
I'll tell you that should be.
And it's also, and he also, well, his original, like when they interviewed him, he told people some conflicting things about when his first murder was. He told some investigators his first kidnapping was in 1969
because there was a 12-year-old girl too that it was also pinned on him at that time.
Yeah,
I feel like
8-year-old girl.
So he went home.
He was 15.
He went home and he found out all these things about his family. That needs to be an Ancestry.com commercial, right? And then I got the leaf. My father was my grandfather.
So
my sister was my mother.
At this time, he goes to law school. He finally gets back in touch with the girl. He starts romancing her once again.
Mm-hmm.
He eventually convinces her to marry him. They get engaged, and then he just cuts off all contact.
As soon as she says yes.
As soon
That
as
was
she
it.
says,
The game's
just
done.
cuts off contact, and she finally gets a hold of him and says, like, what the fuck happened? And he just said, "Stephanie, I have no idea what you mean," and then hung up on her and never talked to her again. And that is when the killing starts.
Cold as ice.
Oh.
And it's like, then here, this was in 1974. It was a woman named Karen Sparks that was found during this time period who was sexually assaulted, and then she was raped, murdered with a pipe, and then raped with the pipe.
No, Karen Sparks survived.
Was that the survivor one?
That was the survivor. The first one that he killed was Linda Healy, who, by the way, was a ski forecaster for Northwest Ski Reports.
Oh, so they probably had a lot to talk
like a
about.
Coke dealer.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like a coke dealer.
Yeah, Karen Sparks.
So
she had been beaten with a metal rod broken from the bed frame, and then when they pulled the covers back on her body, they were horrified to find the rod had been brutally jammed into her vagina. He also used a speculum on her. If you don't know what a speculum is, it is a
You're
device.
not a lady.
You're not a lady. Yeah. If you're a man, a speculum is a device that they use to pry open your body cavities.
So this Healy woman, she was a forecaster for skiing. So that means the conversation was just about skiing.
No, he probably
and then
just
he
abducted
murdered her.
Maybe, or I don't know exactly when his game started.
His early game was all breaking and entering. He would break into a woman's house.
Yeah.
He would viciously assault her. With Linda Ann Healy, with Sparks, he just left her there. That was the only time he did that. After that, it would be a kidnapping situation. Like they went after Linda didn't show up to work. The police went and they pulled back her bed covers. They found a heavily stained pillowcase stained with blood-soaked sheets. The clothes that she wore that day were missing. They didn't find her body until a few years later when they found Ted's little graveyard up on Mount Taylor.
This Healy gal, she should have just started yelling things about herself and seeing if any of them hit. Like, I forecast for skiing. I love to ski. And then maybe be like, well, isn't that something? I love to ski. So if you're getting attacked by a killer, just throw some ideas out there. Just see if something sticks.
Likes and dislikes.
Yeah, exactly.
I love Game of Thrones. I don't like sesame seeds.
Isn't that something? I'm allergic to sesame seeds, and I love Mr. Dinklage acting. Mr. Dinklage.
Split off now.
All right, get on out of here. The funniest thing,
just kidding.
I was going to jam this rod into you. I was going to do that.
Well, there are more
Anyway.
similarities in the disappearances besides just the long hair. Most of them took place at night, all of them except for 2. Usually it was near ongoing construction work, which is weird.
That is really
I
strange.
guess the noise would muffle out any sounds of screaming.
Most of them were within a week of midterms or final exams, so women are very distracted. Because they were almost all college students. They're distracted. They're stressed out.
Super hot, super nice because he played on everyone's. Because then that's where he learned the best way to get somebody is to you play on their altruism. And again, it almost gives you a little bit of satisfaction when he would put on, he'd put on his his cast, and he would take his crutches, and basically he had a VW bug, and he would ask girls just randomly, just like, hey, can you actually help me get some stuff off the top of my car into my trunk? And then they go like, oh, sure, yeah, man. And then he'd go back there, and he'd have his hammer put up hammer or pipe. He had a hammer or a pipe and a crowbar.
It was a crowbar, a pipe, and a crescent wrench that he had made with an actual handle.
Not a candlestick, though, huh?
No candlestick.
No candlestick. Okay, interesting.
No, he's not Colonel Mustard.
He's not. Okay, it wasn't Colonel Mustard in the sidewalk of the FSU.
This is not a clue thing.
Okay, I thought it was.
It's all blunt trauma and strangulation.
Interesting.
He never used a gun because he was meticulous about his crime scenes. I mean, there were never any fingerprints found, and in fact, the forensic evidence linking Ted Bundy is fairly flimsy.
Just testicle prints, just nut prints, which is really bizarre. But you know what? I mean, at the very least, I guess if you have to die at any point in your life, 2 weeks before finals isn't that bad. You don't have to study, and I was very suicidal.
Dead.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, how many times did you utter that when you were at university and you had to take a test? You're like, I would rather be dead than study for this math test.
Yeah.
And then, sometimes you run into a dream maker.
Well, another thing about him is that his appearance was extremely. He was a good-looking guy, but they were very generic features.
Yes,
and he could
he
change.
also would change his look.
He would change his look he would change hairstyles. He would change facial hair. The only distinguishing mark that he had was a mole on his neck, but he would hide that because he usually wore turtlenecks or sweaters.
The turtleneck
that's also
killer.
the style of the time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And speaking of the style of time, all the women that he killed were all wearing either pants or slacks at the time of their disappearance.
Which is why if you ever hear news of a killer dressed as a mummy, it may or may not be Henry Zabrowski.
Oh,
the
interesting.
mummy killer.
You want to be the mummy killer.
Just dressed all in, just covered in toilet paper. Can you help me back to my sarcophagus?
So Charmin would be to blame. Charmin toilet paper to be blamed for this.
It's
for
the
you
Charmin fatty killer. No, I wanted to be the mummy killer.
No, I'm sorry. We're going to go Charmin fatty killer. You've actually been branded. I mean, so L.L. Bean sort of aided and contributed.
I would
Eddie
say
Bauer,
so.
L.L. Bean, all
Class
those
action lawsuit.
Yeah,
fam.
Leslie Lacey Bean.
Yeah?
Is that what the LL stands for?
I don't know. Could be.
Lucky Lady Bean.
Not in this situation, but yeah, maybe.
Lazy Larry Bean.
Lazy Larry Bean that's a whole different member of the Bean family.
Well, what he would do is that he would except for Sparks, he would kidnap the women, take them to a secondary site. Most of the murders were fairly quick. That he would kill them fairly quickly. There was only one victim that they found, after they did some forensic evidence. She survived for about 6 days after the initial.
And she was just hanging out in the woods for those 6 days?
He chained her to a tree, right? It was like the thing, he handcuffed her to a thing out there, and then he brought the other girl out there. He killed one girl in front of the other one.
That was the only time. That was the only, in Sassamass. That was the only time that he did a kidnapping during the day. This was some bold shit.
Well, this is when he got so fucking full of himself. He thought he was invisible. He thought he could do whatever he wanted. He was cleverer than anybody else.
A white guy dressed in LL Bean clothes in Florida is invisible.
He believed
this is in Florida. This is in Seattle.
This is Seattle. Okay,
before Florida. Now he believed that the American condition was being, and he said, invisible to everyone but yourself. So he
Really
believed
interesting.
that was his idea of being an American. Like, that's what he thought it was all about, that everyone was anonymous because he was a sociopath.
And that was his Republican side as well. He was a young Republican.
Yeah. And also, he was an extreme alcoholic. He was fucking wasted for every single one of his abductions. He said that while he was on the prowl, he was extremely drunk in order to significantly diminish his inhibitions and to sedate the dominant personality that he feared might prevent his inner entity from acting on his impulses. Here's another thing about that, because I'm building up to something here, man. He said, an official in Tallahassee who was guarding him, he said at one point, quote, he became weird on me. He did a metamorphosis, a body and facial change, and he felt that there was almost an odor emitting from him. As we know from our possession episode.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. We're going down the hole here, people.
I believe that Ted Bundy was a perfectly possessed human being controlled by a demon walking the earth.
Or he was a part of the MK Ultra original, like, blueprint people. They put him out there. They made him in order to create the serial killer phenomena, in order to create just enough fear in America that people will start being like, oh, we got to take our weapons and our guns away because serial killers are getting them. And then the government can make a fucking military order and make a whole place. What's it called? What's it called doing it?
I don't know. That's stupid.
A fascist utopia, a dystopian society,
that's just
an
dumb.
Orwellian universe.
That's fucking stupid, Henry. It's obviously demons.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Well, I just think we need to get rid of all crutches, because they're obviously leading to the murder of a bunch of ladies.
The thing is, Ted Bundy got so much press coverage. Well, like we're going to cover the second half of the next episode.
Yeah.
But when he was going through his trial period, he was making
loved
up
it.
lots of bullshit.
Yes, he was.
He's a bullshit master.
I mean,
He is. I just like the idea of him trashed, wasted, having a girl in the car, and she's like, "Are you a little drunk? Are you drunk?" And I'm not fucking drunk. Let's just play a little song, "Sexy Boy," just like trash, drunk. Oh my God! If you do happen to be drinking and driving this week, just accidentally, just play "Sexy Boy." You'll get home
Sexy
fine.
Boy, yeah, like pump it out to the
Gotta be,
streets.
it's the best drinking and driving song I've ever heard of.
But his day when he was doing the day abductions, he was just ripping through people. He was asking like 10 people on the beach.
He asked 4 women. What he was telling them is that he was trying to. He had
a cast on.
He had a cast on.
What's so funny is
he was dressed in a white tennis uniform, and he was telling them that he had a sailboat attached to his VW bug out there, and he needed help getting his sailboat off. He asked 4 women before one finally went to help him.
She just stupid girl.
Just stupid.
I mean, nice
and
woman.
then she disappeared into the woods. He chained her up to a tree. He came back. Got another woman. He abducted her when she went to the bathroom. Never came back. He took her.
That guy.
I mean, between Ted Bundy and Johnny Knoxville in the movie Bad Grandpa, never help anybody. Never. It's a hidden camera show or it's a serial killer.
Help anybody.
Boy, and during this time, boy, this is a great one right here. Bundy was working at the Washington State Department of Emergency Services.
Another sort of tragic type thing.
Agency that was involved in the search for missing women.
And so they started reporting. It was like women were going missing. It was like 6 women in a month.
And Bundy's just nailing it, getting a raise, climbing the corporate ladder.
Absolutely, because he's like doing like the Peter Parker Spider-Man thing. So
right.
You know what I think is he maybe be using like a wrench type thing. They're like, what?
Yeah. Exactly. I think I know where Spider-Man's going to be tomorrow.
But the thing is that he was ending up on a shorter and shorter list during this time period where people were like a man in a cast, man in crutches, a man pretending to be a police officer.
Handsome,
he always
every
would
man.
introduce himself as Ted. As an officer, he was Officer Ted Roseland.
I mean, for how creative he was when to get these women with these sort of different like act outs and different characters who would play. You would think he would change his name.
I come up with 90 names an episode.
Yeah, why not?
Just come up with a name. Just say Johnny.
A bunch of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's his Johnny Bundy. That's his.
My name is Bronchi. Bronchi Bundy.
Bronchi Bundy.
Sorry, I still use Bundy.
Oh, okay.
My name is Egg Sandwich.
You know what?
Just make up names. Just
yeah.
Make up names.
I don't think you
Geralt.
Geralt. That's not a name.
That's Harold with a G.
So you're telling me you have a sailboat somewhere?
My name is Leslie Howard Geralt. 8-year-old 9A's in there. Can you come help me get my canoe off of my? I have 2 canoes.
You have 2 canoes.
2 canoes are tied to a fire hydrant.
We're not even close to any sort of water or any sort.
Come with me. I got like 9 pelicans. Just come with
Pelican.
me. My name's Leslie Marin. Leslie
Marin.
Ronaldson.
I knew a Ronaldson.
Did I say a name to you already?
You know what? I'm just gonna help you out, just because I feel like I'm in a giving mood.
Yeah, let's come over here.
And that's not the only
Look
day.
at the tire, bitch. Look at this tire. Look at the tire.
Yeah, that's,
nice tire. And then I'm dead.
yeah, that's not the only day that he. Lots
Why
of
do
times
I always
he
have to
would
play
go
the women characters, but I don't change my voice? Isn't that nice? Very masculine women on the show.
He would go through multiple women a night before he would find someone to actually go with him. There was 2 women in the same night that reported seeing a man in a VW Bug with a cast asking them to help him. That night, he ended up killing Georgianne Hawkins, and that was reported to be his first victim of necrophilia.
You see, that was the thing. So he would take bodies up to this woodsy place up in Seattle, and you leave the bodies. But then, what was really fascinating about him is that he changed serial killer types, like somewhere in the middle of this, where it's like he went from just being sort of like what we were talking about before, which is like process and result killers, which is like result killers are, the whole thing is that the kill is the rush, and then you leave. The kill makes you nut your pants, and the other one's like process killers, which is you make the baby your marionette, you make the corpse a marionette, and you play with its nipples for a couple hours. So it's like he went from one to the other. It's like Deion Sanders.
Yeah, he was sort of a Bo Jackson type. He was doing 2 sports.
Switched over to the other team.
Yeah, once again, like Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan.
Well, yeah, but Bundy was good at both.
But that was
another jinx. I think we've been hanging out too long. We've been hanging out far too long.
But then he started taking makeup up to the corpses and putting makeup on the corpses and playing with them and going like, I love you, Ted. Shut up. You don't love Annie. You don't love me. Nobody loves me.
A mortuary would have been.
I love you.
He would even shampoo their hair.
Well, that's good. that needs to be a Head and Shoulders commercial.
Can we play? And so we have here is a clip from the movie Ted Bundy, made in 2002.
Yes.
Which I'm one of those. Like we're like Kissel. I think Kissel and I's movie tastes are like different. I think you can like any type of horror movie. Like you even like bad ones and you like good ones. Whereas like me, serial killer movies.
Yeah.
I will watch any serial killer movie. So I don't know if this is a good movie or not.
This one's okay.
But it's a lot of fun. The guy playing Ted Bundy is pretty great.
All right. So
here's a clip of.
But it's weird. He's uglier than Ted Bundy. The guy playing Ted Bundy.
At the same time, Ted Bundy was just kind of rugged. It's like
Yeah.
it's like the same. It's like I don't. It's the reason why I'll never be attracted to a man, because the idea of like stubble like scratching up and down my belly, like sucking on my belly button,
Yeah.
it's just really horrifying to me. Ted Bundy was not like he wasn't like Jared Leto handsome. He was just kind of rugged, handsome.
Yeah. Generically handsome.
Real quick though, how many? So he killed 4 before he started having
killed
sex.
6.
6 before the necrophilia.
Yeah. Now
so
he
the
started playing
7th was
6 that we
necrophilia.
know of.
Right.
I mean, there are
because
so
then
many
they said again, we were saying he may have
around.
killed someone who was 14, and he may have killed someone during the time period that he was getting after he just got broken up with.
Right. That is
Brooke
interesting.
Shields, whatever her name is.
All right, so let's hear a bit of a clip.
A bit of Ted Bundy's philosophy.
Yeah.
I just want you to listen to me. Pay me a little bit of attention. See, girls like you, they don't pay attention to guys like me. Guys who don't come from good families.
I mean, you got laid.
They don't go to top schools or drive fancy cars. Shut up and listen!
I usually not.
God! Don't get me wrong, I'm not some share the wealth type of pinko creep or something.
Don't do this to me.
In fact, I'm a Republican. I worked on a number
Oh,
of
okay, everything's fine then.
One day, I'm gonna be governor. You probably don't believe it, do you? You
How
probably
many times do you
just
think
I'm
Mitt
some kind of
Romney gave
loser.
this speech?
Oh, so many times.
But it was like to tag.
Maybe I'm not so important out there. But here I'm in charge.
He's just cowering in the kitchen.
Here I'm in control. Because this is the court of Ted. What I say
Court of
here
Ted.
is law. You get the picture?
Good act out, Ted.
That's the scariest thing is when someone like making fun of like you when you're crying when it's
Yeah,
just
that's
about to die.
the
Go,
worst.
"Oh,
You crying? You crying?
You
I'm gonna kill you.
Oh, that's a lot of fun.
Oh,
God, it is
great.
funny though with the Mitt Romney thing.
Yeah.
Just like shouting that at like the.
I'm gonna be governor. I'm not one of those pinko spread the wealth types. Oh, I'm a Republican. Oh, okay.
I couldn't tell. I didn't know if it was because of your crew cut or your secret underwear is he poking out of your cutoffs. Well, you're here at this fucking truck stop, you secret homosexual.
Can't get the secret underwear off to fuck this corpse. God damn it.
So Georgianne Hawkins, the first victim of necrophilia, she was not the first woman to be dumped on Taylor Mountain outside of Issaquah, Washington. That's where a couple of hikers ran across what can be only described as a skull graveyard.
Yeah.
This is where that's where Ted dumped a lot of
You
his
say
bodies.
skull graveyard, I say skull playground.
Yeah,
It's kind of like a
different.
bocce ball type scenario because that's what he was doing. He was just like, oh, well, you know, it's all in the wrist. He kept saying, you know.
And this is also around the time after there were a lot of people that saw him talking to those women at the lake that day when he abducted 2 women in the same day. So they started to form a composite sketch of this guy. 4 people, and they also said like there was a, they said the sketch, the Volkswagen. 4 people recognized the profile, the sketch, the car. They reported Ted Bundy as a suspect, but detectives, they were receiving about 200 tips a day.
Yeah.
They said there's no way that a clean-cut law student with no adult record could ever commit
Well, is he
anything
a
like this.
pinko spread the wealth type? Oh, you say
No,
he's a
he's a
Republican.
Republican.
Oh, no. It's not possible.
So after this is when Ted Bundy moves to Utah, and another connection to Mitt Romney. He was actually baptized into the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Well, he'll
Wow.
do anything to get ahead.
He will.
They're the biggest connections that the Mormons have. You know, it's like
Yeah.
you get your own planet when you die.
By the way, when Ted Bundy became a Mormon, they still weren't letting blacks in. So I just want to point that out.
And then after Ted Bundy, after he gets baptized, he actually tries to de-escalate. He kidnaps this girl named Nancy Wilcox, and he's trying to de-escalate. So he says, like, all right, I'm going to take her out, I'm going to rape her, and then I'm going to release her.
yeah, it's
Oh,
so
that's
All I'm gonna do.
nice.
So
Yeah.
nice. But then he ends up strangling her.
And then,
what
of
do you
course,
do?
having sex
Yeah.
with the corpse.
Yeah,
I
he's-
did everything again.
Yeah, and so now what happens is his first big mistake. He kidnaps this girl. Her name is Carol DeRanche. She's the one that...
and she's smoking hot.
smoking fucking hot, man.
Yeah.
He approaches her at a Walden Books.
This is the
mall.
Officer Roseland.
This is Officer Roseland.
This woman
and
is not
he's-
very smart.
This woman is a fucking idiot because he comes up to her and he says, "Hi, ma'am. Someone hit your car in the parking lot. Could you please come with me?" And she goes, "Okay, let's go."
Yeah, not even like, how do you know it's my car? Or
No.
like, what are you even
Right.
talking about? But that's just
But you just assume.
That's authority. That's the
Yeah.
power of authority.
That's
As soon
the
as
power
you
of
dress
authority
up,
thing.
like you dress in a police officer's uniform, you're
Right.
totally
Yeah.
invulnerable. People will believe you for a second. Not like I've ever done it.
No.
You know, I'm never dressing up as a fucking, police officer and just like went into people's homes and just like looked through their stuff and took their weed,
So you have done it.
No.
You have
I
stolen
said
weed.
I didn't do it.
Oh, you said you didn't.
I said
do it.
I didn't.
Oh, okay.
I never dressed up as a police officer and, went into the train conductor on the subway and told them that I need to drive the train. I'm commandeering the train, and then
Right.
just take the train up and down the tracks like at
So
irresponsible
you weren't the
speeds.
guy 2 years ago that went to the train conductor and told me he was a police officer and commandeered the train and drove it all around?
Never did that.
You didn't do that, but somebody did do that, but it wasn't you.
Not me.
Interesting.
I don't have it in my bag right now. My costume.
So you do.
No,
Okay.
I don't have it right now.
Okay. Interesting.
It's not in the cleaners because it's all covered with human gore.
No.
Well, you know what? I think Henry might actually be the last person we cover on this.
Would that be the ultimate
this show.
irony?
Yeah.
Like the very last person.
The
that we cover?
last podcast episode ever is just me and Marcus talking about Henry Zabrowski as the worst serial killer in American history, and then we're like, show's not as good without his act out.
I mean, he was so funny, back in the day, but
man, he just killed a lot of people.
perfect killer.
Isn't that weird?
The fake cop, fat killer.
The fake cop, fat
Why do
killer.
they keep putting fat on my serial killer name?
So this girl, Carol DeRanche, she got into Bundy's car, and they started driving. They drove off. She noticed that they're going in the opposite direction of the police station. So she says, "What are you doing? Where are you going?" He pulls over to the side of the road. He tries handcuffing her. She fights back. He does get both handcuffs on, but he somehow manages to put them both on the same arm.
Goofy.
She gets out of the car.
Put
he
that on
gets
the
out
blooper
too.
reel.
She kicks him in the nuts, runs off, gets away from him. Ted is not deterred. Later that night, he goes and picks up this girl, Deborah Kent, after a theater production at the local high school about 19 miles away. He picks her up, but what does he leave behind in the parking lot? The key to his handcuffs.
Oh,
So stupid.
So
Very
dumb.
interesting.
It's just like he said that famous quote that he had. You know, killing someone is it's like changing a tire. The first time you're nervous, and then the 30th time you can't remember where you put the tire iron.
Oh my nuts. Yeah, that's a shitty night for that poor girl who had to go see the high school performance of Les
And then
Mis.
get raped and murdered.
Yeah,
Oh, my
that's
God.
not good. I
And-
love that Joseph in the Technicolor whatever coat, and then boom,
And
raped
this
and murdered.
is what leads to his eventual arrest for kidnapping, is that he was stopped by the Utah Highway Patrol. They found in his they looked in his car. They noticed the front passenger seat was missing. And then
and then he had a fucking full rape kit.
They found a ski mask,
Yeah.
another mask fashioned from pantyhose, a crowbar, handcuffs, trash bags, a coil of rope, an ice pick, and other items initially assumed to be
full of
so Mr.
himself.
Bundy, what is it that you say you do again?
I am a performance artist, and I do a
Okay.
thing called Rape a Girl, Kill a Girl. It's a little show I do. Let me show
Rape
you.
a Girl, Kill a Girl.
Yeah. Oh, help me. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to let
now
you go because that was a hell of a performance.
Thank you.
Were you over there at the high school tonight?
You can
They had
see
a
me
play
tonight
open.
at the People's Improv Theater.
Oh, wow.
So they got a search warrant. The Utah police, they got a search warrant for Bundy's apartment. They found a guide to Colorado ski resorts with a check mark by the Wildwood Inn, which the Wildwood Inn is where he committed one of his murders.
Okay.
The actual murder that he was about to be charged with, a brochure advertising the Viewmont High School play in which he kidnapped a second victim.
He kept
but
the
there was-
brochure?
He kept the
I mean, you
brochure.
just
but
throw
all
the
this-
brochure out.
But all of this is still circumstantial evidence. This
Right.
can't, they can't arrest him for this just yet. But Bundy says that they missed in his utility room. They missed a stack of Polaroids of all of his victims up until then.
But then again, that's what they said again, is that there's so many lies he's told. There's so
you
many
never
things
know.
he said is that he could
Right.
have been bragging about it and never had it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you never know. So finally, they arrest him. They bring in Carol DeRoche for a photo lineup because they do end up, but through the descriptions, they end up matching the key to the handcuffs. They bring in Carol DeRoche. She gives them, she picks him out of a lineup. The other witnesses pick him out of a lineup. They found strands of hair that matched both Melissa Smith and Carol DeRoche. Melissa Smith was the girl that went missing that day. And they also found hair matching Karen Campbell. They also looked at Karen Campbell's body, and they looked at, there was very distinctive marks in her skull.
Grooves in her head, yeah.
Grooves, and it matched the crowbar that was in Bundy's trunk. So he got charged and convicted for kidnapping of Carol DeRoche, sentenced to 1 to 15 years. And
1 to 15 years?
1 to 15 years for kidnapping. And he was extradited to Colorado, where he was being charged with the murder of Karen Campbell. And this is when he gets tricky.
This is when he becomes super, super slippery, and you just can't get a hold of old Ted.
Well, should we do that for part 2?
We're just gonna cover this part real quick.
Oh,
and then,
okay.
Because there's so much more after this. Because
Yeah,
then you
that's
got
the
his,
thing.
his
I mean, it's the
Sergeant
whole
Pepper's
second
after
act.
this.
Yeah.
Right.
But this is, and then they were saying the people he worked for at the crisis center threw such a fucking fit about what happened when he got basically accused of this crime. They were like, he didn't do it. They put together a whole fund. Like they raised like tens of thousands of dollars for his legal fees. It was pretty intense.
Yeah.
1 to 15 years.
Yeah, for
you can get
kidnapping.
it.
It's a perfect example. It was like John Wayne Gacy was arrested before. They let him out because he was a model prisoner. There was a bunch of people that were arrested.
Well, let's be
Gacy
honest.
was
Ted
arrested
Bundy's a
for
model
sodomy.
prisoner.
Yeah.
Gacy was maybe a plus-size
Blue
model.
ice. He's got that beautiful stare.
Yes.
So
Gnashing teeth.
So Bundy, of course, not the man to be held down. He decides once he has a public defender for.
I believe They Ain't Gonna Hold Me Down was the #1 song of that summer as well.
He had a public defender for his kidnapping trial, but when he was extradited to Colorado for murder, that's when he decided to defend himself. And so he was in the law library.
And he set it all up on purpose because
set
he
it
knew
all up.
as soon as he's like, well, I have to read the law books then. And
Right.
so because #1, when you're defending yourself, you don't have to wear handcuffs or any sort of restraints when you're in the courtroom. And then he's like, let me just go in the library. I'm going to do some research.
Yeah, and he finds a window and jumps out of a second story. He jumps out. He twists his ankle. This guy is free.
So he's actually injured for the first time, and he's like,
Yes.
why doesn't anybody help me anymore? You imagine the one woman that actually helps Ted Bundy when he's truly hurt. And he's like, thank you so much. That was really nice.
So he's really nice of you. Normally I kill women who do this.
Isn't
but,
that weird?
Is that crazy? Well, I'll see you.
All right, be seeing you later.
So he's on the run for 6 days after this. They recap prison, and here's the fucked up thing about it is that he was probably going to get off for the murder of he was being charged with.
It was all just circumstantial
It was
evidence.
most of the
and
evidence
he was
that was
killing
getting
it.
thrown out.
And this is before DNA testing and all that stuff. So.
He was absolutely killing it in court, but he decided he couldn't wait anymore. So he acquired a hacksaw blade from another inmate. He accumulated $500 in cash.
And then from women he was fucking outside of the jail, because this is when it started, where women were, the fascination with him was so deep that they were sending him money and sending him shit in jail.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so during the evenings, while everyone else showered, he sawed a hole about 1 square foot in the corner of his cell ceiling. He lost 35 pounds until he was skinny enough to fit through.
Well, like Christian Bale in The Machinist.
Yeah. And then in the
amazing.
weeks followed, he did practice runs. Like, at night, he would just do practice runs. One of the informants, he kept telling officers, he's like, he heard movement within the ceiling during the night, but the officers didn't believe him.
Oh, yeah. They were just like, yeah, sure. So much fucking ignorance just lets these people out.
And so on December 30th, most of the staff was on Christmas break. He had planned this out for months beforehand. He climbed up through the hole into the chief jailer's apartment, which was empty because he was out with his girlfriend that night. He went to the chief jailer's closet. He changed into street clothes, and he walked right out the fucking front door.
Amazing.
And from there, he stole a car. He made his way to Chicago.
Yeah. Saw some blues,
Yep.
you know, had some deep dish.
I love that deep dish pizza.
And he rolled down in a pina colada machine to Margaritaville.
Margaritaville, and our next stop, Tallahassee, Florida.
To my Tallahassee,
I can't wait.
Down in FLA.
Yeah, Tallahassee, Florida.
Yeah,
all
and he
right.
bit some butts like our fucking hamburgers. That's for certain.
Yes,
and
he did.
and he will get kicked out of any Chi Omega house in Florida if you mention his name, which we learned the fun way.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Henry and the boys all went to FSU.
Yeah, because they had the
in
Bundy
Tallahassee.
Trail. We'll talk about this when we
Bundy,
do this next
yes.
episode. Yeah,
and this is really this is the most known stuff about Ted Bundy.
Yeah.
It starts at FSU.
Well, this is his final, this is his, what's it?
Fifth Symphony?
His fifth sympathy.
Yeah.
Sympathies.
Yeah.
You know,
Sip
this is his
sympathies,
Back
yes.
in Black.
This is his
This
Citizen
Right.
is
Kane.
fucking, yeah. He's doing
Yes.
all his top tier fucking shit
Yes.
in this
Starry,
second episode.
Starry Night.
Brilliant. All right, what are we doing now?
Now we're going to bring in a listener.
So what we've decided to do is we're going to teach everyone here a lesson.
Right.
All right. All of our listeners, all of our lady listeners. We're
Yes.
bringing in a lady listener. We're going to throw some top tier Ted Bundy game at her, and we're going to see if she says yes to any of the things he says. And if she says yes, she's dead.
She's dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is the sort of stakes we're talking about here.
Okay. All right, everybody. We want to welcome Nicolette to the show. Thanks for being here, Nicolette.
Hi, no problem.
All right, Nicolette. Let's see how strong.
Don't you dare choose Bundy.
Yes, how strong you are to resist the charm of one Mr. Ted Bundy.
One thing I will say is imagine in your head. Don't think about us. You know
No.
what we look like. Don't
Right.
even
Ugly.
fucking try to think about what we actually look like, okay?
Right.
Imagine he's dark, kind of bushy eyebrows,
Blue
kind of a
eyes.
shark smile, kind of like Marcus.
A little bit like Marcus.
A little bit of a charm to
Better
him.
teeth than
You know,
Marcus.
strong pecs.
I mean, my teeth are yellow, but otherwise they're fine.
Well, there's some. Yeah. Well.
He's got like one of those like you can see his collarbones.
No, you can't see his collar. Well, yes, but over his wonderfully placed LL Bean turtleneck.
Yes.
Right,
All right.
of
So,
course.
all right.
Well
So
fitted.
he's a little handsome. He's a little handsome.
He's a dreamboat.
Just a little, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'll start off. Excuse me,
Perfect.
Miss. Excuse
Yeah.
me.
Yes?
I mean, I'm so sorry to ask you, and I'm so sorry to bother you, but I've got all these books, and I mean, I got this cast here, and I'm just having such a hard time taking. Do you think you could help me out?
Oh,
And just-
yeah. Let me help you out.
You're dead! Oh, you're dead, Nicolette! You just got killed. You're a dead woman. You're a corpse.
Oh my God! You're getting your hair shampooed in Mount Taylor right now.
Post-mortem sex coming your way.
He's
bludgeoned in
he's
the head.
putting lipstick on your dead head right now.
Oh, my
somewhere
goodness.
on a
Living-
patch of grass.
Not good.
Okay,
Well,
so
you didn't pass test number 1.
Oh,
okay.
sorry.
So imagine you're on the streets of New York City and this just happens to you.
Right.
Right.
Are you in the bathroom at work, by the way?
No, I'm in the hallway.
Oh, okay.
Great. All right. A man in a police officer's uniform approaches you. Ma'am? Ma'am?
Yes?
Ma'am, did you park your car out here this afternoon? Did you park your car out here?
Yeah.
Ma'am, I believe that someone has broken into your car. My name is Officer Roslin.
Oh, no.
You're gonna here look at just take a look at my badge. Just look at my badge. And just come with me. Just so you know, we just got to go take you down to the station. Because we believe that we have the man that was breaking into your car. You got to come with me.
Okay, great.
You got to come with me. Yeah. Come with me.
Okay.
Just get in the car. So we're gonna. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, close the door behind you. Yeah, no, I'm a cop. Yeah, it's a cop car. It's totally a cop car.
It's a cop car. I believe it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just my VW bug cop car. So we're just driving, you know. So, how you doing today? It's some lovely long dark brown hair you have.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I shampooed it today.
Yeah, I can smell it.
That's nice.
Yeah, so we're just driving, you know. Oh, that's that police station passing by, but that's fine. We'll just keep driving.
Shouldn't we stop there?
You're dead, Nicolette. You're dead again. What is wrong with you? Get it together. You've been killed twice now.
I'm really bad at this.
It's okay. It's okay. He was good at this.
He was very, very good.
Yeah.
He was very, very good.
He is good.
All right, so let's just
do one last one for you.
You know, I'm wobbling around. I'm on crutches, and I'm like, oh, my leg hurts. I hurt myself in a ski accident, right? And then I'm like, I see you, and I'm like, oh, hello, young lady. Hello,
Yes.
young lady, how are you? I desperately need help getting my produce into this car here. Can you help me out? You look really succulent today. I would just love to kill you and rape your corpse there. You just want to help me into the car, and I'll probably end up just hitting you in the head before you can even come close to saying no, so it doesn't even matter anyway. How are you?
I think I'm all right.
That's
But I think I have to go if you're going to talk to me like that.
You live, Nicolette!
Yeah.
You live, Nicolette! Look
This
at
is
that!
The problem is that you can't be so obvious.
That's
why
right.
You got to hide in plain sight.
That's right.
Yeah, you got to be charming, like I was.
Right,
Like I
right.
was.
Well,
You gotta come with me in a car. Come with me in a car. Come.
So 1 out of 2, that's not bad.
That's fine. You did great, Nicolette.
1 and
You did
2.
great.
So
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Well, this is what I will say though is again, Nicolette. This is the lesson we've learned today. Never help anyone. Everyone is a potential murderer. All they want to do is play with your dead body.
That's right. You know that though, right?
Don't talk to strangers. Don't get in strangers' cars.
Don't
That's
talk
right.
with anybody in the subway. All he wants to do is turn you into a human puppet.
What are you going to say the next time somebody says, "Oh, I desperately needed help with my books or my bags or whatever it is"? What do you say to them?
Fuck off.
Exactly.
Yeah!
All right.
Saving lives. Fuck off. That's right. Well, thank you so much, Nicolette.
Thank you.
We'll
talk to you guys soon.
Okay, talk to you soon.
Goodbye.
Have a great show. Bye.
That was great. We're saving lives.
We really are.
We're learning so much today.
Yeah, really powerful stuff.
This is a great episode. I'm glad we could bring a stranger in there.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
really
She's
nice.
not necessarily a stranger.
No, I like Nicolette a lot. She
Yeah.
comes to the live show, which you should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our next live show. In fact, our next live show is going to be a doozy. It's going to be on November 24th.
The Saturday of Thanksgiving weekend, correct?
No, the Saturday before Thanksgiving weekend.
Yeah, so you
What's
come
the
on
date?
down.
I believe it's November 24th. It's the last Saturday of the month.
We want to get it right. We
Yeah,
want to get
we
it right.
definitely want to get this one right.
But
you can
well-
always,
well, they're looking
You can
for-
go to creeklic.com to see exactly when it is. It's Saturday, November 23rd.
Come on out.
Yeah, it's Saturday, November 23rd, because it's going to be a hell of a night, because at 8 o'clock downstairs, we're doing Roundtable of Gentlemen live, and then 10 o'clock upstairs, we're doing Last Podcast on the Left live. So it's going to be a full ass.
And we're going to celebrate Native Americans.
That's right, as we always do. And while I was Googling Ted Bundy lines, I found a whole page of Ted Bundy jokes. So this is kind of a funny one to leave on. Why did Ted Bundy want to become his own lawyer?
Why?
To file wrongful death suits, which is kind of fun.
Well, you know what they say about a man who, you know what Abe Lincoln said about a man who represents himself?
What's that?
He's got a fool for a client.
Oh, no, he's going to escape and kill 5 women in Tallahassee.
Oh, I heard that one, actually. I love that Lincoln joke. That's perfect. All right, everybody, hail yourselves. Thanks for listening.
Thank you for listening.
Heil-
Hail Satan, hail me!
Heil Geen.
Heil Geen.
Me gusta las
Oh, yes, me gusta las.
And how about this one? How about bon voyage?
Bon voyage. Spaghetti.
What is that? That is no reference.
Goodbye, spaghetti.
Spaghetti.
Bon voyage, spaghetti.
She's my Tallahassee. There we go. All right, everybody. We'll talk to you soon.
Welcome to
Theories
of the third kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron, and I am one of your hosts. There's another host that is joining me today, Daniel Sun.
Yo.
Now, real quick, before we start today's episode, I just want to say that if you would like to support the show, then there's a few ways that you can do that.
One of the ways is Patreon. Each week, we release a Patreon-exclusive episode that only Patreon supporters can get access to. To sign up, it's only $5 a month, which is only 16 cents a day. Not only do you get an extra episode per week for that $5, but you also get access to our entire back catalog of past Patreon episodes.
In total, we have over 93 extra Patreon episodes, which is over 130 extra hours of listening pleasure. So to see that full list of Patreon episodes, you can just go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, and click on the Patreon episodes tab. There you will see the entire list of Patreon exclusive episodes that we have published.
Also, today we added another Patreon exclusive episode, which is over petroglyphs and all the ancient carvings of space people and aliens and rocks by ancient cultures throughout history. So you get access to that episode as well as all of the others for just $5.
Now, if you can't afford a Patreon membership, but you want to help us out, then you can leave us a written review on iTunes, or that helps us out a lot.
However, don't feel pressured to leave us one if you don't want to. That's fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, underground lizard people, whoever or whatever you are to enjoy the show.
And that is the end of the announcements. So today's episode is over the Barney and Betty Hill UFO abduction. So how this episode will go today is that we'll talk a little bit about Betty and Barney Hill, and then we'll go into the actual event itself. And then we'll talk about what happened after the event. And then we go into strange facts and findings, and then theories. And then, of course, wrap it all up with our own personal thoughts and theories. So with that being said, let's get into today's episode.
In the early 1960s, a husband and wife were peacefully driving home when all of a sudden a glowing, unidentified flying object appeared above them.
This object followed their vehicle for miles. Then it vanished.
The couple continued driving home. However, they quickly realized that a large amount of time had passed and that they could not recall what had happened during this missing time.
Following that event, they began having nightmares of being abducted by strange creatures, taken on board a strange craft, and experimented on.
Was this all a dream, or were they truly abducted by beings not of this world? This is the Barney and Betty Hill UFO abduction.
All right, so this is the one that started it all. The big kahuna of UFO abductions. But before we dive right into the mysterious abduction and the event of Betty and Barney Hill, we should probably get to know them a little bit better, to see what kind of people they were and maybe why the aliens wanted to abduct them in the first place. So Dan, do you want to start that off for us?
First, we're going to start off with Barney Hill. So he was born on July 20th, 1922, in Newport News, Virginia. Barney had a normal childhood, and right before graduating high school, his family decided to move to Philadelphia.
There in Philly, Barney worked as a store clerk for a little while, and then on May 10th, 1941, at the age of 18, he ended up enlisting in the United States Army. And just a little knowledge nugget here. but this was 7 months prior to the United States getting involved in World War II. So, kind of bad timing, I guess, Anyway, all right. So Barney served in the Army, in which he became qualified as a truck driver and then as a marksman.
So during Barney's time in the Army is when he met and married his first wife, Ruby Horn. And shortly after they got married, she ended up giving birth to their first son. Now, it's around this time that an accident happened. So Barney had a grenade go off near him, which led to him losing his teeth, which he then, of course, had to get dentures.
So shortly after that accident, Barney was discharged from the Army. And just a side note, he was discharged on May 8th, 1944, which was only 2 days away from him serving his full 3 years. Also, even though he was discharged, his enlistment record said excellent in regards to his character. So it wasn't like he was leaving on a bad note. They were like, hey, good job. Way to go. You got your teeth blown out and you got dentures, but hey, way to go, dude.
Yeah, you're still here.
Yeah.
All right. So 2 months after being discharged from the Army, Barney was able to get a job with the U.S. Postal Office as a city carrier, where he worked for a while, and Ruby gave birth to their second son.
So that is Barney in a nutshell. Now, before we go any further, let's hop over to Betty and talk about her real quick.
All right. So Betty's real name is Eunice Elizabeth Barrett, and she was born on June 28, 1919, in Newton, New Hampshire. Now, we dug into Betty's history, and the only thing that we could find out about her early life was her name, her date of birth, and where she was born at. Everything else is blank, all the way until you get to her college years, which is a little weird, but whatever.
So what we did find is that Betty attended college at the University of New Hampshire. Now, during her sophomore year in college, she developed an abdominal infection and decided to take some time off of school to kind of like recuperate. Well, during this time off, she ended up getting a job as a waitress at Rudy's Farm Kitchen.
Side note, they are no longer around, but dang, were prices cheap back then. Full course dinners were only $1 back then.
Man, I wish I could get a full course dinner for $1. You know how much I paid to fill up my vehicle today?
How much?
$70.
Ooh, prices are still going up.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, let's continue with the story. All right. So Betty was working as a waitress at this restaurant that had really cheap prices, just like everything did back then. So at this restaurant, there was a young chef named Bob who had just previously gotten divorced. Now, Betty and Bob, they kind of talked a little bit. They hit it off and they started dating. Eventually, on June 7th, 1941, they ended up getting married.
Bob ended up getting a better paying job working as a machinist at the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard, and Betty became a full-time housewife. So the job at the shipyard wasn't the only new thing that Bob got, because he ended up finding another woman and started running around with her.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Which, of course, Betty agreed that that was horrible when she found out about this, and the couple ended up getting a divorce.
Now, after that divorce, Betty decided to purchase a new home and ended up getting a job at the W.T. Grant Company, which was a local department store. Now, during this time, Betty was living her best life. She was single, she had a good job, and she had a new home.
Now, I know this is a lot to take in, and you're probably like, what does this have to do with alien abductions? But trust us, this all plays a role in Betty and Barney meeting.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, so let's continue on with the story.
All right. So shortly after Betty moved into her new home, the Gulf Oil Company called her up and told her, hey, we want to purchase your home from you. And the only real reason that we want to purchase your home is so that we could access the land that it's set on. So Betty got a hold of a real estate agent, and they had a meeting with this oil company. Now, her real estate agent, who was Charlie Gray, must have been really good at his job because Betty got a hell of a deal in selling her home. She was able to sell it for twice the amount that the oil company initially offered her. Way to go, Betty.
Yeah. Betty ended up asking the oil company what they planned to do with her house, and they told her that they were going to bring in Miley Cyrus and come in like a wrecking ball and demolish that house. She was just like, wait, hold up. I will give you $1 for the house so I can relocate it somewhere else. The oil company was like, okay. And they accepted this offer, and now she had to find a new plot of land to move her house to.
Man, that must be a pain in the ass moving an entire house.
I've seen it done, and it's weird how they do that.
You got to get it off the foundation and all that. Holy
Yeah.
smokes. All right. So with the help of her real estate agent, Betty was able to find a large vacant lot to place her home on. Now, the only issue with this was that she had to wait for the foundation and utilities to be installed before her home could actually be moved onto it. So in the meantime, she needed a place to stay. Now, this is when Betty moved into the boarding house that belonged to Barney's friend. And it is worth noting that the money that Betty got from selling her land, that she was able to go back to college and get her degree.
You know, good on her.
Yeah, she's investing it in herself. Good job, Betty.
Okay, so it's 1956, and Barney and his current wife Ruby and their 2 children were vacationing in the area. Betty and Barney ended up meeting one another. They became friends and ended up exchanging addresses so they could mail each other letters. Fast forward to early 1957. Barney and Ruby decided to separate, and that is when Barney decided to contact Betty again, and their friendship became closer. They started spending lots of time together.
Now, we hate to bring this point up, but when Betty and Barney started dating, they did get a lot of weird looks because of their ethnicity. Barney was African American and Betty was Caucasian. Now, why do we even bring this up? Well, it will come into play later on in the story, and many conclusions that arose from this UFO incident actually bring in race as a reason, which is completely dumb. But we just wanted to give you kind of like a heads up.
Yep.
So we're going to circle back to that later on.
All right, moving forward. So Betty decided to invite Barney over one weekend to her parents for dinner. Now, Betty's family was pretty involved in politics, and Barney was well knowledgeable about politics in general, so her family actually took an immediate liking to him. Barney fit right into the family, and then on May 12, 1960, Betty and Barney ended up getting married in Camden, New Jersey.
In March of 1961, Barney was still working for the Postal Service in Philadelphia, and I believe they had to spend 10 months away from one another because he was working in Philadelphia and Betty was working in New Hampshire as a social worker. So Barney ended up transferring to the Boston Postal Office and got a job there, and that's when they could finally live with one another after being apart for I think 10 months. And that's when life was great for the both of them. They lived together. They were in love, blah, 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 blah. There you go.
Dude, that had to be a hell of a drive.
Hell yeah. The driving in Boston sucks.
God,
in general. You know that. The roads were made way back in the day and they haven't updated them. So you got old-ass horse and carriage roads. You got people drifting through them like Fast and the Furious. But that's a whole nother topic anyway.
Now, it was during this time that the couple had realized that after they got married, they never really went on their honeymoon due to the work and other stuff, living apart. So they decided to go to Niagara Falls and then drive through Montreal, Canada, and then back home to New Hampshire as sort of a belated honeymoon celebration. Now, it was their drive back home when things started to get crazy, and the life of Betty and Barney Hill would change forever.
All right. So now that we know a little bit about Betty and Barney Hill and how they met, let's get into the main part of the episode. The story of ever UFO abduction in history. So Dan, start it off for us.
So this all started on September 19th, 1961. And like we were talking about earlier, Betty and Barney were traveling back from Canada where they had just had their belated honeymoon. Now, the drive from Canada to their home in New Hampshire was about 5 hours, I think close to 6 hours. And at the time, it was already starting to get late. They were low on cash, so instead of just finding a place to stay for the night, they decided to drive straight home.
So it was around 10 p.m., and they were heading down the highway, and Barney decided to take a look at his map. He was looking to see how far the next town was, because they wanted to stop and get some caffeine and some food into their system before they continued on with this long-ass drive back home to Portsmouth, New Hampshire.
Now, after seeing that the next town was quite a bit away, they decided to turn the car around and go back a few miles to a restaurant they had previously passed. Once they got to the restaurant, Barney ordered a burger and some coffee, and Betty just had coffee.
After they finished their drinks and food, they got back onto the highway and were expected to make it back home just a little bit before 3 a.m. So as the couple passed Lancaster, New Hampshire, and started to head down Route 3, Betty started to claim that she had observed a bright ball of light in the sky that moved from below the moon and upward to the west of the moon.
Now, Betty believed what she was seeing was actually a falling star. However, it began to move upward like a plane or a satellite. The object then kept growing brighter and bigger. This is when Betty convinced Barney to stop the car so they can get a better look at it and to go ahead and let their giant wiener dog Delcy out to use the restroom. Now, just a side note, I know it's mean, but as someone that used to raise dachshunds before, if you leave a ton of food out, dachshunds will sit there and continue to eat their little piggies sometimes. Well, Delcy was huge.
Is dachshund and a wiener dog, is that what it is? I don't know much about dog breeds.
Wiener dog is a nickname for dachshunds because of the length of them.
Okay. Yeah, that is a pretty fat wiener dog that she has. And we'll have this picture up on our website. Just go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com. I think you got to go to the About and then hover over it. And then it will have a thing that says references. Click on the references, scroll all the way down, and pictures will be at the bottom. But yeah, that's a fat wiener dog.
The dog needs to be walked more. Just saying.
All right. So Barney decided to listen to Betty, and he ended up pulling their car over. Betty got out of the car and was looking up at the strange light through some binoculars that she had. Now, whatever this was had a flight pattern that was super erratic. So Betty handed the binoculars over to Barney so he could take a look at it.
Barney looked through the binoculars and said that it was probably an airliner that was descending in their direction. But as Barney continued to look at it, he stated that it had a very odd flight pattern, as well as weird arrangements of lights on it.
After looking at this object in the sky for a little while, they both hopped back into their 1957 Chevy Bel Air and kept driving down Route 3. As they continued to drive, they noticed that this object was still in the sky, and it was sort of following them, as if it was playing a game of cat and mouse.
So as they continued to drive down Route 3, they drove through Franconia Notch, which has a natural granite rock formation around the roadside. Pretty cool. As they pass this area, the landscape becomes wide open, where you can see far into the distance.
It was at this moment that Betty and Barney noticed that directly in the path that they were driving was the object that had been following them. It was a huge circular disc object that silently hovered 100 feet above the road. It was nearly 60 to 70 feet in diameter, and it had a double row of rectangular windows across the front rim of it. It also had fin-like structures coming out of the sides of it that had two red lights at the end of those structures.
Upon seeing that, Barney slammed on the brakes of his car and stopped in the middle of the road. He got out of the car with binoculars in hand and tried to get a look at it. Right when he did, the object moved quickly from above their vehicle to the left of them, just above the treetops that were located across the field from them. Barney then grabbed the handgun that Betty had in the car and slowly walked towards it.
What the hell is a handgun gonna do? It's a UFO!
Give me your money.
They gotta... Oh my God. All right. So again, Barney lifted his binoculars, and as he looked through them, he saw a group of humanoid figures moving about with what he said was the precision of military officers. The craft then tilted downward and started to descend towards Barney. One of the humanoid figures stayed at the window, which gave Barney the impression that him and Betty were in immediate danger.
As Barney stood there in fear, he was able to muster up the courage to stop looking at them through the binoculars and finally run back to the car where Betty and their dog Delcy were waiting. Barney hopped in the car, trembling in fear, nearly breathless. He looked at Betty and told her they needed to get the hell out of here or they were going to be captured.
Barney floored it and sped down the highway, trying to flee the aircraft. However, it was right above them, following their vehicle as they raced down the highway. It was at this moment that they began hearing buzzing noises and started sensing a weird vibration throughout their vehicle, but they just continued driving.
As the weird buzzing noises happened, Betty and Barney didn't say a word to each other and they just kept driving. Eventually, they got off that highway and onto Route 4, sped towards their home in Portsmouth, still thinking they made it home before 3 a.m. However, as they were getting into the town of Portsmouth, they noticed that the sun was rising. So it was definitely way past 3 a.m.
Now, Betty ended up writing in her diary about when they got home, and we figured it would be best if we just read from her diary. And so her diary said, and we quote, "We entered our home, turned on the lights, and went over to the window and looked skyward. We stood there for several minutes. Then Barney said, 'This is the most amazing thing that has ever happened to me.' We both wondered if they would come back."
Then Barney made a comment about the time being later than they were hoping. It was just after 5 a.m. when they arrived home, 2 hours later than they expected it to be. Betty then wrote again in her diary saying, and we quote,
"We felt very calm, peaceful, and relaxed. We sat at the kitchen table, looked at each other, and asked one another, 'Do you believe what happened?' We agreed that it was unbelievable, but it had really happened. We would occasionally return to the windows and look skyward."
Well, after staring out the window for a bit, Barney decided to go shower. Considering the events that just happened, he said he felt clammy. Then Betty showered, of course, and as well, I think Delcy, the big chungus of dachshunds, showered too. After that, they went to bed hoping to get a good night's rest after their exhilarating trip home.
The following morning, Barney suggested that they both go into different rooms and draw what they had observed the night before, which they both did, and the results were uncanny. Both of their drawings were similar in detail.
Barney made another suggestion afterwards, though. This time it wasn't to draw something else they saw, but to not tell a soul about what they had experienced. Not because it was fake, but because their experience was so fantastic that no one would ever believe them about it. Betty, on the other hand, she wasn't agreeing with that suggestion. She wrote in her diary saying, and we quote,
"When we woke up in the afternoon, Barney asked me if I had a feeling they were still around. I agreed with him, and we watched the skies, going to the windows and looking up, and seeing nothing. It was beginning to rain, so Barney brought our belongings into the back hall."
So later that day, Betty ended up calling her sister Janet, saying that the peace and calm feeling that she had this morning was gone. She was starting to feel uneasy. She thought talking to her sister would make her feel better, considering her sister saw what they call an unconventional aircraft in the mid-1950s.
And a little side note here. Betty's sister Janet said that she and a few others saw a blimp-shaped craft hovering over a field when they were returning home from a shopping trip. They witnessed several smaller disc-shaped objects approach this blimp-shaped craft and enter into it. This big old craft went up into the sky and disappeared, which that story seems a lot more crazier than Betty's and Barney's, just in my opinion.
For now.
Yeah, until you find out what really happened. Anyways, continue on.
All right, so during that phone call, Betty's sister told her to go outside with the compass and walk around the car and see what happens. So that's exactly what she did. Barney, on the other hand, didn't really want to be involved at all. In fact, he kind of wanted to forget it ever happened. Again, Betty wrote in her diary saying,
"I took the compass and went out to the car. Barney refused to go, saying that he was trying to forget what happened. It was still raining, but I could see my car clearly under the street light in front of my home. I walked around it, holding the compass and not knowing what I was looking for. When I came to the trunk area, I saw many highly polished spots. about the size of a $50 or silver dollar. The car was wet from the rain, but these spots were clearly showing. I wondered what they were.
I placed the compass over them. It began spinning and spinning. I thought it must be the way I was balancing the compass, so I placed it on the car and took my hand away. The compass was really spinning and continued to do this. As I was watching this, I was filled with an unexplained feeling of absolute terror. I was standing there in the rain, under the streetlight, and telling myself, don't scream, keep calm, and don't be afraid. Everything is all right.
That is when Barney decided to come outside with his neighbor, and they all experimented with the compass and kind of just looked at the strange markings on the trunk, pointing at him saying, whoa, that's weird.
Now, the car wasn't the only thing damaged or messed with during that night. Barney's shoes were all scraped up on the top, his dress shoes, and his pants legs had little pickers and plant matter all over them. They think the plant stuff happened when he was, walking toward the object that night and then ran away running in fear. Then the leather strap around his neck holding the binocular, and his upper back for some reason was severely sore.
Now, Betty's new blue dress that she was wearing that night had also been torn, but they don't know how it was torn or why. They also realized that both of their watches had stopped working that next morning. No matter how much they kind of wound them up, they would just not work.
Kind of weird.
Yeah.
Now that they realized all of this stuff had happened to their clothing and automobile, Betty decided it was actually time to call the Pease Air Force Base, located in Newington, New Hampshire, which was the neighboring town. When she called them, she told them that a few days earlier that she had seen an unidentified flying object. The interviewing officer got the general description of the craft from Betty, but for some reason, Barney decided not to mention when he talked to him about the humanoid figures that he had seen through his binoculars.
Now, why didn't Barney tell the officer about them? Well, he didn't want to be labeled as like a crazy person, because back then, people weren't just seeing aliens and UFOs and stuff like that. It was not reported and not talked about. So the officer got enough information from Betty and Barney and kind of like let them know that, hey, I'll contact you later on if I need more information.
It didn't take long. A couple hours later, they actually got a call back from a Major Paul W. Henderson from Pease Air Force Base, who asked more questions about the event. The Major was very interested in the craft itself, though, especially the wing-like structures that slid out from each side of the craft that had the red lights on them. The Major insisted on talking to Barney about it, in which Barney was hesitant at first, but then he did eventually get on the phone and told the Major everything that happened.
When Barney was telling him all about the ship and its interesting wings, he told Betty that the Major did not seem to be surprised or in disbelief, as if he kind of like already knew about this. So after that phone call, the Major called back again and asked if they'd be willing to be put through to some other line where their call would be monitored. Barney and Betty agreed to do so. Then they were transferred to another line. And the funny thing is that they had no idea who they were transferred to or who they were even talking to. Weird.
I think that would have been the first thing I would have asked.
Yeah. Who am I talking to?
Don't worry about it. Just talk. Just tell me your story. Now, the next day, they received another phone call from the Major. This time, it was mostly to let the Hills know that he was up all night writing their report. He just needed a few more details for it to be finished up, and he had to reassure Betty that he would be sending it to the right people. Because Betty was very assertive about him taking their report seriously. She was like, listen here, Major. I know what I saw, and damn it, you will let the Air Force know that there are UFOs, you scrawny little man. Okay, she didn't really say it like that, but she was very adamant about it, though.
So after that report was filed with the Air Force Base, the Hills decided to start doing their own sort of like investigation to try to get a better understanding of what occurred that night. So then on September 23rd, a few days after the event, Betty decided to head down to the local library and actually found a book called The Flying Saucer Conspiracy by Major Donald Kehoe.
In this book, Betty read about how other people have also witnessed similar objects, which kind of gave her some comfort in knowing that her and Barney weren't the only ones to have something like this happen to them. As Betty continued reading through the book, she found an address, which this address was to the NICAP, which is the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena. And Betty found out that if you had seen an unidentified flying object, then you could write them and tell them about it, which is exactly what she did.
Now, a few days later is when things started to go south for Betty, and she started to experience a series of disturbing nightmares. Now, these nightmares continued for 5 straight nights and then never returned. However, the thoughts and images of these nightmares remained with Betty, and throughout the day, she would often think about them. Now, before we get into the details of those nightmares, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
We've got a very different kind of sponsor for this episode, The Jordan Harbinger Show, a podcast you should check out. It is a high-quality, fascinating podcast.
The show covers such a wide range of topics through weekly interviews with heavy-hitting guests. And there is a ton of interesting episodes.
For example, I'd recommend that you check out episode 28 with James Fallon, How to Spot a Psychopath. They go into the ingredients that go into creating a psychopath, the differences between psychopaths and sociopaths, and how to spot one.
And I'd recommend that you check out episode 457, Help, I Married a Conspiracy Theorist, which in this episode, Jordan talks about, hey, is your significant other that you've been married to for years secretly revealed that they have a belief in a number of conspiracy theories? And now you're sitting there wondering, how can I continue a life together when we're living 2 entire different realities? Well, guess what? He helps you out with that, which I think that's pretty cool. I'd love to marry a conspiracy theorist, but that's my own personal opinion. But I suggest you listen to the episode, okay?
Check out jordanharbinger.com/start for some episode recommendations.
Or search for The Jordan Harbinger Show. That's HARB as in banjo, IN as in nuts, GER on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Mix a little sports analysis, pop culture, and great interviews, and you've got the Rich Eisen Show podcast.
Alabama head coach Nick Saban.
I don't spend a whole lot of time answering hypothetical questions, and I think that's a pretty hypothetical question.
Did I just introduce rat poison into this equation? I'm sorry if I did that.
To some degree you did, but that's okay.
I do love that phrase.
It's a psychological disposition that people read and hear about how good they are. It's poison in the mind.
The Rich Eisen Show podcast. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, welcome back. So Dan, tell us about these dreams/nightmares.
In November of 1961, Betty actually began writing down the details of those dreams. In one dream, she and Barney encountered a roadblock and men who surrounded their car. She lost consciousness but struggled to regain it. Then she realized that she was being forced by 2 small men to walk in a forest at night.
The men stood around 5 feet to 5 feet 4 inches tall and wore matching blue uniforms with caps similar to those worn by military cadets. They appeared nearly human with black hair, dark eyes, prominent noses, and bluish lips. Their skin, however, was a grayish color.
In the dreams, Betty, Barney, and the men walked up a ramp into a disc-shaped craft of metallic appearance. Once inside, Barney and Betty were separated. She protested and was told by a man she called the leader that if she and Barney were examined together, it would take much longer to conduct the exams. She and Barney were then taken to separate rooms.
Betty then dreamt that a new man, similar to the others, entered to conduct her exam with the leader. Betty called this new man the examiner and said he had a pleasant, calm manner to him. Though the leader and the examiner spoke to her in English, the examiner's language seemed imperfect, and she kind of had a bit of difficulty understanding him.
The examiner told Betty that he would conduct a few tests to note the differences between humans and the craft's occupants. He seated her on a chair, and a bright light shined on her. The man cut off a lock of Betty's hair. He examined her eyes, ears, mouth, teeth, throat, and hands. He saved trimmings from her fingernails. Ugh.
So after examining Betty's legs and feet, the man used a dull knife, similar to a letter opener, to scrape some of her skin onto what resembled a piece of cellophane. He then tested her nervous system, and he then thrusted a needle into her navel, which caused Betty agonizing pain, whereupon the leader waved his hand in front of her eyes and the pain vanished.
The examiner left the room, and Betty engaged in conversation with the leader. She picked up a book with rows of strange symbols that the leader said she could take home with her. She also asked where he came from, and he pulled down an instructional map dotted with stars. Which, side note, we go over this in more details in Strange Facts and Findings.
Yeah, that star map we talk about in full detail, which is super interesting, by the way. All right, so following that, the men began escorting the Hills from the ship when kind of like a disagreement broke out between them. The leader then informed Betty that she couldn't keep the book, stating that they had decided that the other men did not want her to even remember this encounter.
Betty insisted that no matter what they did to her memory, she would one day recall the events. Betty and Barney were then taken to their car, where the leader suggested that they wait to watch the craft's departure. They did so and then resumed their drive.
So that right there was Betty's dreams that she had over a 5-night period, which was super detailed. And honestly, it sounds like my dreams after I have McDonald's breakfasts and then go to sleep, which if you don't know about that, go eat a breakfast at McDonald's. It could be anything. And go take a nap afterward. And I guarantee you, you will have the most vivid dreams of your life. They put something in their food. But anyways, that's a whole nother side topic.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So a few days after Betty had those dreams, a few members of the NICAP, which was that UFO group that Betty wrote to, a few of their members actually visited Betty and Barney to kind of like interview them about their encounter. A few of the members noted that it was odd how they had some missing time that they had no explanation for, and suggested that the couple seek out hypnosis to help them recall what had happened during that missing time.
Barney was sort of hesitant on the idea, but Betty was open to it. However, the couple didn't immediately seek out hypnosis. Instead, they were making frequent weekend drives to the White Mountains, hoping that revisiting the site might spark more memories. The Hills also attended a meeting at their church where there was a guest speaker, Captain Ben H. Sweat of the United States Air Force.
So the Hills approached this Captain Sweat privately and told him about their strange encounter. Sweat was particularly interested in the missing time of the Hills account. He was like, hey, you got a really strange account, but what about the missing time that happened? I want to know more about that. Well, the Hills were like, hey, what if you hypnotize us as a way to kind of like help us recover the memories of what had happened during that missing time? But Sweat was like, I'm just an amateur hypnosis guy. I don't think I'm going to do it. Sorry, guys.
Almost a full year later, on September 7th, 1963, Captain Sweat returned to the Hills Church and gave another formal lecture on hypnosis. After the lecture, the Hills mentioned to Captain Sweat that Barney was going to see a psychiatrist, a Mr. Stevens. Captain Sweat then suggested that Barney ask Stevens about the use of hypnosis in their case that they mentioned the year prior.
So following that is when Barney met with Stevens, and he, kind of said, hey, this captain suggested, I'd get some hypnosis done to me. In which Stevens was like, yeah, hey, I know this guy named Benjamin Simon, and he's located in Boston, and he's really good at hypnosis. You guys should go check him out. So on December 14th, 1963, Betty and Barney actually met with Benjamin Simon and spoke to him about their UFO encounter. So after hearing their story, Simon agreed to place them under hypnosis to try and uncover more about what truly happened to them that night.
All right. Now, this is where things get really good. However, real quick, before we get into that, let's take a quick break. It is our last one. It'll be really fast, I promise. And welcome back. So, Aaron, pick up right where you left off and tell us about the hypnosis.
All right. So Benjamin Simon agreed to do the hypnosis and began hypnotizing the Hills on January 4th, 1964. He hypnotized Betty and Barney several times each, and the sessions lasted until June 6th, 1964. Now, Simon conducted the sessions on Barney and Betty separately so that they could not overhear one another's recollections and kind of like influence one another, you know?
That's smart.
Yep.
Simon hypnotized Barney first. His recall of witnessing non-human figures was quite emotional with expressions of fear and emotional outbursts. Barney said that, due to his fear, he kept his eyes closed for much of the abduction and physical examination. Based on these early responses, Simon told Barney that he would not remember the hypnosis sessions until he was certain he could remember them without being further traumatized.
Under hypnosis, Barney reported that the binocular strap had broken when he ran from the UFO back to his car. He recalled driving the car away from the UFO, but that afterwards he felt irresistibly compelled to pull off the road and drive into the woods. He eventually saw 6 men standing in the dirt road.
The car stalled, and 3 of the men approached the car. They told Barney not to fear them, and he reported that the leader told Barney to close his eyes. The beings often stared into his eyes, said Barney, with a terrifying, mesmerizing effect.
Now, during this hypnosis, Barney would say things like, "Oh, those eyes, they're there in my brain." And that was from his first session. And then during his second session, he said things such as, "I was told to close my eyes because I saw 2 eyes coming close to mine, and I felt like the eyes had pushed into my eyes." And then during the third session, he said, "All I see are these eyes. I'm not even afraid that they're not connected to a body. They're just there. They're just up close to me, pressing against my eyes." How weird is that? Huh?
That's really weird.
Yeah,
The eyes weren't connected to bodies? Ooh.
That's how aliens kiss. They put their eyeballs against yours. Anyway.
So they take their eyeballs out and kiss them, kiss them.
That's exactly what they do. All right, so what else happened during their hypnosis, or Barney's hypnosis event?
All right. Barney related that he and Betty were taken onto the disc-shaped craft where they were separated. He was escorted to a room by 3 of the men and told to lie on a small rectangular exam table. Barney's narrative of the exam was fragmented. He continued to keep his eyes closed for most of the exam.
A cup-like device was placed over his genitals. Now, he didn't experience an orgasm, but he did think that maybe a sperm sample had been taken from him. The little men also scraped his skin and peered into his ears and mouth. A tube or cylinder was inserted into his anus and then quickly removed. Boy, I'm telling you, those aliens are freaks, man.
Freaks?
Yeah. One of them felt his spine and seemed to be kind of like counting his vertebrae. I guess trying to like tickle him, you know?
Oh. It's like 1 vertebrae, 2 vertebrae. You don't need this one. Whoop.
Here, I'm going to stick this tube up your ass. Poop.
Did you feel that? No, you didn't.
All right, so what else happened?
While Betty reported a conversation with the leader in English, Barney said that he heard them speaking in a mumbling language he did not understand. Betty also mentioned this in detail. The few times they communicated with him, Barney said it seemed to be through telepathy. Both Betty and Barney stated that they hadn't observed the beings' mouths moving when they communicated in English with them.
Now, Barney then recalled being escorted from the ship and taken to his car. and he was kind of like in a daze as he watched the ship leave.
And that right there was pretty much the details of Barney's hypnosis findings. Now, let's go over what Betty experienced during hers.
So, under hypnosis, Betty's account was pretty much almost exactly the same to her 5 dreams that she had previously about her UFO abduction. But there was some notable differences, mainly pertaining to her capture and release. Also, the technology on the craft was different, and the short men kind of differed significantly in physical appearance, and the sequential order of the abduction kind of differed a little bit. So I can't say it was exactly, but it was pretty close.
You know, when you said the capture and release, the first thing that came to my mind
Pokemon
was our fishing.
Oh,
our fishing tournament.
Oh, you think
It just made me think that aliens are in fishing tournaments.
maybe seeing how many humans they can capture. We'll
Yeah,
save
and
that
then-
during theories. Well, that's a good theories topic.
Oh, that's funny. Barney's and Betty's memories in hypnosis were, however, consistent with one another. Betty exhibited considerable emotional distress when recounting her capture and examination. Simon ended one session early because tears were flowing down her cheeks. And that was Betty's hypnosis sessions in a nutshell.
Now, after these hypnosis sessions, Simon kind of speculated that Barney's recollection of the UFO encounter was possibly a fantasy that was kind of like inspired by Betty's dreams that she'd previously had. Simon thought it was like the most reasonable and consistent explanation. However, Barney, on the other hand, kind of like rejected this idea. And he said that their memories were consistent in some regards, but that there were also portions of both their narratives that were unique to each, so that it couldn't have been Betty's influence of her nightmares that she had.
Now, even though the Hills and Simon disagreed about the cause of their distress, they all concurred that the hypnosis sessions were effective, and the Hills were no longer tormented by abduction anxiety. Following the hypnosis, the Hills went back to their regular lives. They were willing to discuss the alleged UFO encounter with friends, family, and the occasional UFO researcher, but they made no effort to seek publicity from the event.
Now, that would all change for them. So, way back in late 1963, the Hills had actually done a lecture in the Quincy Center about what occurred to them. Now, during that lecture, someone had brought in an audio tape and ended up recording what they were saying. Now, this audio recording was actually given to a reporter named John H. Luttrell, who then started to look into the Hills. He learned that they had undergone hypnosis with Simon, and he also obtained notes from confidential interviews the Hills had given to other UFO investigators.
Following that, on October 25th, 1965, John Luttrell published a front-page story in the Boston Traveler that said, "UFO Chiller, Did They Seize a Couple?" in which it told the story of Betty and Barney Hill. That following day, the United Press International picked up John Luttrell's story, and this is what caused the Hills to earn international attention.
A year later, in 1966, writer John G. Fuller got together with the Hills and Simon, and they ended up publishing a book called The Interrupted Journey, which was about the Hills and what had happened to them. Now, this book was a quick success, and it actually went through several printings.
A few years later, in February of 1969, at the age of 46, Barney Hill ended up passing away from cerebral hemorrhage. After Barney's passing, Betty went on to become sort of a celebrity in the UFO community. Then on October 17th, 2004, at the age of 85, Betty Hill herself ended up passing away.
And that is the story of Betty and Barney Hill's abduction. But of course, it doesn't end there, because now we're going to get into some juicy, juicy stuff. We're going to get into these strange facts and findings. So Dan, do you want to start it off for us and tell us about our first strange fact and finding?
Of course. All right. This first strange fact and finding is about the drawing that Barney did during his hypnosis session. Their hypnosis session was held on February 22nd, 1964. 12 days before that of an episode of The Outer Limits had aired on the television called The Bolero Shield.
Well, episode of The Outer Limits, what was that, like a UFO show?
I think so.
Let's look that up real quick. The Outer Limits was an American television series broadcasted on ABC from 1963 to 1965. It kind of like, it was compared to The Twilight Zone with greater emphasis on science fiction stories rather than supernatural.
Gotcha.
Okay, so kind of like creatures and stuff like that. All right.
Now, on that episode, The Bolero Shield, there was a slight resemblance between the drawing that Barney did and the alien creature that's on there. They both had the absence of ears, nose, and hair.
And they both sort of had the upward slanted eyes, which I have to say, Barney is a horrible drawer.
At first, I thought that was a snake. I'm not going to lie.
He's not very good at drawing.
I'm a snake.
I'm a snake.
I'm not an alien. I'm a snake.
And the person on the Outer Limits TV show looks like a superhero. He's got like a superhero mask on.
But it's his face.
Yeah. So, of course, you can go to our website, go to references, scroll all the way down, and you can take a look at this image and drawing of that Barney did during his hypnosis session and see his wonderful artistic skills.
Yeah, they think that his drawing was from this show because this show aired on February 10th of 1964 and their session was on February 22nd. So they think it was influenced by this. Which,
Oh. Okay. Which, it's a little weird, but not as weird as our next strange fact and finding.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so let's get into our next strange fact and finding, which is about Betty's dream and her hypnosis. Okay? So during these events, Betty mentioned how she communicated with the leader of this spaceship and how she asked him where he was from, in which this leader pulled up the star map and pointed to a star system. Well, after one of Betty's hypnosis sessions with Simon actually suggested that Betty kind of sketch a copy of that star map out, in which she did. But she ended up only drawing the stars that kind of like stood out in her memory, which were the brightest ones. Now, this map that she drew consisted of 12 prominent stars connected by lines and 3 lesser ones that formed a distinct triangle. Betty stated that she was told that the stars connected by solid lines formed trade routes, whereas dash lines were 2 less traveled stars. So kind of like these aliens had trade routes, like intergalactic trade routes that they went on to trade stuff, which was kind of cool. But that's not the craziest thing out of all this. So get this, that
the